We are live at Collectco. Welcome everybody to Collectco Chaos. Collectco Chaos. Collectco Chaos. I'd like to welcome everybody to Collectco Chaos. Welcome. Get this chat pulled up. All right, let's try to get started as soon as possible so we can do as much as possible. Alrighty, what is this on my record? The moth? Moth is on top of the Christmas records. Must be some kind of sign. Okay. Don't like y'all hearing me chewing. It's unprofessional. Let's go over here. And here. Laura is next to me delivering some auctions. We love auctions, gotta have them. Looks like we got a new comic book delivery. Is Paul here? Paul? Paul's car's out there. Are they not back from... Oh, they're not back yet. Wow, they're not back yet. No. They're not back yet, Caden. Caden, they're not back yet. I have, no. I have 2 bites of my Chick-fil-A sandwich left. And then I'm full salesman mode for the rest of the night. I know, I'm about to come get it. Oh yeah, and that brownie. Gotta have that brownie. Caden's got new shoes. Customer sent them to him. Thank you, John. Bob Riger, Caden's wearing your shoes. He's not wearing Bob Riger shoes. He's wearing the shoes Bob Riger bought him. Hey, now you look respectable.
Hey, Bob Riger.
No more house shoes to work. My employee code book that's coming out next month is going to state that. I know you didn't wear no house shoes when you worked at Wendy's. There's your alarm. Better wake up. All right. And now YouTube. What did they ship today? Uh-oh. Hey, they're on top of it. Rocktober stuff will be here Monday. Awesome. They're on top of it now, buddy. Laura, your order shipped along with my 12 copies of Camper Van Beethoven. Finally. Camper Van Beethoven finally shipped. Make sure if you're on YouTube, you've hit the like button for me. How much new vinyl came in? Roxy, I just replied to you. I said thousands. I just replied to you. I said thousands. That way, I'm not too high, but I'm not too low. All right. Live now. Goodbye. Thank you. Love you. See you in the future. It doesn't look like it. Oh, I might even be here doing a sale. You never know about me. Sometimes I'm a loose cannon. It's like a something. Okay. I need a trash bag. Okay. Here we go. Wow. And now, 6'6" from North Carolina, Michael Jordan. And now, dun, 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 dun. All right. And now, last thing I did last night was take out my trash, but I forgot to put a trash bag back in here. I gotta have a trash can. I throw away 100 things a night during the sale. I've almost filled up a whole trash bag just sorting through sleeves and, and everything. Okay. The Tennessee football game is tomorrow. Paul's going to be doing the sale, regardless of if I'm actually in Lexington or not. I'm going to be watching it. So, I don't have any other reason remotely ever to take off ever during this year for anything. So I take advantage of about 12 football games a year when the Tennessee Vols are playing. And that's where I'll be tomorrow night. Paul will be hosting the sale. And I hope he knows that. He's in Atlanta right now buying a collection. They're in Atlanta. Hopefully they're on their way back, but it's pretty bizarre that they're not here now. Usually that'd be back by now. So, okay. So what we're going to do is I'm over here sweeping. Just got done sweeping and mopping. And here we go. We're ready to go. And now, here comes Coletco. First auction of the night. It looks like a small little delivery of Japanese showed up. But other than that, we've shown and sold everything. So we'll go ahead and start putting up some stuff for lesser starts to get them sold. And those are going to be right here. Those are going to be Jeff Beck, Tim Bogart, and Carmine apiece. And that's not my sleeve, is it? No, that's a good sleeve, but that's not my sleeve. So here we go. $15 start. He knows he's doing the sale Saturday because he asked me to get auctions ready here, so I'm doing that outfit. Okay. There we have. And we're ready. The show has officially started. We have this. It's a $15 start. This is Beck Bogart apiece. It has the original inner sleeve. It has this inner sleeve. It has this textured cover. And it has a Obi. And that's a $15 start. Okay? $15 starter there. All it takes is a text. Nah. Not texting Paul. That'll make him feel too important if I text him. Not making you feel important, Paul, so I'm not texting you. David Johnson's in. Tanner is not there. Actually, I was supposed to go pick up Otis because I think they're spending time with, he's like, we cannot leave Otis at home anymore. It's just too sad. So the nights we go and take, what's their son's name? Finn, their child. He says, when we take Finn places at night, he said, we really need you to watch Otis. And I was like, heck, I'll do it. And of course, I didn't know about this till after I was almost at the store. So Otis was supposed to be here with me right now. We have Pink Floyd vintage pinback button. Pink Floyd vintage pinback button. $7 start. Back to some more cool miscellaneous. Tonight, I kept John Robb on the edge of his seat. John Robb wants to know how many crates of new vinyl. I was going to wait for the right moment. And John Robb, here's the answer. Are you ready? John Robb, let me make sure John Robb's watching. I got to make sure. Let me make sure John Robb's watching. And then I'll reveal the number of new vinyl crates for tonight. Because he's asked, he's commented, and then I think he even got mad at me. And he said, Chad, seriously, I want to know how many crates of new vinyl. And then he asked me again, Chad, I really need to know how many crates of new vinyl. So here's the reveal. There's 2 crates of new vinyl. And cue all the fireworks, lasers, and the crowd goes wild. There's 2 crates of new vinyl. Pink Floyd 7, Jeff Beck 10. Here's some of the stuff we've already sold tonight for this morning's flip video. I hope y'all are ready for this. If not, you better get ready. Here is this morning's flip video claims, which y'all going to see some stuff you hadn't seen and maybe some stuff that you missed, but you're going to go ahead and buy. We have Dream Theater, Dream Theater, Dream Theater, Joe Cocker, Cypress Hill, Pantera, Mr. Bungle, Emperor, Anthem, Megadeth, Rust, Joe Cocker, Chevelle, Ozzy, Dream Theater, Jethro Tull, Tom Petty, Chevelle, Metallica, Ozzy, 3 Days Grace, Chevelle, Ozzy, Soundgarden, Super Unknown, Ghost, Soundgarden, Slipknot, Led Zeppelin, Trivium, Dio, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Wow. Holy moly. Okay, next auction is going to go up right now. This is Night Ranger, 7 Wishes. It is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Super nice, super clean. Night Ranger is a $15 start. There's 1 LP. There's 2. There's 3. Jeff Beck is at 15, and the Pink Floyd button is at 7, and those are about to sell. All right, so first is Mr. Bungle, California. Mr. Bungle, California is a 2 LP. This is red vinyl. Mr. Bungle is $38.99. Mr. Bungle. Now, there was no Mr. Bungle claims in the video, so I've got several of these left. And we sold a self-titled Mr. Bungle, but not California. Not California. So that is a red vinyl, 2 LP, $38.99. Here is the self-titled one. And the self-titled one needs to go to the self-titled one here needs to go to Thrasher Morales, Morales. So that one goes to Thrasher, thank you. There's 2 crates of new vinyl. Jeff Beck has a new bid for 16. Night Ranger has bids for 15 and 20. And let's go ahead and sell Sean David the Pink Floyd button for $7. Thank you, Sean. That's so to you. Jeff Beck's at 17. Sean Davis wants Mr. Bungle. Now, do you want California or do you want self-titled? Hallbrook CM wants California. So there's 4 copies of California left. We'll confirm with Sean David because there's also self-titled. Minstrel in the Gallery is on marbled vinyl, and Jethro Tull is officially sold. I have 1 copy left. David Howard gets this one. This is sold to David Howard. Thank you, David Howard. That's so to you. And then I've got 2 copies of Stone Temple Pilots. This is on red vinyl. Stone Temple Pilots is our last 2 copies, and they're on red vinyl, $29.99. Sean Davis on Mr. Bungle, California. So there's 3 Mr. Bungle Californias left, several the self-titled one. Self-titles on orange vinyl, Jethro Tull's on marbled vinyl, and then STP is on red vinyl, and then Dream Theater. This is 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence. It's a double LP. It's been out of print. This is sold to Chad Snyder. Thank you, Chad Snyder. That's so to you. There's 1 for Chad Snyder. The other is sold to Paul Cruz, C-R-E-W-Z. That's sold to Paul Cruz. That was a Dream Theater, sold to Paul Cruz. And we have 4 left. We have 5 Dream Theaters left. The last 2 Stone Temple Pilots is that plural? Stone Temple Pili. That's sold to Mike Quadrini and Chad Snyder. Jeff Beck is still getting bids 22. Night Ranger's at 25 of Tom Kelly. Everybody else is out. Let's put up another vintage pinback button. And the next vintage pinback button I have is as follows. Michael Schenker. We're almost done selling this whole collection. We just sold a Pink Floyd. You can definitely tell this thing's vintage. Michael Schenker, MSG. A really cool pinback for your battle jacket. That's going to go up for a $7 start. And then the other Dream Theater is called Octavarium. And Octavarium is also a 2 LP, also on clear vinyl. And Dream Theater Octavarium was sold to Paul Cruz as well, the one that just also bought 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence. Okay? And that was the first recap of Rocktober's. And that's everything that's sold. And we have Warren Zevon left, Mr. Bad Example. That's his 1991 album that's been out of print. So, not much left in there. First is Mr. Bungle, California. 3 copies left on red vinyl for $38.99. The self-titled album, a few copies left on orange vinyl, $36.99. Jethro Tull Minstrel in the Gallery, $29.99 for Jethro Tull. Dream Theater, 6 Degrees of Inner Turbulence, and Dream Theater Octavarium, $39.99, and then Warren Zevon, Mr. Bad Example. David, you're out on Jeff Beck. We're about to sell that, and we will get you a Tom Petty when that one pops up, yeah. So I've got all the crates of new vinyl up front behind the counter because I am having to walk back and forth every night, so I have literally a table to put them on. That's how full our building is every night. There's usually not a table. There's not a flat table, Caden.
There's not a flat table.
So you want to be interviewed?
I don't know if he wants to be.
When you get a chance, that Black Sabbath sign, you see that Black Sabbath sign? Can you unplug that and bring it to me? Here we go, folks. You know what we're doing? We're selling records. We're selling records. Let's go ahead and knock out all these here. Danzig's for sale. $295. OG. All right, Tom Kelly, you get Night Ranger for $25. That is so due for $25. Let's get that in a brand spanking new sleeve for him. Brand spanking new sleeve for him. Let's put that right there. Okay, and then we got Jeff Beck. That's officially sold. Jeff Beck is sold to George Jones for $22. That's sold for $22. Thank you on that. We're going to plug this up in just a second. I need one that was unboxed and ready to go. Now, here's the good news. See if you can, without spilling this, grab that power box, plug it into that middle, no, this, one of these. That would work. And plug it into that middle thing there. Okay. First thing we have is Michael Shanker's a $7 buy it now. $7 buy it now for Michael Shanker, okay? We'll put him right there. Megadeth, this is so far, so good, so what? Thank you, Caden. Megadeth is $33.99. So far, so good, so what? Megadeth is $33.99. So far, so good, so what? There's two of those. We have Candlebox, self-titled. Candlebox is a double LP, $44.99. I still got that. Danzig is an OG pressing. Circle of Snakes is a 2004 Swedish OG, limited edition 440 on clear vinyl of insert, $295. $295. It's OG. It's on clear vinyl. I'm looking to sell it. Make offer. Let's get it sold. 3 Days Grace, Outsider. 3 Days Grace is $24.99. I got two of these, and one is sold to Amanda Davis. Thank you, Amanda Davis. One is sold to her, 3 Days Grace, and we also have one left, and these are $24.99. So there's one 3 Days Grace left. Two copies of Megadeth Peace Sales, but who's buying? Megadeth is $36.99. I still got two of those. And we have Cameron on MSG for $7. Thank you, Cameron, on that. That's sold to you. And then Tom Sullivan gets Danzig for $250. Thank you. That's awesome. Appreciate that. Sold to Tom Sullivan. Sold to Tom Sullivan. Appreciate that. And then let's put up another auction. And that next auction is going to go up right now. It's going to be a buy it now because we just sold one. Who else wants one? Night Ranger, maybe the backup bidder. There's another one for $25, just like the one we just sold. $25. Here's the agenda for tonight. We got two Hatchet Ed crates, and I forgot to wear my Hatchet Ed shirt again. I'm just going to have to wear it like on a Monday or Tuesday and get it into my rotation. And then we got two crates of new vinyl. We've got still a half crate of Japanese over here for lower starts. This is lower start stuff to finish out selling some of these, just FYI. So there's another one for $25 for whoever was a pretty dang close backup bidder on that. Somebody may want that one. By the way, these come with a flexi disc, just FYI. So let's put that right over there. And let's go ahead and show this Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. And this Pantera is the 2LP Rhino edition, which is a really high quality pressing of that, $39.99. And Pantera, we sold one, and we have two left. We have two Panteras left. That's the Rhino 2LP edition. All right, time for another new auction. Let's see what else we have over here in the Japanese stash. And let's go ahead and put up this Grand Funk. I showed this last night. This is pretty interesting. This is that Mark Dawn and Male. This is that Mark Dawn and Male. And this is a 2LP compilation. And this is one. There's the inner sleeve that looks like a newspaper print. There's the other disc, essentially a Grand Funk Hits compilation. It comes with a lyric book, and it's got a thick, textured cover. Gatefold jacket with Obi, a $15 start on Grand Funk. Okay? Now, the first thing we have is for you on Candlebox. The track U is on here, if that's what you're asking, yeah. is for you. There's Don't You Change You, No Sense, Far Behind Blossom, Arrow Rain, Mother's Dream, Cover Me, He Calls Home. Double LP, $44.99. About the only way you can get that one right now. And then we have Faces Ooh La La is $39.99. Rhino, cut from the original master tape by Kevin Gray, $39.99. Porno for Pyro is a Rhino Reserve, brand new pressing, came out last Friday. It's remastered, $36.99. The new copies, the last time I had one, we sold it for a couple $100. Can you get Danzig for a repress? No. None of the Danzig reissues are available to me. Grand Funk 15, 15, 20, and here we go. Next record is Led Zeppelin 3, and this is a Jimmy Page remaster as well. This is sold to Tony Kepler, $29.99. I've got one extra. Got one extra for $29.99. The Pantera is $39, which is honestly a lot cheaper than they normally are. I caught a few on sale, and they're now on sale for y'all. So there's that, and let's grab another Pinback over here. Got a really cool collection of vintage pins and stuff. We've already sold Pink Floyd. We've sold Michael Schenker. I think this AC/DC is really sweet. Made in England. It's a UK import. Made in England from those about the rock. Vintage, original top pin. And that is a $7 start on that. Ryan Eaton says he'll take a Pantera. Now there's 2 Panteras left. And then over here we have Night Ranger. And this, if you're looking for the track, Sister Christian, you're not going to find it on this one. This one has This Boy Needs to Rock, I Will Follow You, Interstate Love Affair, Night Machine, and Goodbye. Also, 7 Wishes, Faces, 4 in the Morning, I Need a Woman, and Sentimental Street. We just sold one for $25. There's that. An OG of the Porno LP is what led me here 3 years ago. Yeah, that's a tough OG. That's why we've sold so many. An OG of that is pretty expensive. Did this shirt come from the Metallica web store? This is part of the Metallica. Yeah, this is the Metallica fan club t-shirt subscription. This is the Metallica fan club t-shirt subscription. They send you 4 t-shirts a year every quarter. Ryan Eaton got a Pantera, Will Robinson on a Led Zeppelin. And then over here, AC/DC 7 and then 10. And then the last Pantera sold to Cameron Koenig. Okay, so over here, Grand Funk is at $25 of David Johnson. Everybody else is out. AC/DC Buttons at 10. Outcast Stankonia. Outcast is a double LP. This is $33.99. That is my last copy. It did not get claimed, so it's still available. We also have Cypress Hill 3, Temples of Boom. Cypress Hill is sold to Jeremy Barnes. That's a 30th anniversary edition double LP. Cypress Hill. And then we have Blink-182, Enema of the State. Blink-182 is $36.99. And then the other Megadeth is Rust in Peace. And Thrasher Morales got one of these. He got also a Megadeth Rust in Peace. So that's sold to him. Michael McCullen on Outcast Stankonia. That's sold to Michael McCullen. So there's 3 different Megadeths. There's Rust in Peace, Peace Sales, and So Far So Good So What. Here is more Pantera. This is Cowboys from Hell. Now the Rhino 2 LP, like we just sold of Far Beyond Driven, it's not in print anymore. They have discontinued that one. So Cowboys from Hell, $29.99. And we have Queen's Rock, Operation Mindcrime. Operation Mindcrime is a double LP, $44.99 for Queen's Rock, Operation Mindcrime. I've got one of those left. And then we did sell some Triviums. This one's the Sin and the Sentence for Trivium. Trivium is $39.99. I know we sold at least a Trivium to somebody. Sean says Trivium, not the white cover. So Trivium, this one. Sean Druin wants the Sin and the Sentence. Yep. So that's sold to Sean Druin. Thank you on that one. And then Cameron wants Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. And then how much is Rust in Peace? That one is $36.99. Or you can spend a couple $100, same thing for a reissue of that. The AC/DC Button is sold for $10 to Chuck Yeager. Cameron Koenig also on Queen's Rock, Operation Mindcrime. And Grand Funk is sold to David Johnson for $25. David, you get that 2 LP compilation. Boy, that's David's 3,000th Japanese pressing this week. David is on a roll, everybody. David is on a roll. Let's put that away. Let's get something else up. Brad Waite sold on that last copy of Rust in Peace Thank you, Brad. That's so to you. Next thing I have, also, I know what else I'm going to do. I'm going to go up front so we have an additional crate of, quote, new arrivals tonight. I'm going to go up front and try to crate up some stuff that y'all hadn't seen in a long time. I never pull anything off the racks hardly anymore. I walked by Kid Rock's Greatest Hits, and I walked by The Cure's Greatest Hits, and I was like, yeah, that's some stuff I hadn't shown in a long time. This is a $15 start. This is Steve Perry's Street Talk. Steve Perry has the inner sleeve, and it has the sticker sheet. Now, I should go ahead and start this one at $35 because it's complete and everything, but we'll go ahead and roll Steve Perry for a $15 start. Next is 2 copies of Joe Cocker Self-Titled. I think all these sold. Joe Cocker Self-Titled is sold to Clifford Umstead. These are amazing albums. Joe Cocker Self-Titled, and this one's still available. So we did sell another copy of the other Joe Cocker. So the next one coming up is going to be sold out. This one's still available, $33.99. And then here is Iron Maiden. That's a live unofficial. That's Iron Maiden live in New York. $29.99 on Iron Maiden live in New York. Let's also go ahead and grab one of our first auctions that Laura's tagged for tonight. And one of those are going to go up right now, and that's called Tigers of Pantang. Tigers of Pantang, the cage, is an 82 Euro OG. It's in EX edition. It's a $15 start. I've still got 2 copies of Trivium Silence in the Snow. Trivium is $39.99, Silence in the Snow. Jim Ciascio wants that last copy of Joe Cocker. Delta Lady, she came in through the bathroom window. Awesome. And then the other Iron Maiden bootleg, Maiden Voyage. So this is live in Holland, 1981. It's numbered 455 of 500, $39.99 on that. And then Queensryche Empire. Queensryche Empire is a double LP, $38.99 for Queensryche Empire. Queensryche Empire, $38.99. I'm going to make sure I didn't miss any claims in here. I have not missed any claims. Okay, we're good to go then. Tiger's getting bid. Let's grab another Pinback right quick. And got some cool vintage original Pinback buttons over here. How about this one right here? Huge band from the 80s. Huge solo career for the lead singer. And this is original. This is, let's see if it's got a date on it. This is a 1983 Roxanne Incorporated. It is a vintage original Police Pinback button. The Police is going to go up for a $7 start. Chad, did you get my inner and outer sleeves? Make sure Nathan Carter is on a list for inner and outer sleeves. Okay. We can take care of that. Usually I just say it. They write it down because they keep like a whole stock of them. They keep a whole stock of them, and they just write them down and key them in at the end of the week. So, yeah, they'll take care of you. All right, first thing is Cameron on Queensryche. Thank you, Cameron Koning. He got a copy of that. And quick recap. Queensryche Empire, 38. Iron Maiden Live in Holland, 39. Iron Maiden Live in New York, 29. Trivium Silence in the Snow, 39. Trivium The Sin in the Sentence, 39. Pantera Cowboys from Hell, 29. Blink-182 Enema of the State, 36. Cypress Hill 3, $38.99. Temples of Doom. Megadeth Peace Sales, 36. 3 Days Grace, 24. Candlebox 44, and then Megadeth, So Far So Good So What, $33.99. Boy, took a big chunk out of there. Of course, last night we had 18, 19 crates of new vinyl show up, and I think tonight, after everything's condensed, we're going to end up selling 18, or we're going to end up having like just a couple left. So that's probably the most new vinyl I've sold in a 24-hour swing, for sure, was yesterday, and then finishing it up today. So thank you to everybody. Thank you to everybody for sure. Let's go ahead and grab this other crate that's really mixed, and then we'll knock out some of those other ones. We'll get into the new stuff, Hatchet Ed. And then, like I said, I'll come up here and I'll fill up a whole crate of stuff. How about I come up front later, I'll fill up a whole crate of claims of new vinyl, and we'll do them on sale, just a random flash sale, okay? We'll do that. You heading out, Tanner? I mean, Caden? Tanner is somewhere. I think they have dinners on Friday nights. I was like, dinners? I don't have time for that. Pink Floyd is very important.
Do you need it right here?
No, you can leave it right there. I want you to go home and listen to Pink Floyd, come back Monday and write me a report. A report, yeah. That's your job. You're on the clock for 1 hour. You got to listen to Pink Floyd. I have paid employees before to listen to music. Dream job, right? That's why everybody wants to work here, right, Jake? Jake's like, I've never been paid to listen to music. I'm going to start laying these small little pinbacks right here. Let's see, what did I sell first? Pink Floyd, MSG, and AC/DC. Golly, look at all these waiting lists. I'm going to be busier than a one-armed man at a handshaking contest. All right, here we go. So we have Tigers of Pantang 23. Steve Perry did get up to 35. And then Steve Perry 38, Tigers 28. The Police still got one bid right for 7. Chris Bryant 8. So Sean Davis, I want to let you know you're out. Chris Bryant has that for 8, okay? What's the auction in the back? We got Tigers of Pantang, the cage. It's an 82 Euro OG. And then Steve Perry Street Talk is at 35, and that $35 bids with Edwin. Now Tom Kelly 38, now 40. Tigers at 28, and the Police button's 8. Let me make sure I didn't miss any other questions. We sold Queen's Rock, and then what was the next thing? Next T-shirt pre-order. That's on me, Craig's. It's going to be the metal logo design. I got to get it posted. Craig is going to send me an updated graphic, right? I just wanted to have the Coletco logo, Craig. I think that'd look better. But as soon as that, I'll probably have it over the weekend. Then there was one more question. Kiss lights. Kiss lights are under pre-order, so those won't be in until like next week, maybe. When is the 24-hour stream? I don't know. I don't know yet. I'll just put it that way. Soon. We have Ozzy, Memoirs of a Madman. This is essentially an Ozzy Osbourne greatest hits. It's a double LP, $38.99 for Ozzy. And one is sold to Matt Nichols. Thank you, Matt Nichols, on that. And I think I have one extra. I do. So I have one extra, $38.99. T-shirt pre-order will probably go up tomorrow. We'll have that, and I'm assuming, Craig, make sure you send me prices if everything's the same, et cetera, et cetera. Jupiter KVN is $29.99. Jupiter is $29.99. And then SoFly. SoFly is $39.99 for SoFly. This is $39.99. It's SoFly 3. It's a double LP. I think I still have that. Steve Perry is at 45 Ed and Riviera. The Police button is sold for $8. The Police button is sold for $8, and that's sold to Chris Bryant. Thank you on that, Chris. That's sold to you for $8. And then Tigers of Pantang, the last bid was $28. Also, Wolverine, I found 2 more crates of Christmas records I forgot I hadn't gone through. So late night, same deal. If you can tune in, we got Christmas stuff. We sold almost a whole crate last night. Metallica Reload, that's a double LP. $44.99. The Memory Remains, $44.99 for Metallica. Yeah, our next shirt for October, so we're doing a shirt of the month, essentially. October is going to be the, it's going to look like Coletco, but it's going to be metal font. You know, like cryptic death metal font that nobody can read. But you can read this. It obviously says Coletco. But it's pretty cool. Craig made some for employees one time, and everybody liked them. Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou? Looks like James James Young got Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? He claimed that one just 2 hours ago. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is $39.99. That's a double LP. And then we have Ozzy, No More Tears. Tears. This is a double LP, $44.99. One is sold to Melanie Clausen. Thank you, Melanie Clausen. That's sold to you. And the other one is sold to Amanda Davis. The other one is sold to Amanda Davis, okay? So thank you on that. Ken Granger wants that last copy of Memoirs of a Madman, and I think we're done on these auctions. So Tigers of Pantang. Tigers of Pantang is officially sold to Tom Sullivan for $28, and then the Steve Perry is sold to Ed and Riviera for $45, complete with sticker insert. That's really cool, $45 on that. So, and then there should be the next Kiss light. I'm choosing wisely on the next one. Make sure it's, I'm trying to do them, I think, in the most I can sell them. Of course, Black Sabbath was sold a ton. We sold the most of Kiss, and I think the next one I think we can sell the most of is Metallica. At the Gates is $49.99. I still got one of those left, At the Gates. System of a Down, Hypnotize. System of a Down is $24.99, and Metallica, Kill 'Em All. Remastered, Searching, Seek and Destroy. SoFly is sold to Ryan Eaton. There's now one copy of that left. Metallica, System of a Down. And then our next auction is going to be another Japanese pressing. And let's put up a Japanese pressing of what? Let's do, here, we're going to do something. Well, let's split them up. let's split them up. I almost said we'll do 3 Jeff Becks at once, but let's do Jeff Beck Flash. Flash is in shrink wrap. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine, as you would expect. Jeff Beck is going to go up for a $15 start. Insert, shrink, cover, and Obi. We got 2 copies of the Essential Stevie Ray Vaughan. The Essential Stevie Ray Vaughan is a double LP, $34.99. And that's like a Stevie Ray Vaughan Greatest Hits. And then Ghost Meliora. That's a 10th anniversary edition. And Ghost was sold to Kelly Vlodarchek. We're down to 1 copy. It's green vinyl, and it has a Papa the Third Mummy Dust Buck. 2 copies are available of Emperor. This is The Disciplines of Fire and Demise. Now, I know we sold at least 1 Emperor, but it was the other one. He wants Anthem. So this Emperor is still available. Prometheus, The Discipline of Fire and Desire. It's at Abbey Road. It's on black, gray, and blue swirl. Jeff Beck's a $15 start. Also over here, I have going up for auction. Let's go ahead and run it. Hope y'all are ready. Carpenter's An Old-Fashioned Christmas. Now, this one is slightly different than the Christmas Portrait. This is a different Carpenter's Christmas album. This is going to go up for a $25 start. I had somebody offer me, what, 50? I have 2 Carpenter's albums over here. Somebody offered me $50 a piece last night to go ahead and sell them. And I was like, the fair thing to do is go ahead and run them for auction, because I've told some other people they're coming. So there's the Carpenter's $25 start. $25 start is leaning on the Stevie Ray Vaughan. Let's take a look here. It is. Yep, so is Pride and Joy and Couldn't Stand the Weather. Say What? I like that one. Fly High, Little Wing. Him covering Hendrix, Crossfire. And yeah, awesome. It's on there. So Stevie Ray Vaughan's a double LP, $34.99. Next thing is Metallica Ride the Lightning. Now, we did sell this one. Ride the Lightning is sold to Brian Studdard. Thank you, Brian Studdard, on Ride the Lightning. Look to the sky before you die. It's the last time you will. This is sold to Joe DeGaldo, Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's a best of, $34.99. The Carpenters at $25. Carpenters at $25. Dream Theater, Images and Words. This is on clear vinyl. Their 1992 album, $29.99 for that Dream Theater. System of a Down Toxicity is $24.99. And Paradise Lost, 1 second. Paradise Lost is a double LP, $49.99 for Paradise Lost. 2 copies of the Metallica Black Album, 1 copy of the Metallica Black Album, because this one's sold to Todd Emick, Toddmick. That is sold to Todd Emick. And then we have Fear Factory, Obsolete. Fear Factory, and this is a clear and black marble vinyl, $39.99. And then the New America Christmas album, Holiday Harmony, America's on gold vinyl, $29.99. Jeff Beck has 1 bid with David Johnson, a final call for $15. The Carpenters have 2 $25 bids. Old Fashioned Christmas, Wolverine bid $25, Chuck Edgar bid $25. Anybody else in this crate? We got America's new Christmas album, or their Christmas album first time on vinyl. Fear Factory, Metallica the Black Album, Paradise Lost, System of a Down Toxicity, Dream Theater, Emperor, Ghost, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Metallica, System of a Down, At the Gates, Oh Brother Where Art Thou, Metallica Reload, Soulfly, and then Cave In. Now, Cave In, the reason I ordered Cave In, for any of you metal people, is like, why is there a random album by Cave In? Cave In was on a playlist I was listening to called 90s Metal Essentials. And there was 2 Cave In songs on there. And one of them was on Jupiter, that album Jupiter. So I never had ordered Cave In before. And I'm always trying to find something different to order for Thursday Night Metal Night. And so therefore, poof, a Cave In album shows up. Now, I still have both copies. It'd make my day if somebody bought at least one of them. But the first thing I'm going to do is put up a Jimmy Page Vintage Original Pinback button. This is Jimmy Page from his album Outsider, Night Rider. He had a solo album. I think it's called Outsider. Outsider or Night Rider. I think it's Outsider. Jimmy Page, and that's an original pinback. $7 start on that. $7 start. I will be at the, well, I'll be... I'm talking to 2 more people on whether we're going to the game or not, but I'm not going to be here doing the sale regardless. I'm either going to be in front of a TV watching that game or actually at the game, Jake. And I came up here to grab another crate of vinyl, Jake. Jake's bringing me some Mexican food.
Scary stuff out there.
What's going on? Sirens? There's people outside screaming and cars are pulling in and out of the parking lot. Whew. This place, I tell you, y'all hear all this? Listen. Golly, this town is wild on Friday nights. I'm glad I'm in here locked up with security. Oh my gosh. Nashville is slowly working its way into Lebanon. This town's getting bigger, bigger. Sirens, fires, explosions. Natural disasters. Okay, let's bring over another crate right quick. Here we go. And boy, I better take a bite of brownie. If I don't get a spot of brownie in my system. Okay, I'm not going to walk back up front again. I think there's sirens, police lights in the parking lot. All right, here we go. So I left off by saying Carpenter's 26, Carpenter's 28 with Wolverine, Jeff Beck 17, George Jones, Jeff Beck 20, David Johnson, Gerald Ryder, Outrider, the Jimmy Page Outrider. I was all over it, wasn't I? Outrider button, $7 start. And we're good. All right, so Jeff Beck, the most recent bid, George Jones out, David has it for 20. The Carpenter's Christmas album is at 28 with Wolverine. Chuck Yeager, it's up to you. And there's Jimmy Page. Here is that newest ministry. The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Rocktober, $39.99. I still got all these available. It's a new expanded edition. If you don't have this already, the new expanded edition, $39.99. New bid on the Carpenters for $30. And then the other Warren Zevon is called Learning to Flinch. This has been one of the more popular ones. Learning to Flinch, back in print. It's been out of print. $38.99 on that. And then Dream Theater. This one's called Train of Thought. Dream Theater Train of Thought is sold to Chad Snyder. That one is sold. Thank you, Chad Snyder. That's sold to you. Dream Theater Train of Thought. I have a couple left. And I think both of these are still available. They are. Dream Theater Train of Thought is still left, $39.99. Did Jacob have that ministry? Well, regardless, this is a new expanded edition that comes out today with unreleased tracks. So even if you have a copy of it, that has new bonus tracks on it. Fleetwood Mac is on blue vinyl, $38.99. That's just me trying to sell it to you, but it's honestly the truth. $38.99. This is on blue vinyl. That's a new copy of Tusk. And then the other Dream Theater is Systematic Chaos. One is sold to Chad Snyder. Thank you, Chad Snyder. Systematic Chaos is sold to him. And I think I've got several left. I do. I still got several of these Dream Theater Systematic Chaos, okay? Those are done. Jeff Beck is, nobody bid on Jimmy Page, so he's a $7 buy now. Jeff Beck is sold. Jeff Beck is officially sold to David Johnson for $20. That crate was fast because there was only a couple titles in there. That's some of the most stocked Rocktober titles I got. And then we're about to sell the Carpenters for $35. So 35 of Wolverine going once and twice. And that left Dream Theater. Oh, I skipped one. My bad. I actually only have 3 copies of Dream Theater left. Let me mix these up because they're kind of camouflaged. I got, the other one was Mr. Bungle, Disco Volante. I almost forgot about that one. Mr. Bungle is $38.99. Yeah, Mr. Bungle. So I forgot about those. Those are still available as well. Those look almost identical to Dream Theater, the tops of them. All right, so there's those. And I think I have this one up here. Hope everybody's done me a favor. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you've hit the like button and you've subscribed. And if you're watching over on Facebook, also make sure you've hit the like button. I greatly appreciate that. We're down to one more crate here before we get into some of the newest stuff. So obviously I would not go anywhere. Otherwise you're going to regret it. Wake up in the morning and be like, holy crap, why the heck did I do that? So, yep. I'm going to grab, after we go through the new stuff, which comes up next, I'm going to do some other new vinyl. I'm going to go fill up a whole crate off the rack up front, do a little Friday night flash sale. Okay? Crate discount code. It should be, yeah. Yeah, if you're, that's under our account, so it should be good. Okay, and Carpenters is sold to Jason Boxell for $35. I should have Jason Boxell. I should have took Jason Fortinrat's offer last night of $50. I said I got to be fair though. We got to run them for auction because they'd never been shown, and I did promise them auctions. And let's do the other one now. The other one is right here. The Carpenter's Christmas Portrait. This is the good one. This is the highly desirable one. $25 start on the Carpenter's Christmas Portrait. Now up for bid. What is the code? Message Ed to request it. I don't want to share it live here because we're only sharing it with our customers. And I promise you right now, there's a lot of people watching that's not customers that would like to have that code. So we only share it with the customers. So message Ed and he'll take care of you. Now we have up for bid right now. We have Hall & Oates. I would love for everybody to be a customer, but I know there's not out there. But if you are out there, I'd love for you to become a customer. You see the cool stuff you get discount codes from CollectCo for other websites because you're a CollectCo customer. We have Hall & Oates Private Eyes, a $15 start. There's this, there's that, and that's going to go up for a $15 start. Okay, Hall & Oates is a Japanese pressing. First thing we're going to do is this. We have Caius, Welcome to Sky Valley. Caius is $29.99. This is called Welcome to Sky Valley. $29.99. I still got one of those. I've got 2 copies of Helmet, limited edition red and blue vinyl. Helmet is $38.99. I still got both of these. Helmet, that's called Meantime. And then 2 copies of the Godsmack reissue, first time ever on vinyl, $39.99. $39.99 for Godsmack. And we have System of a Down Steal This Album, which is a double LP. SOAD is $33.99. More Metallica, this time in Justice for All. Shortest Straw, Harvester of Sorrow, $44.99. And then Emperor, Anthems to the Welkins at Dusk. And this last one, this one here is sold to Thrasher Morales. That was his third and final claim. And then we have Emperor, Anthems to the Welkin at Dusk. And this is $33.99. This is Emperor, $33.99. Godsmack 1000's $33.99. Chevelle. Now, I think this is the only Chevelle because there were several claims and waiting lists, and I think, yeah, this is the only one left. So Chevelle was first claimed to Jake Perganson, okay? Chevelle, Wonder What's Next. And then let's put Amanda Davis. No. Let's put Amanda Davis on a waiting list for Chevelle. Wonder What's Next. Okay, so Amanda Davis on a wait list for Chevelle. And this one here goes to Jake Perganson. Thank you, Jake, on that. Next is 2 copies of System of a Down Mesmerize. That's $24.99. Slipknot Volume 3, The Subliminal Verses. This Slipknot is sold to Tim Colino Jr. Thank you, Tim Colino Jr. That's sold to you. And then we have Chris Robinson Brotherhood, Phosphorescent Harvest, $24.99 on that. The Carpenters, what did the last one sell for? $160. Wolverine has it for $28. Going once, going twice. Hall & Oates does not have a bid. Final call for $15. Hall & Oates Private Eyes. Final call for $15. And then over here, we have another Pinback. Let's go to page 1 over here. I have a Pinback button of Tom Petty. Let Me Up, I've Had Enough, or Jamming Me. Tom Petty, original Pinback button, $7 start. Next thing is this, Trivium. Trivium, The Crusade. This one's still available. It's a double LP, $39.99. What's the difference with this, Carpenters? Nothing, just no one's bidding right now. That's why it's about to sell for $28. There's only been 3 bids. There's no difference in it. It's at $28 and it's about to sell. It's original. It's nice condition. There's the same thing. It's a 80s US, exact year unknown, but barcode points to the 80s. I think that's the exact same one we had earlier, the last time, an 80s reissue. Carpenter's Christmas Portrait, $35 and now $40. I turned down an offer last night for $50. I said, we got to run it. Here it is. Dio Holy Diver. The last one, Dio Holy Diver, is sold to Brandon Jones, Thank you, Brandon Jones. That's so to you. There's one extra copy here. And then we have Metal Church, $39.99. That's a music on vinyl press. The Charlie Brown Zoetrope picture disc for $38.99. And then Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. We sold one Tom Petty Greatest Hits to Dave Stevens. One to Dave Stevens. Randy Tabor Jr. I'll also put you on a Chevelle. Now this one's at 40. Don't be surprised if it sells for 190. I will be like, here in a minute, I'll say sold $190. I'll be like, I'm not surprised. Now I think the other Tom Petty, Brandon Jones, wanted it. We have managed to fill up a full crate of vinyl, and I hadn't even got started showing anything yet. This is all stuff from the flip video this morning. We've sold a whole crate, and then I went back through. There was like 3 people who went back on 5 old videos and bought stuff from the old flip videos, and most of it's in stock. So tomorrow morning, I think I have sold another full crate of just old flip video claims. And Chuck Eggers out. So this is at $40 of Jason Boxell. It is, the other one was in shrink and had the Christmas tag. That was pretty cool. You know, it was just a beautiful top copy. This one's very similar. It's at $40. It's a final call. Hall & Oates is at $15. Hall & Oates is at $15, and that is a buy it now, and the Tom Petty button is a $7 buy it now. I'm going to make Hall & Oates. There is a few Japanese pressings, but not many left that I'm going to probably put up for auction. Last night, I've actually showed all these already for buy it nows. The last thing I did last night before we stopped auctions, I showed all the Japanese stuff buy it nows, and we might do that one more time, David, here in just a second. But there's only a few more that's going to go up for auction tonight officially. Okay, we have Tom Petty. So this is sold to Brandon Jones. He said earlier he'll take one if there was one left over. There is. That's sold to Brandon Jones. And then we've got 2 copies of Soundgarden. And they're probably both sold, I believe. The first Soundgarden is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek, Super Unknown. There's one left, $44.99. Also on Chevelle waiting list is Greg Preston. So that same Chevelle that Randy Tabor Jr. and that other person, they also need to be on there of Greg Preston for that waiting list. Nirvana's Nevermind is $36.99. The Doors' Greatest Hits, the new Rhino Reserve, $36.99. Pink Floyd The Walls, $49. And then Joe Cocker with a little help from my friends. Both of these are sold. Clifford Umstead got one, and the other one went to Jake Perganson. Those are both sold and sold. Carpenters is at $41. Wolverine's back in at $45. And then Lamb of God is $24.99. Lamb of God is $24.99. Matt Nichols got the other Soundgarden Super Unknown. Okay? Matt Nichols on Soundgarden Super Unknown. So I figured both of those sold. Wow, what a video. Thank y'all for that watches those at 6 a.m. That's amazing. So, yeah, I think that pretty much reduced everything now into 3 crates. So that is amazing. Matt, I got you. Yep, I just purged everything. Everybody got everything. There's only a couple wait lists. Chevelle waiting list, Chevelle waiting list, and everybody else got everything they wanted. Okay? So Carpenter's over here is at 45 of Wolverine. Make sure you're in our private group. I really appreciate y'all watching those videos. And, of course, the 9 a.m. video. And I used to try to tag those live, but there's usually not much left. All righty, here we go. Was the Night Ranger a $15 start? Night Ranger, we already sold one for $25. That was a backup copy. So we sold one earlier for $25. It was a $15 start originally, though. I had Caden come grab a Black Sabbath light that's been up front behind the counter so we could show it here. Let me move this over a little bit further. There we go. It's pretty cool, isn't it? That's the Black Sabbath lights. And then let me click on the switch. So let's do that one. I like that. Here. I got 2 in stock, not counting this. I'm keeping this one. I'm keeping that one. That's mine. Not for sale. So I got 2 in stock right now for the Black Sabbath lights. What else does it do? That one's pretty cool too. All right. Mike Ospaw said he'll take Night Ranger. Okay. Well, after many debates and ins and outs, Wolverine, you get the Carpenter for 45. Yes, we'll be doing more Christmas stuff later tonight. Let's put up new auctions and let's get in new stuff, okay? 2 Black Sabbath lights in stock, $55. I have 2 in stock right now, not counting that one. All right. Let's see what we have here. I have a waiting list. I got a pre-order. I have a waiting list and a pre-order. So, and then we have all kinds of restocks. So let's get started. Here we go. Here we go. $55 on the Black Sabbath lights. Just $55. Kiss is on its way. Next, I think, is going to be Metallica or Iron Maiden. Let's go over here. Sell these, put these pins in order so the taggers know who got what. The old taggers. Extra SpongeBob that probably belongs to Chad. Okay, so I did put my SpongeBob in the crate. Is that your note, Jake? Okay, yeah, I did put my SpongeBob in the sold crate. All right, there's that. Yeah, it's a USB. So it has a switch. It has a switch that you can change it and sync it to music. It has a QR code on the switch. For those that didn't get instructions, you can hover your camera, your phone camera over the QR code, and I think you can download where it syncs the music. I think it literally, like you can sync it to music and it flashes and moves with the music. It's pretty cool. All right. And Chris Bryant wants one, and I have one left right here. Okay, that's so to Chris Bryant. All right, so here is the Bruce Springsteen Nebraska box, $149.99. Now, I know Jerry Stone wants one, $149.99. This is new, comes out today, and I think Bill Samus wanted one, right? Bill, let me know. It's a 4LP and Blu-ray, Expanded Nebraska. 15 unreleased songs, including tracks from the legendary Electric Nebraska sessions with the E Street Band, solo Nebraska outtakes, and then a remaster of the original album, and then live audio and new film with Springsteen performing all 10 songs. All right, so one sold to Jerry. And then, Jerry, I messaged you about that. I'll check your messages tonight after the sale, okay? And there's one extra. There's one extra Nebraska, really cool. Nebraska, $149.99. I got one extra for all you Boss fans. Paradise Lost Ascension. Paradise Lost is on gold vinyl, $39.99. Next thing we're going to put up right now, over here from the auction crate, is Parliament, the clones of Dr. Funkenstein. Here we go. We have Parliament, the clones of Dr. Funkenstein, a 1976 U.S. Pittman OG. It is with insert. It's in shrink wrap. It's in VG Plus condition. It has, let's take a look at it. So it has a Casablanca envelope. It has a merch insert, and it has an original inner sleeve of all the Kiss albums on there. Part of the big Kiss catalog, Casablanca. $15 start on this. $15 start on that. Did I miss a question about crates earlier from John Durden? John Durden, I think, asked me about crates. Have you got any colors from the crate company you really like? I only got black. Oh, I only order gray, green, blue, red, orange, and green. If I didn't already say that, that's the ones I like for sure. All right. Let me step up here. And Wolverine wants the last Black Sabbath lot. Sold to Wolverine. Thank you. All right. I must have missed that. Let's see here. Yeah, so, okay, Wolverine got one too. All right, those are sold and sold. All right, 1 second. Got to step up front and get a refill. Well, I'm excited to see what they're bringing back from Atlanta. Our buying crew, Tyler, Paul, Tyler, Henry, they're on their way back from Atlanta, and they've been gone a long time, so it must be a heck of a collection. I had to go up here and get another drink, another Diet Coke, trying to get my sugar and calories in and get focused. Sometimes not the easiest thing. Otherwise, I'm going to start making mental errors. And there's a championship on the line. There is a championship on the line. How much are super crates? Well, this Diet Coke's about frozen. That's why I put it up there. It's like a Diet Coke slushie. Jerry Stone, I'll take care of you on that, okay? I will take care of you on that, Jerry Stone. Jerry, I got you. Okay, back in business. So, Parliament was just introduced for auction. I've only shown a couple records in here. Parliament is the clones of Dr. Funkenstein. Shrink wrap, bonus offer sticker. It has the bonus offer materials, which was merchandise. It has the envelope, the inner sleeve, and the actual record is a 76 Pitman. It's a cutout record, corner clipped. It has all the inserts. It's in shrink, VG Plus condition. And I don't know what I said. I might have said Parliament $20 start. It's actually supposed to be a $30 start, but that's okay. We're almost at $30 anyways. That's supposed to be a $30 start, but I think I said 20 because that's where the bid started. Or maybe somebody misheard me, or maybe I just misspoke. We sold 2 copies of Nebraska. Okay? We sold 2 copies of Nebraska. Make a note for me to check on John Bottom drum set for Nathan Carter. Make a note for me to check on Nathan Carter's John Bottom drum set. Bill Stamets got Nebraska. Jerry Stone got Nebraska. Ken Kruger got Paradise Lost. And then, Jerry, I'll take care of you on that. And then Parliament is at $30 with Wayne Carr. There we go. And next over here is going to be this. Next auction is going to be the following. Halloween. Halloween is called Live in the UK. Cool cover. Halloween is an 89 Euro, EU as in Euro. Original under sleeve, VG Plus condition, $20 start on that. Now, this was a stray copy from the other new stuff yesterday. Disco Volante by Mr. Bungle, a 2 LP blue vinyl, $38.99 for that. And then we have a waiting list for Opeth Damnation. I told somebody yesterday there was a stray copy that came in late, and right here it is, Charlie Buck. I told him, I said, Charlie, there's one more coming, and it should be here tomorrow. They split up my order, and here it is. So this is sold to Charlie Buck. Thank you, Charlie. That's sold to you. Opeth Damnation. Now, if anybody else wants one, it'll be a waiting list. There's the very popular Limp Bizkit Significant Other. I get these 2 or 3 at a time. I sell 2 or 3. I order 2 or 3 more. I sell 2 or 3. $39.99 for Limp Bizkit Significant Other. Black Sabbath Light is $55. Next is Pearl Jam 10, $24.99. That's, of course, their debut album. Even Flow. Halloween's at $25. Parliament has 2 $35 bids. And then we have Death, Leprosy. This is that really cool foil cover edition on custom tricolor merge with splatter. Death is $29.99. Don't forget about our pinback buttons. We have 2 no bids, which is Tom Petty and Jimmy Page. Let me grab this binder and try to sell some more. Oh, I think I got some cool vintage stickers over here too. And somewhere or another, we have comic books tonight. I guess they're right here. Yeah, here's our comic books for tonight. Let me grab some of these cool vintage stickers I hadn't got to yet. The other night we auctioned Danzig, and I think I got a really cool speaking of Pearl Jam, yeah, that's what jogged my memory. Very cool Pearl Jam sticker here. Definitely 90s era. $7 start on Pearl Jam, okay? I got some other ones here. We might sell some of these in lots. Yeah, we'll sell some of these coming up in lots, okay? So I got some cool stickers there. First thing is this is Death is $29.99. One sold to Brian Campbell. You can purchase Death for $29.99. Also, we have Buckingham Nicks. This is pretty cool. So this is a live unofficial of Buckingham Nicks live in Tuscaloosa. They actually played, I think, on campus there at the University of Alabama, 1975, $44.99, Parachute Records. What a cool, student union concert that would have been too. Of course, when I was in school, all the acts they booked, I didn't care anything at all about seeing them. But imagine there's hey, Stevie Nicks and Lindsey Buckingham's coming. Of course, at the time, most people didn't know who they were, but that would have been an awesome one to go see. Buckingham Nicks, that's a live concert. Death is sold to Ivan R. Thank you, Ivan R. That's sold to you. Those are sold out if anybody wants on a wait list. And here's another live unofficial, Caius. Caius is $24.99. Caius is $24.99. Okay, so here's the deal on the Black Sabbath lights. Obviously, I can get more. That was our showroom model that I've had plugged up here at the store. I don't mind selling it at all, and because I'm going to order more, and I kind of need this one for a display. So what we're going to do, let's tag Scott Fellows for a light. Okay, I'm going to leave this one plugged up over here so we can sell more tonight. And Scott, I'll go ahead and bill you for one. If they don't come in by the time we're shipping your order, I'll just send you that one. And I'm going to go ahead and order 10 more, okay? So that's my last lot in stock without a doubt, okay? And then now there can be a waiting list, okay? Now there can be a waiting list. And so the waiting list for these could be next week or the week after, just whenever, okay? So let's write down, I'm going to write it down too, Scott Fellows, so we don't forget. Whoever's tagging, though, we're going to key him in one this week. And then anybody else now, from this point on, that wants a Black Sabbath light, there's no way that I can tag you for one this week and guarantee it's going to go out in your next order. It will be a waiting list for sure. Okay? It will 100% be a waiting list. Let me go back up the top and let's update these auctions. Sorry for not calling these fast enough. Parliament, the last bid was $40 with JH over on YouTube. He has it and everybody else is out. We're about to sell them. JH for $40. The last bid on Halloween that came in was Ivan R at $30. Everybody else is out. Pearl Jam, $7 start, no bid yet. Buckingham Nicks is sold, and Buckingham Nicks was sold to Saritha Sessions. Thank you on that. Scott got the last Black Sabbath live. Jay Nutra wants Caius live. That's sold to Jay Nutra. And then over here, Chad, did you show the new vinyl I put up there? I was supposed to go with the other records came in. Did you? I hadn't shown anything tonight. Which ones were they? I don't see anything up here. There's just, oh, no, not yet. No, there's a, I think I see a tab. I think that's coming up in the next crate. It looks like it's coming up in the next crate. Okay? And then Brian Campbell got a Death Leprosy. The other Death album went to Ivan R. If anybody wants on a wait list, let me know. Pearl Jam has a bid for $7. And we got 2 copies of Snot. Snot is a music on vinyl press, new and sealed, $38.99. And then we have a wait list for How the Grinch Stole Christmas. And I went ahead and bought several of these because people's been asking for them. And when I tell everybody that this is that original classic Boris Karloff narration with the theme, and it's on Grinch green vinyl, the crowd seems to agree. Chad, we want one of those. And so I'm always worried around September, October, November, I start ordering 10 at a time. And then come December when I probably really need them, I'll go to order them. It'll say out of stock, back ordered. And then that means they're probably not manufacturing them again until after the first of the year. It always happens with some of the big ones. Let me check my wait list right now for Grinch. And Grinch waiting list is, well, Cynthia was on one earlier this week. Maybe all these are available. I think they might be. Yeah, I think all these are actually available. Yeah, I just went ahead and bought several. All these are available. Grinch is $36.99. Okay, which version of Leprosy? They're same color vinyl. There are a lot of different. Relapse is known for making lots of different color variants. This one is custom tricolor merge with splatter. You can actually see it right here because these do not come sealed, by the way. Relapse records do not come sealed. They just come loose in a baggie. That's what it looks like. Really, really cool, honestly. And it has the foil cover. And I can get other deaths just like that. We're actually a dealer with Relapse. We just rarely put in orders, okay? We just rarely put in orders. I sell out and I forget to do that. So Eric Connard on the Grinch. That's sold to Eric Connard. Thank you on that. Pearl Jam is sold to X-Wing 81 for $7. Thank you on that. And then Halloween, this just got one bid to my knowledge, and that's sold to Ivan R for $30. The last bid on Parliament was 42 with JH. Wayne Carr, you're out. JH is over on YouTube at 42. And then this is called Halloween Ends, the expanded original motion picture soundtrack. $36.99, featuring 10 unreleased cues, new artwork and packaging by Chris Bellheimer, and an exclusive 24 by 36 poster designed by Creepy Duck. Limited edition orange with red splatter. Halloween Ends, $36.99. If I didn't get on the Grinch wait list earlier this week, can I get one? Let me go over here and check my old waiting list. I mean, these wait lists are from last night. I don't see anybody else on Grinch. Faith No More, SpongeBob, Elton John. That's all last night stuff. Sundays, Beatles, David Bowie. Yeah, that's all last night stuff. So I don't see any Grinch waiting list, and there's none on my computer. And I will check one more source. But those should have already been keyed in if they were anything, you know, recent, which is this little stack right here. And I think this would have been, see, Megadeth, Puzzle, King Diamond. Aha, wait a minute. Charlie Buck. Yep. I do have an 01. Yep. Hey, I live off these sticky notes. I carry them. I told you I carry them around in my wallet. I had to go up front and get my wallet. I carry around, I'll go at like the gas station, flip out my debit card little thingy I have, and there'll be a big stack of Post-it notes. And those people at the checkout counter sometimes go, what's this guy? This guy's carrying around big stacks of Post-it notes everywhere. There's Corey James. And there's Charlie Buck. Yeah, some of them I've had for a while. As you can tell, they're like stuff I got to post for pre-orders. It's to people to call, messages. This is how I operate in 2025. I don't, any other way I won't forget. Notes on my phone I don't look at. I'll look at a sticky note, but like a phone, a binder, a notepad, no. Sticky notes. Give me a sticky note, please. All right, so Eric Connard got one live. Charlie Buck was on a waiting list. So there's one for Charlie Buck. I knew in the back of my mind there was somebody. And Corey James. And then Ryan Mustaine. And then Sarith on Halloween. And then what label is this? This is on Sacred Bones Vinyl. Sacred Bones Vinyl. Ivan Asp, then Paul claimed one. And then we have Parliament still getting bids at 50. And then we have Faith No More Live Hollywood, November 1990, $44.99. Faith No More. So I think this has already been fulfilled too. Faith, yeah, we had Fred Cardinale and Tim Voldness. They already got tagged for one. So this is available. This is a live Faith No More, $44.99. This is the original Grinch. This isn't the Jim Carrey. This is the original cartoon from what? Around the 1966? Yeah, 1966. So it tells the story back here. There's the book, the Dr. Seuss book, The Grinch Stole Christmas, 1957. The TV show came out, the TV special came out in 66. That has the narration by Boris Karloff and then the music, like You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch. It's on green vinyl. $36.99. That was a pretty solid crate of new vinyl. We still got auctions going on. Let's do 3 vintage stickers. I don't know if that's a band logo or if it is, it's definitely something black metal. And then Stone Temple Pilots and then GBH. 3 stickers, $5 start. 3 stickers, probably from the 90s, $5 start on that one. And then next thing we have is this. Let's go ahead and put up Danzig, and this is Black Laden Crown. It's a 2017 USOG. Danzig is a $20 start. Here's what's left. That new Bruce Springsteen Nebraska box set comes out today, $149.99. Nathan Carter does want a Grinch. I got a note over here to check on your John Bottom drum set. Black Sabbath lights are a waiting list, okay? Those are $55. I've got to order more, so it'd be nice if I could have a quantity to go by. Otherwise, I'm going to order like 5 or 10. Paradise Lost Ascension. This is $39.99. Is my wallet like George? No, actually, it's just a little flip thing. It's like it just flips open for credit cards. There's no cash in it. There's nothing else except about 4 or 5 cards. It's got 4 or 5 cards in it, about 3 different credit cards, my license, a carry permit, and my Lego card. And then all my sticky notes, which are about that thick sometimes. Mr. Bungle's $38.99. We have Slipknot, Limp Bizkit, Significant Other, Limp Bizkit, $39.99. Pearl Jam 10 is $24.99. Buckingham Nicks live in Tuscaloosa, 1975, $44.99. Caius is $24.99. I Feel Nothing, Cologne, Germany. Snot is $39.99. Grinch, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, green vinyl, $36.99. Halloween Ends, there's one left, $36.99. And Faith No More, which is a live 2 LP. Let me double check the Halloween waiting list. I have one left, Michael Myers. Dun, 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 dun. No waiting list, okay? There's that. Ryan Mustaine wants on the wait list for Black Sabbath. Okay? Parliament. Boy, are we done here. It's been a while. There's a lot of bidding going on. And the last bid, Wayne Carr, 50, JH went out. Mr. Carr, you're a mean one. Mr. Carr. This is sold to Wayne Carr, $50. Thank you. $50. Wayne, I need to follow up with those people that you sent me to the first of the year. Of course, I went over there and bought their records. I just thought about them today. I was going through my camera roll, and I had photos of all that stuff, and I was curious if what they ever did with all that stuff, because I was supposed to go back over there, and I never did. And I meant to tell Paul to go over there because I will never have time, and I forgot to do that. But I thought about them today. Hope that they're doing well, and I hope that they sold all that stuff, but if they still got stuff, we need to send Paul over there. Jeff Brindley has Danzig for 30. Jay Neutra was second. So Danzig is a 2017 USOG, okay? Can you get single LP? I can. If you want me to special order you one. All 3 of these stickers, final call for a $5 start. Stone Temple Pilots, GBH, and whatever that's supposed to be. Okay, 5, final call on that. And let's go through the second crate of new vinyl for tonight. Still got You're a Mean One, Mr. Grinch. Thank you for the people who reminded me about the wait list. Oh, and there's 2 Hatchet Ed crates. Oh, and there's 4 John crates. Oh, and I'm going to do a crate of new vinyl on sale over here, I think. I'm going to go for the front, pull some stuff off the racks. And here we go. Here we go. This has some of our audiophile distributor. I actually only ordered this stuff because there was a Saxon pre-order. And I thought it came out this week, and it was ready to be shipped. Doesn't come out till next week. So I actually ordered stuff that I didn't really need, but I have a feeling y'all are hopefully about to buy it. I just hope that the Tennessee Vols win tomorrow. That's all I hope for right now. That's all I hope for right now. I just need the Tennessee Vols to win tomorrow. Nathan also wanted a copy of Halloween. I guess that was the third and final one then, right? Nathan Carter, Halloween Ends, I'll take one. Got it. Okay, that was the third and final one. I need to go through and see how many of those movies and what versions. Of course, there's what, 15 different Halloween movies? Which versions are in print? Okay. Laura says, new vinyl that got ordered but separated from the rest of this week's order. Okay. And there's going to be a Laura crate sticker. So I'm going to make a decision on where to put this sticker. Laura has drawn a miraculous sticker. I'm going to flip through these. I'm going to make a decision on where to hide it. And this is going to be a short and sweet batch. So you got a high possibility of claiming something in here and getting a sticker. All right, I've made my decision. I'm going to write it down where y'all can't see me write it. And someone's probably about to get a sticker. Okay. There's the location. Let's get started. So these first few back here are Laura's. Next thing I do is Chris Bryant. Next thing I'm going to do, Chris Bryant gets these 3 stickers for $5. The Danzig record is at $40 of J Nutra. Everybody else is out. If you're not J Nutra, you don't have the Danzig record. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that's Creator. Creator is called Endless Pain, a 2017 U.S. reissue with the original inner sleeve, $20 start. I've got 2 copies of Tame Impala Deadbeat. Tame Impala is an indie exclusive Coke bottle clear vinyl, $44.99 for Tame Impala. 2 copies of The Garden. The Garden Kiss My Super Bowl Ring is $24.99. Also, 2 copies. We had one of these the other night. Machine Girl Psycho Warrior, $29.99. Machine Girl Psycho Warrior, $29.99. Robert Vlodarchek on Tame Impala. That's sold to Robert Vlodarchek. 2 copies of Alex G Headlights, $39.99 for Alex G Headlights. And 2 copies of Casey Musgrave's Pageant Material, an anniversary edition on gold glitter vinyl. Casey Musgrave's, $49.99. Danzig is officially sold in to J Nutra for $40. Creator 20. Kristen Barnett on Casey Musgraves. That's sold to Kristen Barnett. There is 1 left of those. There's 1 out. There's 2 Alex G's, 2 Machine Girls, The Garden, and then Tame Impala. Creators at 25. I got 3 copies of Cinderella Long Cold Winter. Almost said long, hard, cold, disastrous, terrible winter. Long Cold Winter, $38.99. And we have 2 copies of The Doors, which is the Analog Productions, 2 LP, 45 RPM, $59.99. Jeremy Bryant wants The Garden. That's sold to Jeremy Bryant. Is Casey 1, 2, Casey 2, or single? This is a single LP, Laura. It looks like it's a single LP. Feels like a single LP. And then, also from Analog Productions, Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky is Crying. Analog Productions, all analog, $44.99. And then Bill Withers' Greatest Hits, Just the Two of Us. Amazing MoFi pressing of that, $44.99. And then we have Holy Moses, Queen of Siam. This is an 89 USOG, $25 start on Holy Moses, Queen of Siam. Creator has a new bid for $31 with Jim B. And then Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Saritha Sessions. That is sold to Saritha Sessions. The other Cinderella is Night Songs, $38.99. And then Extreme 2 Porno Graffiti. Extreme 2 is $38.99. Creator is at $32 right now with Charlie Buck. David Doyle on SRI. If that was for Stevie Ray Vaughan, unfortunately, that was my only copy, David. But as always, if you want to go on a waiting list, I can do that for you. And then Leonard Skinner, which is pronounced Leonard Skinner, another Analog Productions, 2 LP, 45 RPM. For those that don't know, if I say Leonard Skinner or Doors, Analog Productions, 2 LP, 45 RPM, it's going to blow your socks off when you listen to it. You're going to be like, holy crap, Chad. My socks just got blown off trying to listen to this. And then I went upstairs, put on another pair of socks, come back down and listen to side 2, and my socks got blown off again. And I'm going to be like, warning, Have lots of socks before you listen to Leonard Skinner. David Bowie is a new pre-order with Bing Crosby, Pa-Rompa Bum Bum, the Little Drummer Boy picture disc. Now, last night, I sold out on the pre-order, and we had a waiting list. And I went ahead and stocked several in case these things were limited edition, because I've never seen this before in print. This was new, of course. Little Drummer Boy, David Bowie, Bing Crosby, 25. There should be some people over here on a waiting list. Here they are. Right here. I don't have to order so much tonight if all these waiting lists already come in. These things are coming in before I order them. These are $25.99. 2 people last night on a waiting list, Paul Brothers and Brent Robley. So thank you, Paul Brothers. Thank you, Brent Robley. I have that many extras left, several extras. Next thing is David Dole, Stevie Ray Vaughan waiting list, Creator 27, Creator 32, Creator 33, Creator 35. Chad Snyder getting a pronounced Leonard Skinner. Can't go wrong there. Creator 36, okay? And then Holy Moses is a no bid. Final call on that for $25. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read through the crate again, and then I'm going to let you know if the lower crate sticker has been claimed or not. Not before I give you the details on these 2 auctions. We're about to go either through some of the new John stuff, the new vintage pre-owned. There's 2 Hatchet Ed crates, and I think there's a few more new items that came in, like some toys, some people special ordered, etc. But first, though, Holy Moses, Queen of Siam, is an 89 USOG. EX edition, we're looking for a $25 start. And then Creator is a 2017 US reissue. Endless Pain. Creator is at $36. And then we have Little Drummer Boy picture disc. It's sold to Nathan Carter. Holiday Classic. That is sold to Nathan Carter. And Jeff Church wants a Tuscaloosa Buckingham Nicks. You got it. I'm going to grab you one right here. You got it. Okay. This is sold. And that's sold to Jeff Church. Yep. Thank you, Jeff Church. And then we have, from the lower part of the crate, Tame Impala Deadbeat, double LB clear vinyl, $44.99. The Gardens, $24.99. Machine Girl, Psycho Warrior, $29.99. Alex G Headlights, $39. And then Casey Musgraves is the new gold vinyl anniversary edition of Pageant material, $49.99. Next is Cinderella Long Cold Winter, $38.99. Cinderella Long Cold Winter. Holy Moses Queen of Siam is a 1989 USOG, EX condition. The Doors Analog Productions 2LP 45 RPM, $59.99. Bill Withers MoFi, Just the Two of Us, $44.99. Never can have enough of these Cinderellas in stock. Night Songs, $38.99 for Cinderella. Extreme 2 Pornograffiti, $38.99. Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, $59.99. And then David Bowie, Bing Crosby, Peace on Earth, Little Drummer Boy, $25.99. David Baber said, oh, 1989 US. He's out. David Baber only buys records that were manufactured in the year 1988. A putback. We have an extra copy of Ozzy, Bark at the Moon, $29.99. That was from last night. David only buys records that was manufactured in the year 1988. That really puts a strain on how many records you can buy. All right, no Led Zeppelin for you, David Baber. Michael Snared on Little Drummer Boy. Nobody bought Holy Moses. $25 buy it now. Skinner's still available. An amazing sounding record. Probably the best that's in print, without a doubt. Same thing for the Doors. I don't know, it might be a toss-up between this and the Rhino Press. I don't know if anybody has any opinions on that, but this one's been tough to beat for quite some time. All right, and then the lower crate sticker did get claimed. The lower crate sticker did get claimed. Kristen Barnett, if you were having second thoughts, you're not going to have second thoughts anymore, because I wrote down Casey Musgraves for the lower crate sticker. So thank you, Kristen Barnett. Thought that matched up pretty good there. Awesome. Let's put that in a sleeve. Matt Nichols wants it, and somebody, Jeff Brindley, bid 25. Aha. So Jeff Brindley, I will sell you Holy Moses for 25. That is sold for $25 to Jeff Brindley. And then Creator is about to sell for 37. And then Matt, I'll pull the Skinner as soon as I get this in a sleeve. Thank you, Kristen Barnett. Anybody else want anything else in here, just let me know. Let me get this in a sleeve. This is Laura's new vinyl crate, Laura edition. Thank you, Jake, as always. Jake is walking out the door. He's put in a lot of hours today. My sister just left a while ago. She said she'd worked 9 hours today. My nephew had just left. He said he'd been working 9 hours. And then Paul and them, they left this morning at 9:30, and they're not back yet, so they've been putting in some time today on the road. Nathan Carter wants Bark at the Moon, and that's sold. And then we have the Matt Nichols getting that Last Analog Productions. That's sold. And then Creator is at 38 with Brian Campbell. Stephen Lewis Jr., just so you know, you were outbid. He says he's done. That's about to sell for $38. And then if it hasn't gone up yet, what time for the Bruce box set? Thanks. Right now. Bruce Dickinson, Solo Works, 1990 to 2005. Bruce Dickinson is a 2017 6 LP, 6 album, 9 LPs. 6 LPs, 6 albums, 9 LPs. It's a 2017 box set. All the discs are near mint minus. $175 start for Bruce Dickinson. That is now up for auction. All right. And then Creator is sold for $38 to Brian Campbell. Okay. Awesome. So toss up, Hatchet Ed, new stuff. Let's see what we got going on over here. Let me take a peek at well, actually, let me show these items. To the Vlotter checks, it looks like you special ordered the rest of these toys that goes with the Lambert set. Did I price these? I don't know if I've priced these for them, though. Have I priced these? I'll get prices on for you, but this is sold to Vlotter checks and Vlotter checks. That was a Sarah and the Worm and Ludo from the Lambert movie with David Bowie. So there's those. And do we have prices on those? Were they down in that last crate? Let me see here. No. I will figure that out. Let me just set this over here. I thought I filled that out on the sheet, but I guess I didn't. They're not on here, Mr. Bungle. No, I'm not for sure where those invoices are for those. So, but Vlotter checks, thank you. I can let you know soon. Could have swore that I wrote those down. So it looks like that leaves Jareth the Goblin King. There's 2 different Jareths, by the way. So, all right, let's put those right over here. How about we go through one new vintage crate? All right. Let's go through one new vintage crate, probably the check condition crate. John said he got back into some of these imports. And then we'll do the Hatchet Ed crates, probably back to back. And then that will leave new arrivals over here. Okay. So let's do this. Let me take a peek in this. We're going to go through new vintage stuff, buy it now or best offer. I got a few comments to get caught up on. Let me do that. Let me slide this right in here. Okay. So, first thing is this. Overtime money. Sometimes, but I try not to. Can I put my Pantera Far Beyond Driven back? Let me find it. Now, do you have the 2 LP Rhino edition? Because that's a lot different than the one. I think that's in a last crate. Let me just make them. I probably can find it right quick. That way we might go ahead and sell it. Pantera, probably this one right here, right? All right, let's pull this out. This is put back
whoever's watching this an hour later into the stream tomorrow, and it's still available. Far Beyond Driven, Rhino 2LP, $39.99. Okay, that's back available. Next comment, Bruce 175, Bruce 180, Bruce 190, Bruce 200, Bruce 210. All right, so Bruce 175, Bruce 180, Bruce 200, Bruce 210. New auction. We have, going up for bid right now, Pulp Fiction. This is pretty amazing. So this is, yeah, I've had this before. This is a actual 1994 OG sealed copy, which is pretty dang tough to get. I think it was only sold, even though there is a hop sticker on it and a barcode, I'm pretty sure this is one of the ones that was maybe only sold through the club. If it was available in stores, it was very limited edition. So Pulp Fiction, a 1994 sealed with hop sticker, but it could be other editions. So the note on from Laura, the hop sticker and the barcode, I think still is the same barcode for the new ones being made yesterday. But I've had a club copy or an original before, and this is very similar. This is going to go up for a $75 start. That is tough to get. Soundtrack of the year, $75 start. Okay. Here we go. Bruce is still getting bids. Not surprised. All right, new check condition stuff. Buy it now or best offer. Kansas Audio Visions. Kansas is EX condition, $17.99. $17.99 EX condition. These are buy it now or best offer. Pulp Fiction $75 start. Bruce is at $240. The Kinks Misfits VG Plus condition, $9.99. $9.99 for the Kinks VG Plus condition. Billy Joe Piano Man, early 80s press for Piano Man, EX condition, $17.99. Captain Jack is on there, $17.99. Sticks, this is definitely a foreign copy because the actual logo is on the cover. That's not like that on the US. Unfortunately, there is some writing on the cover and on the back, EX condition, $14.99. And let's take a look at the label. I bet it's UK. It's a Holland, so definitely a foreign European copy. $14.99 on that. Bruce is at $250. Pulp Fiction, a $75 start. Let me see what else I have over here in the Pinback buttons. And also, don't forget, we got a few comic book bundles over here tonight. We got more of those bundles that's made up. There's actually 7 boxes of comic book bundles. Some of them take up like there's one bundle that takes up 2 entire short boxes. I think it's a complete run of a series. Back to the buttons though, few more miscellaneous things I want to run. How about the Rolling Stones? That sounds interesting, eh? So let's see what we got here of the Rolling Stones. I'm going to say this is 80s. I mean, the picture's from the 60s, but I don't think that's 60s. I'm not one to say for sure, but it's definitely vintage. Most of these have been from the 80s. $7 start on the Rolling Stones. Okay. Pantera, Grumpy says he'll take the Far Beyond Driven. That's now sold to Grumpy Moose Gaming. Can't go wrong there. There's that. Okay. And then boom. And then over here, we have Steve Miller Band, Italian X-Rays, VG Plus $14.99, Indiana Map Pins. I think we've already sold one. I thought. Denise, did I possibly put one up? And I feel like I put one up and said, is Denise watching? And I think I sold it. And it wasn't tonight, though. It was one night. We have Outlaws, Lady in Waiting, VG condition, $9.99. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, VG Plus, $29.99. Cover variant B with the brown baggie, VG Plus, $29.99. Hetty, self-titled, EX $17.99. The Bruce Dickinson box is about to sell. Chris Gardner, $255. Jeff Brindley's out. Solo Works. Final call to get a bid on Pulp Fiction. $75 start, a sealed copy. 1994 OG with hop sticker. Tony Freeman on Steve Miller Band. That's sold to Tony Freeman. We also have Men at Work Business as Usual. EX edition, $22.99. has the original inner sleeve, $22.99. And then we have Saretha Sessions on Led Zeppelin. It wasn't tonight, it was one night. Is that what I said? And then PF came in late as Is It OG? Yes. Bruce has a new bid for $260. This is an OG 94 Pulp Fiction sealed with hop sticker. Ozark Mountain Daredevils, the Car Over the Lake album, VG Plus $9.99. Mike Helton on Piano Man, VG cover, EX vinyl, so to Mike Helton. That is done. We're not done on Bruce. It's at $260. We also have Deep Purple, Deepest Purple, the very best of Deep Purple. That's VG $12.99. New check condition stuff, buy it now, best offer. The Eagles' greatest hits. You'll see at least one, maybe 3 copies every night. It's one of the best-selling albums of all time, so naturally there are millions of them out there. VG condition $14.99. Now Bruce is at $275. Now we have 2 new bidders. If anybody wants the Rolling Stones, it's a pinback button from probably the 80s, a $7 buy it now. And we have Toto, self-titled. Toto is VG Plus, $14.99. Pulp Fiction, the barcode is yellow. So let me explain this again. If you scan this barcode, it pulls up, I think, every pressing that's ever been made. They've used that barcode, including the brand new ones, I'm pretty sure. Now, with our given expertise, from Laura's opinion and my opinion, for having definitely a confirmed OG, it's the right vinyl, it's the right sleeve, the right colors, and it has a hop sticker that I think was only used on the 94 OGs. It's sealed, it's never been opened. It's a $75 start. It's sealed, it's never been opened. This right here is obviously a clear indicator of an OG. The weight of the vinyl, the clarity, and the design of the jacket. Now, you cannot confirm. It's kind of like a Schrodinger's cat. You can't measure it until you open it up. But I can tell you right now, unless you have X-ray vision, Vegas odds, that's a 94 OG. That's Chad's expert vinyl opinion. Bruce Springsteen, $275. Now, I'll tell you, if I have something I don't think is OG, there's no way to tell. I'll say it's one of the two. That one, same thing, it's one of the two, or one of many. But if I was betting, I think it is. For those that's going to open it, you'll find out. Aaron Civic on Deep Purple. That's so to Aaron Civic. Stacy on the Rolling Stones button for $7. Thank you, Stacy. That's so to you. Toto got an offer for $9. So to Jeremy Rourke. Now, Pulp Fiction has a bid for $75. And now Bruce Dickinson is up to Tom Kelly. Rob Fordham has it for $275. Badfinger, straight up. This has been out of print since basically when it came out in the early 70s. There was one pressing in the 90s, and then that was it. Straight up. Baby Blue, $24.99. Also, we have James Gang Rides Again. Funk 49 with Joe Walsh. Original label. Gatefold jacket, $14.99. Bob Seger, Beautiful Loser. Kathmandu, Traveling Man, VG $12.99. Tom Kelly, it's all up to you. Jim B is in on Pulp Fiction at $76. Stephen Free, $78. I think everybody's checking the barcode. They're checking it. They're like, holy crap, Chad's doing it again. He's got a $300 record up right now, and the bid's only at $75. See all the bids coming in. Everybody's Discogs. Oh my gosh, holy crap, Chad's doing it again. He's got a $500 record up for a $75 start. Next is Holbrook on BF. And BF was for Badfinger. That's so to Holbrook CM. Next thing, Brogan Scones on Bob Seger. Everybody's wiping the sleepy out of their eyes. They're like, wait a minute. Am I seeing this for real? Is Chad really putting up this $1,000 record right now for a $75 start? And it's about to sell because no one's bidding on it. Matt Nichols gets James Gang. That's so to Matt Nichols. Now Pulp Fiction 80. Now Pulp Fiction 88. And then over here, we have the Who Hooligans, VG Plus 24. I know everybody's decided to open their laptop and go to Discogs and go, holy crap, is Chad really putting up this $1,500 record for a $75 start? Next thing is Rush Moving Pictures. Rush is a UK edition. EX condition, $32.99. EX, $32.99. That is a Holland press mastered by Bob Ludwig. Modern Day Warrior, Mean Stride. Nice. This is up $32.99. 94 is only a yellow barcode. It is, at this point, I bet I could, let's open it up. No, I'm joking. It's a 94. Like I said, it's a 1,000 to 1. That's the odds I'm giving it. It's definitely a 94. If it's not, I'd be shocked. Okay? I was waiting for the bot now. GMB was hoping it would sell for 75 so he could sell it on Discogs for $499.99. Not happening today. Everybody's kind of woke up from their mid-afternoon naps, hopped on CollectCo, and was like, holy crap, Chad's doing it again. He's selling another $1,000 record like he's done all week for $75. Sticks Cornerstone, VG Plus, $14.99. And the best of Joe Walsh, EX, $17.99. The Bruce box is sold. I never did hear back from Tom Kelly. He must have lost his dial-up connection. Never mind, he did say out. Sorry, Tom, he did say out. Tom Kelly, thank you. And this sold to Rob Fordham for $275. This is a buy it now best offer crate. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to start a new crate because this one's full. And the Bruce box is going to take up a lot of space. So let me swap these out. Let me grab this new empty crate here. And folks, we are officially rolling. All right, so this is sold. And this is a buy it now best offer crate. And now where are we on the Pulp Fiction record? Okay, Pulp Fiction. Stephen Freyu, $95. Final call. Everybody else is out. First thing is John McPatriot on Sticks Cornerstone. That is sold to John McPatriot. Faces. Will somebody please buy? I mean, we need to clear out the wall. We're down to one copy of Porno for Pyros, $36.99. Just came back in print. Good luck getting an original. You're going to spend $200 or $300. Buy this one right now for $36. Dream Theater just came back in print. It's only $39.99. Any other version before this would have been super expensive. And then Faces. OGs with the original cover are tough to find. This is going to sound better. It's going to look better. It is $39.99. It's numbered. And then we got the David Lee Roth box set for $134. Let's go ahead and just clear all these off and we'll put up new stuff. What was Who asking price? The Who Hooligans, that double LP compilation, $24.99. Sticks is already sold, Troy Overmeyer. And we had Head East, a different kind of crazy. This is EX Edition $17.99 and Haircut 100 Pelican West. EX Edition $17.99 and Ice House. Ice House is EX Edition $17.99. Alice in Chains is our next auction. Alice in Chains is a, let me look at this one. Okay, so this is either going to be a 2009 US, a 2009 Euro, or a 2019. She said they all basically sell for the same amount of money. So probably same everything. It's sealed. If you just want a copy of Black Gives Way to Blue, it's a $55 start for Alice in Chains. Up here, how much was Rush? Rush appeared to be a UK pressing, possibly an original, not for sure, $32.99. It's mastered by Bob Ludwig. It's not bad. The cover's kind of worn, always shows a little bit of wear. EX, $32.99. Fairlane Dave gets the Who for $17. And we have BOJW for $14. BOJW, Best of Joe Walsh, sold to Grumpy for $14. And Nathan Carter says Ozark Men $20. Is that like a double comment? Is that like you're offering that for both of these? This will be $18 if you want it, and Ozark is $7 if you want it. So $25 for both of them. Dar Mitchell, I just sold Joe Walsh, and I just sold Joe Walsh for $14 instead of $18. So I just shot myself in the foot over at $4. There was a new bid on Pulp Fiction. It's up to one person, Mr. Stephen Freyu. Stephen, you've been outbid. Mike Pierce gets Rush for $28. That was really nice looking, Mike. I think you're going to like that one. Next is Hall & Oates No Goodbyes, EX $17.99, and the best of the Doobies. The Doobie Brothers is EX Edition, $12.99. Our next pinback button is going to be, as soon as I get it out of this device here, this is Judas Priest, Ram It Down. Another vintage pinback button. Judas Priest, Ram It Down, $7 start. Okay, next auction, thank you for falling over naturally for me. Grand Funk's Greatest Hits. She's Some Kind of Wonderful. Locomotion. EX Condition, 1999, Green Capital reissue. I have not heard back from Stephen Free on Pulp Fiction. We're about to sell it for $100 to Chris Frazier. Next thing over here is Alice in Chains has bids for 65 of Paul Catrich. Bad Company, Desolation Angels. Rock and Roll Fantasy, VG Plus $14.99 for that. Bad Company. Also Ted Nugent, Free for All, VG Plus $9.99. And then CCR, the concert. This is EX edition, $24.99 for Creedence Clearwater Revival. Coming up is 2 Hatchet Ed crates. First thing we have, though, is Nathan Carter. I told him 7 and 18 on these. 7 and 18, both sold to Nathan Carter. Thank you and thank you. Broken Scones on Ted Nugent. Meatloaf doing some of the vocals on that album. Jeff Malwitz, you were second. The Go-Go's Vacation, VG Plus $14.99. And the Beach Boys, Endless Summer. That's a Music for Pleasure 20-track compilation, $14.99. Alice in Chains sold 1 bid, $65 to Paul Catrich. Pulp Fiction, unfortunately, oh my gosh, that was a buzzer beater unlike any other. Holy moly. Stephen Free, you $101. I could not get the word sold out fast enough. New bid, Chris Frazier, you're out. Stephen came in at 101. Boy, that was beyond a buzzer beater. I was like, oh no, I've lost Stephen Free. Judas Priest, final call on that for 7. And then CCR. CCR, if you want this, J Nutra, $20. Also, Steely Dan Aja, VG Plus, $24.99. Steely Dan, VG Plus, AA with the B matrix scratched out, $24.99. Peg is on that one. And then AC/DC, Flick of the Switch, VG Plus, $29.99 for AC/DC. AC/DC, Flick of the Switch is not bad for VG Plus, honestly. The cover has a little stain here. This is $29.99. Okay. Next thing is this. So let's see here. Thought you said no. CCR. Well, not for sure what I said, but it's marked EX $24.99. $24.99. Mega Blast is back in on Pulp Fiction at $102. Okay, so now Stephen, you've been outbid. Chris is done. Now we're back down to 2 people. That's an OG 94 sealed with hop sticker. OG 94 sealed with hop sticker. Our next auction, and then Laura, if you could make a delivery. This is the last one that's in the bin. Laura's working on the rest of them. We have a 2019 Record Store Day exclusive of Green Jelly Serial Killer. Green Jelly Serial Killer is a limited edition 1500 on clear vinyl on glow-in-the-dark splatter. Green Jelly, a $50 start. If anybody wants Judas Priest, it's a $7 buy it now. George Sherritt said 23 on AC/DC, sold. Stephen Free, you've been outbid on Pulp Fiction. We'll give Stephen Free 7 minutes. Next thing over here is this. Kansas Audio Visions, EX Condition, $17.99. The Misfits, Kinks. Nope, it's the Kinks Misfits. Boy, that one right there will cause a lot of confusion. There'll be people just passing by and they'll say, whoa, which Misfits album, Chad? No, it's the Kinks. It's the Kinks Misfits. That one can cause a lot of confusion. Chris Bryan on Judas Priest. Holy crap. That was wild. That scared me to death. Could y'all hear that? One of these bulbs, one of these halogen bulbs, like just started like it was about to explode or something. It started hissing and it flickered and then blew out. Holy crap. That got my heart rate up. That was wild. Got a lot darker back here all of a sudden. Okay. Next thing is Pulp Fiction out, sold to John Durden for $102. Sold, 102 to Mega Blast. Green Jelly has a bid for $50. Next is Chris Bryant, got Judas Priest. Stacy was second. And then, Paul, you got that. We have Styx, EX $14.99, a UK edition, but it does have some writing on the cover. Outlaws Late in Waiting, VG $9.99. Head East is EX $17.99. Be Yourself Adventure gets the Kinks. That sold. Eagles Greatest Hits, VG $14.99. Also, Head East is EX $17.99, a different kind of crazy. Haircut 100, Pelican West EX $17.99. Ice House is EX $17.99. Hall & Oates is EX $17.99. The Best of the Doobies is EX $12.99. Grand Funk Greatest Hits EX $19.99. Bad Company VG Plus $14.99. The Go-Go's Vacation VG Plus $14.99. The Beach Boys Endless Summer, VG Plus $14.99. Steely Dan Asia, VG Plus $24.99. And CCR, The Concert, EX $24.99. Green Jelly Serial Killer soundtrack. Green Jelly is a 2019 Record Store Day, limited to 1,500 on glow-in-the-dark dark splatter, clear vinyl, but it glows in the dark. It's at $51, okay? Now, we have a whole new delivery of auctions here from Laura. Perfect. She's still working on the last few, but we're going to put up Dio, big difference. Dio, We Rock. This is an 84 UK OG. It's a live 3-track, 12-inch single. Dio, We Rock, a $15 start on Dio. Good luck on that, okay? Matt Nichols on the Go-Go's. That's so to Matt Nichols. And first thing we have is Green Jelly 51. Matt Nichols got the Go-Go's. We're about to do the Hatchet Ed. And here we go. The Japanese pressings are about to be a bot now. We're going to reduce the price again. So last night, I did them, what was ever left for $35. We sold a bunch out of there. What's ever left here in the Japanese crate, whatever's left here in the Japanese crate, $25 bot nows. I've got one I'm pulling out for an auction. Two I'm pulling out for an auction. There's at least two in here that were new for today. And then buy it now, buy it now. All these are buy it nows for $25. Final price. This is it. Otherwise, they're going to be $15 start laters, and any $15 start I've put up tonight has averaged about $35. Okay? So $25 buy it nows on the rest of this week's Japanese pressings. You can pick them up for $25. Jeff Beck with the Jan Hammer Group Live, $25. Jeff Beck Go Disc Compilation, $25. Billy Joe Innocent Man, $25. Billy Joe Innocent Man, $25. The Beach Boys Light Album, $25. ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $25. ABBA's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $25. Hall & Oates H2O, $25. J. Giles Show Band, J. Giles Band Showtime, $25. Three Dog Night, the best of Three Dog Night, $25. Whitney Houston Self-Titled, $25. ABBA The Visitors, you know the price. ABBA The Album, same price. Chicago, which is a ABBA again, the very best of ABBA, that would be $25. Also Chicago 16, Chicago Grand Prix 20, Chicago again, which is Chicago 10, and this Chicago, which is another compilation called The Great Chicago. J.D. Conklin wants the Beach Boys for $25. Sold. Let's get that in a new sleeve for him. Quick buy it nows. Now also, David, if you're not watching those 9 a.m. videos every morning in the group, which I don't think you are, I had about 7 Japanese buy it nows for $20 that were no bids from last night, and I think they all got claimed. J.D. Conklin also gets Hall & Oates for $25, okay? That's also sold for $25. Let's put that in a new sleeve. Also $25. There's that. There's that. And then Brian Call got J. Giles Showtime for $25. Okay? Nice Japanese pressings. Just sold several there. Boom, 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 boom. Anybody want on a wait list for the Black Sabbath light? LED, USB port, plugs right into your wall. Put it on your record shelf. 25 on this, 55 on the Black Sabbath lights. Next is SIG on the Chicago comp. Great Chicago. So to SIG. Thank you on that. Let's put that in a sleeve for him. And then I got a Beatles Red Album compilation and a Billy Joe Innocent Man Master Sound auction. Okay. Next thing is this. Green Jelly. Last bid on my screen was Jeremy Rourke at $51. I don't see any other bids. So to Jeremy Rourke for $51. Dio, We Rock. Dio, We Rock. The last bid on Dio. Floyd Wilson tied Sean Drew and who bid $15. Everybody else is out. Hall & Oates for $15 on the left, Private Eyes. This is sold for $15 to Chad Snyder. Three Dog Night, label, and songs. Give me 1 second. And then Green Jelly 60. Flag, Chris Frazier said he bid 55 on Green Jelly. He did. Let's put Green Jelly back up. I missed Green Jelly here for $55. Chris Frazier has this at $55. Now Tony Swanson's at 60. Now that's back up for bid. What is Dio? Give me 1 second. Do I have any new copies of? I do not. I unfortunately don't have that in stock at the moment. I probably need to order some, but I do not. Okay? We have not sold Kingdom Come tonight. We sold one last night, and somebody wanted Three Dog Night, label, and price. Three Dog Night is on MCA Records, and this track listing is Try a Little Tenderness, Eli's Coming, Shambhala, till the world ends, Liar, Never Been to Spain, The Show Must Go On, Old Fashioned Love Song, Out in the Country, Easy, Mama Told Me Not to Come, Black and White, One is the Loneliest Number, and Joy to the World. Okay, this is all Japanese pressings, $25. So we had Three Dog Night, Chicago, 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 ABBA, 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 Whitney Houston, ABBA, ABBA, Billy Joe, Jeff Beck. Now, will these be for sale again later? Yes, probably for $15 starts. Right now, you can pick them up for $25. I would recommend doing that. Okay, who's ready? The Hatchet Ed crate is about to happen. Dio still getting bids, so is Green Jelly. So, Chris Frazier, you're out on Green Jelly. Tony Swanson's in at $60. Excuse me, $60. Chad's got the hiccups. Chad needs some more Diet Coke. Chad needs a Monster. Chad needs something. A Hatchet Ed crate. Let's do it. All right. Let's do the one with the unpaid auctions. Oh my gosh, whose invoice was this? That's not cool at all. Let me text Ed about this. Three Dog Night is up to Henry's Choice. If Henry's Choice wants it, it's his. If not, it's sold to Tom Moran and then Chad Snyder. Okay? All right, let's go through this Hatchet Ed crate here. Half of it in the front are auctions, and there are some absolute crazy expensive ones in here. And I'm about to figure out who this is so I can make sure they're blocked on Facebook and out of the group. Okay? Got to make sure so they don't ever slip in again, because this is pretty crazy, these in here. I mean, seriously crazy. Never had one of this. There's one in here of this magnitude I've never seen before. Canceled like that. Green Jelly is still getting bids. It's now at $62. The last bid on Dio was Alonzo Breezy at $20. Everybody else is out. Okay? And here we go. Let's put up at least... Well, let's get started in this crate first. So, quick update. Dio We Rock is a 3-track with 2 live tracks. We Rock is obviously the studio single. The last bid on Dio that came in was Alonzo Breezy for $20. Everybody else is out. Green Jelly's between 2 people, Chris Frazier and Tony Swanson. Tony, you just got outbid. This is on clear vinyl. 2019 Record Store Day, $65 with Chris Frazier. Okay? Okay. Okay, so the Three Dog Night is sold to Tom Moran. So Tom Moran, you do get the Three Dog Night for $25. All right, let's get that in a new sleeve for him. So first thing in here, these are all sticker price, of course. This is 4 sealed albums that I did for essentially $28. I don't remember this. Larry Howard, No Money Down, Do Your Duty, Blue Monday, Andy Zerling, Spiders in the Night. It was 4 sealed records. 4 sealed records, $28. Okay? 4 sealed records, $28. Sold to Dwayne Caldwell. All right? So same thing. We just might want to put, that could be confusing, whoever's tagging. I would just say 4 sealed albums, $28. Okay? Thank you, Dwayne. Next is Morphine Good. That's the new Rocktober from last week. Green vinyl, $29.99. New sealed Kicks, Cool Kids, Friday Music. Should be on gold or silver vinyl, $39.99. Green Jelly is sold to Chris Frazier for $65. Alonzo gets Dio for $20. And then we have Hawkwind, Quark, Strangeness, and Charm. Hawkwind is a 1977 U.S. Los Angeles. It is OG with the original on her sleeve. EX edition, a $25 start on Hawkwind. And then our next auction is going to be called Killer. And Killer is called Shockwaves on Mausoleum Records, 1984 Belgium. $15 start on that one. All right. Next thing is the Time Lapse. Time Lapse Now, 1989 German, a psych record, $12.99. The Rock and Roots of Iron Maiden, which is a live Iron Maiden recordings, I think we determined from, not for sure, $34.99. That's new and sealed. There's the Iron Maiden Live in New York bootleg. We also had those tonight. Yellow vinyl, Iron Maiden, $29.99. And then Journey, that is their first album, pre-Steve Perry. VG Plus vinyl, VG cover because of minor ring wear, $24.99 on that. Hawkwind, no bid, $25 start. Killer's a $15 start. And let's go ahead and put up this right here. Judas Priest Turbo. Judas Priest Turbo is a top copy. It is an 86 OG and shrink wrap hop sticker, original sound warehouse. It is a $35 start. Iron Maiden yellow vinyl. You're talking about this one right here, right? That's sold to Michelle Clements. Brian, let me know which one you want. I have another one of those yellow vinyl ones on that one if you want me to check on it for you. Or if you want the other one, the Roots and Rock. We have the Offspring Americana. The Offspring is $34.99. Eric Clapton. This is in VG condition, $14.99. It's called Eric Clapton at His Best. And Ray Bradbury, The Martian Chronicles. Narrated and read by Leonard Nimoy, a.k.a. Spock from Star Trek, $34.99. Judas Priest is a $35 start. Jeff Brinley Killer's a $15 start. Yellow vinyl. I can find you one of those right now, Brian. Call. Let me get you one of those right here. Should be in one or two of these crates here. And then right now we're in a new Hatchet Ed crate. There's still 3 more new crates from John, which should be pretty incredible. And then there's, like I just said, another Hatchet Ed crate. So that is sold to Brian Call. Both of those are sold. Killer has a new bid for $16. Judas Priest, no bid yet. An OG top copy. One more look at it. Beautiful. Ritual on her sleeve and everything. $35 start. $35 start. Turbo. Okay. Hawkwind's about to be a buy it now. Michelle also wants the other Iron Maiden in the bin. This one here. That's also sold to Michelle Clements. Robert Vladicek on The Martian. That's sold to Robert Vladicek. Judas Priest does have a bid. Pink Floyd, Uma Guma, a Jacksonville press. VG Plus, $29.99. A Jacksonville press. Pink Floyd, Uma Guma, $29.99. John Barry, somebody just bought that. New and sealed, the newest album by 21 Pilots, Breath. And that is on red vinyl, $33.99. Did the Faces sell? Faces is available, $39.99. Brian Call gets Pink Floyd. That's sold to Brian Call. Also, Alice Cooper Goes to Hell. No condition notes on this. Really clean looking copy. $29.99. These are Hatchet Ed non-pays and putbacks. They're all available. Okay, they're all available and they're all sticker price. Iron Maiden again, this time live at the Dynamo Open Air 2000. That one's $29.99. And Cinderella, all the songs from Walt Disney's Cinderella, VG Plus, $14.99. Nobody bid on Hawkwind. Hawkwind is a $25 bot now. Cork, Strangest, and Charm, 77 Los Angeles OG. Judas Priest, surprisingly, just one bid, sold for $35. $35 right here. $35 bot now on that, and that's, or $35 winning bid to Corey Ross. And now Killers at $21 with David Baber. Do you still have New Sabbath lights? We have a waiting list. This is just a model for display. We are sold out of Black Sabbath lights. There are 0 in stock. There'll be more in hopefully next week. Killers at 21. Michelle first on Cinderella. Sean Druin gets this other Maiden here. Hawkwind's a $25 buy now. Alice Cooper again, this time Special Forces. VG on that one, VG cover, $14.99. We have Descendants, Milo Goes to College on gray vinyl, $31.99 on that. And we have Buckingham Nicks on pink vinyl. Wow, the pink vinyl. Or is that the one that's, which one's the tough one to get? I'm not for sure. Now, the way I do this, if I have a wait list for something, I'll go check later. But if it pops up in a Hatchet Ed bin, I give it to whoever's watching live. Buckingham Nicks, $29.99. We're going to make available at some point for pre-order. I'm going to be posting, making a pre-order for about any kind of light you can think of. But right now, we just got Black Sabbath and Kiss. We have Hawkwind, so for the $25 buy now to Jeff Brindley. Brandon Jones on Buckingham Nicks. Killer has a bid for $26. And Wayne Carr was next. Pink was the tough one. What is that, like a $100 record? We also have Black Sabbath Paranoid. This is sealed, a 2016 blue vinyl, $69.99. And don't worry, we have a list. I think I'm up to 190 suggestions and custom lights. If you can name a band, like I said last night, we have somebody wanting to buy a light for it. You could name any band on earth. I've even said somebody wanted the Seinfeld logo. I was like, we'll do it. They want the Seinfeld logo. Everything on earth. Even Coca-Cola. The last bid on Killer, 25, then 26. So Buckingham Nicks was sold to Brandon Jones. Wayne next, then Sig, then Kevin. And then over here, we have Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal. Purple Vinyl, $34.99. Also, Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe, $33.99 for the Record Store Day Glow in the Dark. And I have 2 of those. And if I don't get some of these shipped in, if I ever come up missing, and everybody's like, there's Chad, no one know what's happened to Chad, it's because we didn't get in people's lights fast enough. And I've been abducted. That could be the downfall of me, not getting these in fast enough for people. Next thing is going to go up for bid right now. This is AC/DC Ball Breaker. Talk about a tough album to get. A 1994 original. 1995 OG press. That is tough to get. A 95 pressing. A 1995 Euro OG. A 95 OG pressing of AC/DC Ball Breaker. I've maybe had that 1 or 2 other times before. $95 start on AC/DC. Next thing is Von Gillespie on Rob Zombie. That is this. And next thing we have is this. Zach Sabbath Greatest Riffs. This is on red vinyl. $33.99. By the way, these do not come sealed, but this is brand new. Zach Sabbath Greatest Riffs. Zach Sabbath is $33.99. I've got 1, I've got 2, and I've got 3. Now, why do we have so many of this? This was a huge pre-order. I think it was close to 100. Now, here's what happens on pre-orders, and I very nicely put, please no cancellations. As soon as a big pre-order comes out, Monday we start getting messages. Ed, I need to cancel Zach Sabbath. I've already bought it. Ed, I need to cancel Zach Sabbath. I've already bought it. Ed, I need to cancel Zach Sabbath. I've already bought it. Now, my question to everybody that I asked, if you're a true Coletco fan, please cancel it with somebody else. That's all I ask. sold to Mike Ospaw. I've got 2 extras, and I think we have a waiting list. We have a waiting list. Number 2, I came in from work and my wife bought it for me for a gift. I've never bought that one. I've never known a wife to buy somebody a random record for no reason. Brogan Scones on Zach Sabbath. There's 1 extra copy. The last bid that came in on Killer was the following bid, and we're about to sell it. That bid was Jeff Brinley at $26. I was going to make sure Doug Reeder went out. He asked for the condition. Doug Reeder, this is an 84 Belgium OG EX condition. EX condition. Black Sabbath is a waiting list. They should be back in next week. Right now, I'm only selling 2 lights. Black Sabbath and Kiss. Neither one of them is in stock, and no guarantee on when you'll be billed. James Davidson gets the last Zach Sabbath. There's that. And then AC/DC is a 95. $95 start. No bid yet. $95 start. AC/DC ball breaker. Now the ones that I know that, like Vladarchik, I was about to say, the ones I know that buy their husbands gifts, they usually both listen to vinyl, okay? They're both record collectors, and it's kind of almost like a joint venture. Most of the people I know, their wife has, or husband, I have a lot of ladies too, and their husbands can't stand that they buy records. They come in here to pick up. I know a lot of local people, and when I used to be behind the counter instead of my mom every day, there'd be husbands come in and be like, Chad, listen, my wife, all she wants to do is listen to you, man, and buy records from you. I've lost my wife to you. She's draining my bank account. I don't know what to do. And I'm like, I'm sorry, man. Maybe you should start listening to records too. Robert Plant, Saving Grace. This is on colored vinyl. We're right in the middle of a Hatchet Ed crate. We're right in the middle of a Hatchet Ed crate. Robert Plant is $33.99. AC/DC is about to be a buy now. I was waiting for somebody to bid 95, 110, 125, 135. I don't know if anybody's checked this and how hard that is to get. So AC/DC, I don't think there's a bid. I'm going to go ahead and introduce one more auction while everybody's thinking about that, because I need you to bid. Let's go ahead and put up that other Parliament record. This is Motor Booty Affair. Parliament is a pop-up gatefold. Most of the character cutouts are here, but there are missing a couple. It's the pop-up gatefold. It's OG but VG, $20 start on Parliament. $20 start on Parliament. Next is Winton Kelly Trio, West Montgomery, Smoking at the Half Note. This is $19.99. Smoking at the Half Note, Winston Kelly Trio, West Montgomery. Right in the middle of a Hatchet Ed. We're about to get to the auctions, which are insane. Charlie Brown, the Great Pumpkin Charlie Brown, $36.99. And Ozzy, No More Tears. Tears, $44.99. Okay, the last bid on Killer after Doug Reeder went out means that sold to Jeff Brindley for $35. Let's look at AC/DC since it now has a bid. Stan McNessie's in at $95. Ball Breaker's a 95 Euro OG. EX condition, $95. We're about to sell it. Parliament just got introduced and it has a bid for $20. And I think we're about to get into some of the unpaid auctions. Now, here's how unpaid auctions work. I'll try my best to tell you the details if we kept the sticker on it. Ozzy is sold to Jeremiah Lewis. If the sticker has come off, I'll just try my best to guess at what it is. If no one buys these, I usually just re-auction them, okay? So it's fair for everybody. But right now, you can go ahead and pick them up. First come, first serve. This is the pumpkin-shaped vinyl. That's actually not picture disc. That's actually a piece of really nice, high-quality vinyl from Kraft. $36.99 on that, okay? And the first unpaid auction is $18. Judas Priest point of entry. An 81 USOG Carrollton Press. VG, strong VG, $18. $18. Lothel said take on Charlie Brown. So, Parliament's at $30. I've tried every way possible, Stan McNessie, but you're getting this for $95. Laura just dropped off the last few auctions. Thank you, Laura. Let's tag that for Stan McNessie. Jay Neutral on the first unclaimed Hatchet Ed auction at $18. Thank you. All right, now Parliament is at JH for $30. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and let's do this one here. Which what's this called? Witchfind, F-Y-N-D-E, Cloak and Dagger. Witchfind is an 83 UKOG VG Plus condition. Witchfind, a $15 start. Okay, next unpaid auction, $175. An 86 Pittman OG, shrink hype with the original inner sleeve, Ultimate Sin, $175. We're about to get into some expensive ones. So before I show another expensive one, if I'm ever doing a sale and I have to literally stop the show to call somebody out to pay an invoice or prepay an invoice, it's because I believe it's somebody new that may be buying stuff just to screw with us. They have no intentions of paying. So it happened the other night. I did get payment from somebody, but this is a name. Ed sent me the name, or what he thought was the name, and it was a new person. I think I let them buy 4 or 5 auctions. They never did come on the rest of the week. We billed them a month ago. They never did pay. I think they blocked us. They were literally on here just trying to screw with us. It happens at least once a week. So if you hear me over here quietly typing, if you hear me over here saying I got to text Ed, I got to text Tanner, most of the time it's just somebody on here. It happens at least once a week. They're just trying to screw with us. So I have to make sure, hey, before I sell you another $200, before I sell another $200 record to you, do you mind going ahead and sending us $400? Because you've probably already bought $300. Do you mind going ahead and sending us $400? And then we never hear back from them. 2 things. They're either have no money and they're like, holy crap, he caught me, or they're laughing the whole time and then they just block us and delete their account. So that's what happens. So, and I think that's what happened with about all these. And I think it got to a certain point. I may have even asked that guy for information. We never did hear back from him, and that's what happened, okay? So Aussie Ultimate Sin, $175. It's an 86 US OG Pittman. It's in shrink EX++, near mint minus. It has the original inner sleeve. Whoever wants it, you can buy it. Will you auction Ultimate Sin? If no one buys it right now, someone's probably going to buy it right now. That's what it's sold for. Top copies usually sell for that. $175. Jason also asked, okay? Witchfinder has 1 bid with $15 of John Mincemoyer. JH has Parliament for $35. The other bidder on Parliament went out, final call for $35, okay? Jason Thomas says he will take Aussie. That sold for $175 on that. Next thing is this. Iron Maiden, $125. A 2002 Euro OG limited edition picture disc. The top seam does have some splitting. $125. $125. Iron Maiden, Rock in Rio. $125. Iron Maiden, Rock in Rio. There is a seam split at the top. It's a double picture disc. $125 on that one. Okay? Parliament is sold. Parliament is sold to JH for $35. Thank you on that one. You got one of the 2 so far. Is there another one over here maybe? Witchfinder is, or Witchfind, I think that's how you say that, $30. Next is going to go up right now, and that is Y&T, Yesterday and Today. This is a 1976 Best Way OG. Best Way. Every time I hear that, I think of a grocery store that used to be in my hometown. Best Way, 1976. VG Plus condition, $25 start. Best Way made a lot of stuff from London. A lot of Rolling Stones records are made by Best Way. $25 start on that one, okay? Nick, oh my gosh, this one. There's going to have to be somebody do some thinking, I know, but man, what an opportunity. $510. $510. Pantera Power Metal. An 88 USOG EX condition. $510. I don't mind at all re-auctioning this, but if somebody wants to go ahead and buy it, this is insane. I had no idea this was been laying back there this long. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the merch insert. It's the real Pantera Power Metal album. $510 is what it's sold for. Now that also tells me somebody else was pretty dang close, probably at $500. If I would have sold it to that person, it would have been paid and it had already been shipped. $510. That's a big one. I saw that in there, and that's why I immediately said, Ed, who was this person? So I can make sure they're definitely removed out of everything. I'm going to lay that one right over there. But, man, that's nice. It's OG, VG Plus cover between the two. The vinyl's EX. It's translucent vinyl. It's a good one. Wine tees at $25. This is a 76 OG Best Way, original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. The Iron Maiden was a 2002 OG, the original 2002. It does have the seam split at the top. It's nice, though. It's a triple picture disc. It's sold for $125. $350. Greatest Kiss. Greatest Kiss, a 25th anniversary double picture disc. Double picture disc, $350. Double picture disc, Greatest Kiss, limited to 500 copies worldwide. 2002, the double picture disc, $350. The last bid on Witchfinder was $45. Wine tees at $25. Okay? We have stopped reaching out to the backup bidders. I'll tell you why. In our experience of doing this over the last 5 or 6 years, 9 out of 10 backup bidders do not want the auction after they'd rather, they don't want it. We've tried that a lot. Most people, after they lose an auction, 1 or 2 things happen. Their interest drops dramatically, or 1 or 2 things, they will go ahead and just, they've bought it since then. You know, because we give everybody a week to pay and then maybe a week grace period. And then, you know, so by then we have to, if we start messaging people, they're just not interested. It happens all the time. We've reached out to people and they're saying, no, I don't want it anymore. So we stopped reaching out. We've learned the most efficient way to do it. Rat, $251. And I think this was a sealed copy, a sealed club copy, a sealed RCA club copy, $251. $251. $250. This is Life, Sex, and Death, the Silent Majority, a 1992 Euro OG with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus, $250. Now, I know this looks like a lot, but y'all got to think we sell every month thousands of auctions, so it's honestly like less than 1%. It's not much at all. Almost everything gets paid and taken care of, but it sucks when it's on some really high-end stuff. Sealed Boston, $40. A 1980 barcoded reissue, sealed with hype sticker. That's not bad at all for $40. $40 on that. Point of entry price. That already sold for $18. That was a no bid. Did Witchfinder got another bid? Witchfinder, John Mincemoyer, $45. And is this done? $45. This is a 1983 UKOG VG Plus condition. Witchfinder, I think we're done on that, $45. Yesterday and today, Brian Frenfrock, $28. 76 OG VG Plus. I hope we're done on that one. Tom Sullivan on Boston. That sold for $40. Tom Sullivan on Boston. Next is Dio, $35. $35. An 85 US Carrollton OG club copy. We started it at $30. It sold for $35. Not bad at all for OG Club Dio. $35 on that. Doug's out on Witchfinder. Okay, I think it was up to Doug. John Mincemoyer, then that sold to you for $45. Okay, $45 sold to John Mincemoyer. It was down to just making sure Doug was out. Jay Neutral on Dio for $35. Razman was second. LSD was $250. Life, Sex, and Death. Boy, I remember that night. There was a bazillion claims for this. I wish I still had what we started it for. A 92 Euro original with the original inner sleeve, $250. Okay. Ozzy, $160. No Rest for the Wicked. That's actually not too bad. It's an EX++ near mint minus copy. We started at $95. $160 for Ozzy. No Rest for the Wicked. That's not bad whatsoever. We just sold Ultimate Sin for $175, and most would say No Rest is tougher to get. $160 on that one. $59 Iron Maiden. It's an unofficial picture disc of the artwork is run to the heels and Number of the Beast, but it's got multiple music. It's got multiple tracks on it. Let's go ahead and put up. Speaking of auctions, let's put up some stuff that people's actually going to buy and pay for. Here's the next one: Kingdom Come, an '89 USOG promo copy. Kingdom Come, in your face. Hype stickered, an '89 USOG promo copy, $30 start for Kingdom Come. Still got a couple more unpaid auctions. Next is Black Sabbath, $60 for Never Say Die. A 78 USOG VG Plus with the original inner sleeve. Sabbath is at $60. And another Black Sabbath. This is another Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath, we sold our soul for rock and roll. $63. Unfortunately, I've lost the information tag. No, I didn't. Oh, that promo copy. Boy, that was pretty recent. We sold our soul for rock and roll. It's a promo copy. It's actually marked promo, and it's a U.S. original with the original inner sleeves on that one. Okay? So, Ryan Mustaine, let me know if you want this Sabbath or that Sabbath. Very unfortunate. Let me go see if I can. I want to step back here to Ed's desk because he keeps all these canceled invoices in a pile back here, and he thinks he remembers it was a new buyer, it was new person, and we never did hear back from him, best of my memory. Let me step back here and see if I can find this stack. Is this it? I think this is it. Hope I don't make a mess here for Ed. Okay. I have found the main person for that one. Okay. I'll sort through those later. Yeah. All right. So yeah, the Pantera was the one I was most curious about. Yeah, that was a one-time name on YouTube. Best of my memory, it was a one-time name on YouTube, a new account, and then we just never did hear back from them. You know, it's one of those, I said, hey, we need to go ahead and get you to pay for this, and we never did hear back from them. So I got to give people a chance, even with new accounts, but as soon as they don't pay and they block us, and that's what happens. So, because some people watch and they're like, okay, I'm going to go create an account, start buying from these people, and they end up being great customers. Some people we never hear back from. So, all right, so let's go back to the top. We first had Ron Mustaine wanted no Sabbath, Never Say Die, so that sold to Ron for $60. Okay, and then Kingdom Come 30, Kingdom Come 30, Kingdom Come 35, Pantera, a US. So yeah, Pantera, power metal, an 88 USOG, translucent when held to strong light, original sleeve with merch insert, EX, $510. Kingdom Come 40, Kingdom Come 50, and then we have Christopher Yoakum wants the promo, We Sold Our Soul. That sold for $63 on that. And then we have this. We're down at the bottom. And here we go. So yesterday and today, the last bid that came on that, we're done on this now. This is sold to the Record Guy for $32. Thank you, Record Guy. And then Kingdom Come. This is an 89 USOG promo marked copy, EX with the original inner sleeve and hop sticker, EX and EX jacket. The jacket's also nice. Whoops. Don't want to knock Black Sabbath off. Let's change it up a little bit. Let me change. There we go. I think that does different colors now. There we go. Now it's changing blue and red and green, all kinds of different colors. Can you do $475? Sold to James Davidson, $475. $475. Sold. I'm selling it to you. Done. Now, rest of these, except, let's see. I think everything's probably pretty dang close. except Rat. Except Rat. Let's re-auction Rat right now, okay? This one, this definitely got into some extended bidding for that to have sold for $251. This is a sealed club copy, okay? Sealed club copy of Rat. $55 start, RCA. Obviously, because it's a club, there's no saw marks or punch holes. Rat, beautiful though. This is out of print and still hasn't been reissued. $55 start. Everything else, I'm going to say, I got to recheck Kiss. That's probably close. Everything else, I'm going to say, is sticker price for these auction claims, okay? I'm glad to go ahead and give Pantera a discount to the next person because that was probably one of the next bids anyway that night. So these are pretty firm. Unofficial picture disc. Unless they don't sell tonight, then you could see them pop up again. But right now, buy it now. Iron Maiden, $59. An unofficial 2010 picture disc, $59. Aussie, $160. No Rest for the Wicked. An 88 USOG retail copy, nice, with the inner sleeve, EX++ near mint minus. It was originally started at $95. It sold for $160. Sounds about right. I can't remember what we started LSD at. The silent majority is OG. This is an out-of-print, original 1992, nice, VG+, $250 on Life, Sex, and Death. Kiss, $350. Greatest Kiss, which is a double picture disc. It is sealed, limited to 500, and exclusive through the Kiss web store, $350. And Iron Maiden, Rock and Rio, triple picture disc, a 2002 original. It does have some seam splitting, $125. Aussie is No Rest for the Wicked. Aussie is No Rest for the Wicked. We just got done going through crate number 1 of Hatchet Ed non-payments. Aussie's an 88 US Carrollton OG. Original under sleeve, EX++ near mint minus, $160. Okay? That's the unpaid auctions, okay? Those are, and I think that's the only one I pulled out is Rat. We can go ahead and sell that one right now. I'm okay reducing that one, letting it go right now. I think the others are pretty close, okay? Chase Arnold, who asked first about Aussie? Chase and then Gregory. Chase asked and then Gregory. Chase says he'll take it, all right? This is sold. This is sold to Chase Arnold for $160. Now, we've re-put back up Rat. Rat last sold for $251. It's sealed. Now it's at $70. And then Kingdom Come. The last bid was Stephen Freyu at $55. Stephen Lewis Jr., I'm going to make sure you're done, okay? Pressing on Dio. Was there a Dio in here? Dio's already sold. Dio's already sold. James, I'll bill you on Monday for Pantera. James says he'll pay for it right now if he wants me to bill him. I'll bill you on Monday. That's okay. I'll bill you on Monday. Now, the rest of these are Hatchet Eds. Let me sort new from pre-owned, and then we're going to do another crate. I don't think, hopefully not many more auctions than the other ones, but we're about to find out. There's only a few pre-owned records in here, and this is technically pre-owned, but it's sealed. And let's go through these one more time, okay? So we have Wynton Kelly Trio, West Montgomery, 1999, Smoking at the Half Note on Verve. Journey is an OG. Now, it's pre-Steve Perry, but honestly, folks, if you've never heard this, it's a great rocket album. The first Journey album is sweet. $24.99 for Journey. VG Plus, $24.99. Alice Cooper, Goes to Hell. Clean copy. These are all sticker price. Nice, $29.99. And we have Alice Cooper, Special Forces. VG Condition, $14.99. Rats at $77 of MT Matt. It's between John and MT Matt. Kingdom Come is still getting bids. We have Eric Clapton, a 2 LP compilation called At His Best. VG, $14.99. And we have Black Sabbath. This is sealed. It's a 2016 blue vinyl. It's blue vinyl, $69.99 on that. Inner sleeve on Journey. Let's take a look. It has an original inner sleeve, yeah. To Play Some Music, I like that one. Topaz is instrumental, but it's awesome. of a Lifetime, Mystery Mountain. To Play Some Music is, I think, my favorite on there. That's good. Okay, and then new and sealed stuff. Morphine Good, $29.99. Santana record being recorded. Yeah, I mean, Greg Raleigh's most of the vocals, so you get a lot of Santana-sounding songs. Yeah, Greg Raleigh, who also went on to be in Santana. Yeah, so very kind of similar rock. Also, we have Kicks. This is Cool Kids. It's a Friday music pressing. I think it's gold vinyl, $39.99. Javi Soto says he will take Journey. That is sold to Javi. And Ryan Mustaine was next in line, and David Jennings wants Alice, okay? He wants the nice copy of Goes to Hell. Let me swap out crates because we just filled up our third crate. There's that. Wow, John's got some. He said John marked 3 more crates of that new import collection. All those German presses, UK presses. That stuff's coming up after we knock out this next Hatchet Ed crate. For y'all comic book buyers, a little bit later, I'm going to try to throw up some lots and stuff. Hopefully get some sold. If not, I'm going to advertise it for tomorrow, and maybe Paul can slip some in. And then here's another pre-owned record, Time Lapse, The Time Lapse. And that was a Psych record from a German press. $12.99 for that. And then new and sealed The Offspring, $34.99. New and sealed 21 Pilots, $33.99. New and sealed Black Label Society, $34.99. Rob Zombie, Hellbit Deluxe, $33. Kingdom comes out. This is officially sold to Stephen Free for $60. And then Rat is at $110. I had a feeling that was going to get a lot of activity. It last sold for $251. And let's put up Helix for our next auction. Helix is called Wild in the Streets. It's an 87 USOG in shrink, a $25 start. New and sealed Robert Plant's newest album, $33.99. And new and sealed To Silence, Milo Goes to College, $31.99. When's Laura's next show? Probably the next time that Paul's unavailable, or maybe Paul doesn't want to do a show, and we can have Laura fill in. I mean, I guess technically she could have done tomorrow's. We gotta keep. We'll have to keep them on a rotation, maybe. There's not going to be many more Saturdays I'm not going to be here. I mean, football season's already past the halfway mark. So, oh no, another unplayed, another bundle. That's not good. Okay, and there's a few. This is a bizarre crate here. This has got some oddities in it. Let's bring it up, though. This won't take very long to go through at all because it's mostly a couple big bundles and box sets. So here we go. Did I get a Rob Zombie? If you did, there should be one left. So, yeah. Yeah, Von Galipsy. There's one left. So, yes, because I had 2. All right. The Psych record was called The Time Lapse. Rat 125, Rat 30, Helix 25. The Hatchet auctions, again, I can. And Zombie, you did get 1. Helix 25. The Hatchet auctions was Iron Maiden, an unofficial picture disc of 2010 UK. Unofficial. Now, it's technically the artwork for Run to the Hills and Number the Beast, but it has 5 songs on it. So it's a 5-track kind of deal. It is unofficial. 59 on that. Iron Maiden is an original. The original Rock in Rio, which is a triple picture disc, 2002 Euro, $125 on that. We have Greatest Kiss, which is a 25th anniversary 2 LP double picture disc, $350. And then Life, Sex, and Death, The Silent Majority, is a 92 Euro OG with the original on her sleeve, $250. All right, so this looks like a gigantic unpaid bundle. 19 records. Let me take a peek at them. Blues Groove, Firefall, Foghat, Country Joe and the Fish, Gary Wright, Julie London. No, June Christie. Blue Suede, Hooked on a Feeling, Malcolm Muir, Peter, Paul and Mary, Firefall, Jay Ferguson, Thunder Island, The Committee, Guess Who, Country Joe, Brewer and Shipley. Nice, a UK copy of Spirit Clear, a quad press of Touch, and the Moog synthesizer, and one more, Brooke Benton. So that should be 19. I don't have a price, but I'll price it to you right now. 19 random mystery bundle Who wants it for 19 records? We'll say $85. 85 divided by 19 would be $447 a piece. 85 mystery records. Bundle. $85. That one didn't have price on it, so I don't know. Soundgarden. I just ordered more of these. It's live from the Artist Den. $59.99. It's on splatter vinyl. $59.99. That is live from the Artist Den. $59.99. Which Firefall? Well, it's part of the bundle. I'm not going to sell it individually, but if you do want to see it, I'll show it to you. Where are we on Rat? The last bid, John Mincemoyer went out. MT Matt has it for $130. We're about to sell it. Helix is at $32. There's another Led Zeppelin Mothership, $119.99. And then I have another one right here. That's the 4LP Best of Led Zeppelin, $119.99. Soundgarden is great, and it's on splatter vinyl. And we also have this here. We have the Professional Approach to Disco Dance Instruction. You listen to this and you'll learn how to disco. And the disco was discounted to $6.99. $6.99. Kiss, $95. Kiss, that is, that's Ace. This is Kiss live in Germany, 1997 reunion tour, $95. And then we have another bundle for $25. Unpaid bundle. This is record bundle, 6 records for $25. Right on top is Delaney and Bonnie, 6 records, $25. There's that. And we have United States Air Force presents Ronald Bynum, Soul in Motion, $17.50. This is, that's the sticker that goes to Kiss. That's the sticker that goes to Kiss. This was half off. This is a soul radio station or radio show, soul music from the Air Force, $17.50. Okay, first thing is this. Let me go back to the top. Helix 32. We have an offer on the bundle for $70. Okay, and then John Barry says, what bundle is this? I just came back in. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll show that again. I'm trying to leave them kind of a mystery, though. Helix is at $34. Sieg gets the disco. Seagull on the disco for $6.99. And then Helix at $35. So that means MT Matt, thank you on this. And that is sold to MT Matt for $130. And I know he's going to be paying. And I know that's going to be going to him. So thank you on that, $130. We have not sold anything by Michael Jackson yet. So right now we have an offer on this bundle. MT Matt, I'm going to say $80. I'll do $5 off. 19 records. It did not get paid. $80 instead of that. We have Blues Groove, Fog Hat, Firefall, Country Joe and the Fish. These are kind of hard to show. Let's see. Can y'all see them maybe like this? Yeah. June Christie, Blue Suede, Malcolm Muir, Peter, Paul and Mary, Firefall, Jay Ferguson, The Committee, The Guess Who, Country Joe, Brewer and Shipley. This was Spirit, a UK, Touch, and then Moog Synthesizer and Brooke Benton. Okay. Meet in the Middle, 75. Even though John Barry's about to say he would take them for 85. Helix is at 37. Let's go over here and put up another auction. In the auction bin, I still got Armored Saint, Iron Maiden. I got Axe Witch, Accept. I have Pink Floyd. I've got Blind Illusion. I've got Demon and Dokken. I've got Black Sabbath and Grateful Dead. Twisted Sister and Axe Witch. I got Scorpions and Girl School. I have Pink Floyd. I didn't know that was Pink Floyd. And I've got Tesla. I don't see anything by Michael Jackson. I have Pink Floyd, a live unofficial from Paris Cinema, BBC 1970 and 1971 BBC. Pink Floyd BBC sessions. This is going to be a $55 start. Pink Floyd live in Italy, $55 start. John Barry says he'll take the bundle for $80. Matt says he'll pass. All right. That's sold to John Barry for $80. Last few records in here from the Hatchet Ed crate before we move into new arrivals is... These are... What are these? 6 Rex Allen albums autographed. 6 autographed Rex Allen Jr. albums from Fred Goodwin's collection. 6 albums autographed, $15. $15 on that. And 4 Sports Illustrated magazine bundle, $5. 4 Sports Illustrateds, $5, with Joe Namath weeping on the front. That's all random Hatchet Ed stuff. Okay? Whoever buys the Rex Allen records, you're going to get a Hatchet Ed flyer. Whoever buys the autographed Rex Allens, 6 signed albums, I'm going to give you a Hatchet Ed flyer. John Durden wants the Sports Illustrated. Those are sold. Let me stack this stuff over here. Let me see what else is going on. I got to put some stuff over here. Those sold to John Durden. There's a couple more pins. Get this stuff stacked a little bit better. Give me 1 second. All right. Folks, we are moving merchandise, or at least we're trying to. Chad has not had a monster yet either. Joe Sontag on the Rex Allens, thank you. All right. These two go together, okay? So there's 3 in each sleeve for whoever's watching. Noah Colwell got the Iron Maiden. I forgot to tag that for him. Noah Colwell wants the Iron Maiden, $125. That's sold to Noah Colwell. All right, now let's clean up some more business. Let's clean up some more business. Next business to clean up is this. Helix out, sold. Helix is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. No. Corey Ross, $37. Corey Ross, $37. Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd is an unofficial 1987 Italian BBC Paris Cinema, 1970-71. It's a double picture disc, 55. Noah said, not this picture disc, the other picture disc. I was trying to sell you the expensive one. He wants this one right here. Sold to Noah Colwell, $59. Thank you. Okay, now we're just down to 3 Hatchet Ed auctions. There was none in here. Here's what's left in here. Pink Floyd. We have a request for Blind and Dokken. Okay, Blind and Dokken is up for bid right now. All right, so let's put up Blind Illusion. Blind Illusion is going to go up for bid right now. It's an 88 USOG. It does have a saw cut in the cover, but it is shrink wrapped, and it's nice. Near mint minus, camouflage combat, $35 start. Here's what's left. Here's the other bundle. The other bundle was 6 records for $25. Jerry Harrison, Casual Gods, Roxy Music, Flesh and Blood, Scandal, Eric Carmen, Chris Christopherson, and Delaney and Bonnie. Wow, those are 6 pretty nice records for $25, especially those first 3 right there, and Eric Carmen and Christopherson. Those are available. Tom Sullivan bid $55 on Pink Floyd. I did miss that. Who wants those right now for $25? 6 records, $25. Okay. There's that. Now let's go through these again. That's a bundle. And then we have Kiss for $95. Rock AM. This is a 2 LP live set. The sticky has lost its sticky. Sorry, sticky. The sticky has lost its sticky. This is Kiss live in New Jersey. No, it's not. No, that's not that. This is Kiss live 1997. Do I have a sticker? Here we go. Live at the Rock AM Festival, Nuremberg. This is 1997. MTV Europe live broadcast with insert and poster, limited to 1,000 on gray vinyl. That's sold for a buy it now price of $95. It's a Kiss hardback, numbered, hand-numbered bootleg, $95. $95, okay? Peter Haas said he would do the $25 bundle here. That's sold to Peter Haas. Blind has a bid for $35. And now, officially a recap. Soundgarden. Soundgarden live from the Artist Den, sealed 4LP splatter vinyl. That is $59.99. Victor Guerra on Kiss for $95. That is sold to Victor, $95. Led Zeppelin. This is $119.99. Led Zeppelin Mothership. Whoever buys this, I'll give you the second Hatchet Ed flyer. Surely somebody wants a Hatchet Ed flyer. I tell Ed, I said, I give these as little tokens every time I want to try to move a piece out of your crate. Okay? There it is, the Hatchet Ed, all raggedy and everything. I'm going to put it over here with the other Zeppelin Mothership. I try to keep them back here in the back every once in a while. Still waiting for somebody to buy faces. It's been asked about, what, 7 times tonight? And some people wanting it taken down because it's creepy. All somebody's got to do is buy it. It's only $39.99. Kiss is already sold. And then this was originally $35. It ended up in a half-off crate. The United States Air Force presents Roland Bynum Soul in Motion. And this is now $17.50. $17.50. Do you have an OG of the Mothership collection? I do. It is, I have a sealed one with the RTI sticker, and then I have an open one that I think I bought one of the reissues like we have here. And Pink Floyd is sold to Tom Sullivan. Thank you. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. 55 requests. We got requests for Dokken and Scorpions coming up. Blind Illusions at $36 right now. David Baber. Everybody else is out. This is 88 USOG in shrink wrap with the original under sleeve. $35 start, and it's at $36. That's the only 2 things left in there, not counting Led Zeppelin. All right, and let's get a new John crate, which is going to be some of those great new imports. Well, not maybe all of them, but a lot of them are, okay? Faces. Yeah, there's some people like, I'm just waiting for somebody. Ooh La La. Come on. Dear old granddad. And it's Rhino Hi-Fi series. Come on. Okay, kind of excited about the upcoming crates because I don't know what's in these, as always, and we got plenty of other stuff to auction. Is there another check condition crate? I'm not for sure, but let me take a peek in here and see what we got. And so far, yeah, I mean, everything in here so far just looks really clean and really nice. And there's a really good chance a lot of these are UK or German. And yeah, I mean, just top 40 great titles and high grade. So let's get the party started. Buy it now, best offer. Let's put up at least one more new auction. There's only 3 Hatchet auctions that have been claimed. If they don't sell by the end of the night, I'll give them the lure to recycle in for next week. First thing we have here is Dokken. And Dokken is called Beast from the East. This is an 88 USOG. It's shrink wrapped. It's hop stickered. It is very nice, no condition notes. Dokken, a $35 start. $35 start on Dokken. Let's go ahead and show a comic bundle, try to get some moving here. And let's do Star Trek, The Next Generation, The Space Between. A complete run of 6 comics, $18. That's the whole series. So that would be essentially the whole story. Star Trek Next Generation. That is 6 comics, $18. $18.99 to be exact, which is a complete run. We also have Iron Man from Ultimate Comics, Marvel, issues 1 through 4, which is also a complete run. That is $12. And Armor Wars, which is also a complete run, issues 1 through 4, also $12. Okay, that's a series from Marvel as well. All those last 2, of course, are Marvel. All right, so first thing we have here is Blind Illusion is at 40, 45, 46. JD, you're behind. Rex Allen's already sold. Dokken has a bid for 35, and Jerry Rock wants Star Trek. Okay? So those to Jerry Rock. Thank you. Hall & Oates, live time. A German press in shrink wrap. Beautiful. If any of these are in the non-check condition crate, they are absolutely just like pristine. Hall & Oates, live time, $19.99. The Best of Pat Travers Boom Boom in shrink wrap. $19.99. That's a U.S. edition. Super clean, though. In shrink, it does have a saw mark. The Best of Pat Travers. Heart, their self-titled album. Also in shrink wrap. Also with the original inner sleeve. A U.S. original, $19.99. Dawkins about to sell for $35. It has one bid. Blind Illusion is about to sell for $46. Now it has a bid for $48. It's an 88 US OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in shrink, and it has a saw mark up here. Dawkins has a new bid for $37. These are new vintage arrivals. Buy it now or best offer. The Doobie Brothers Farewell Tour, an 83 German press, $29.99. The Doobie Brothers Farewell Tour, $29.99. Does Pat Travers have I La La Love You? That song is not on here. JD Conklin, your feed is a little behind. Just so you know, we've already sold the Rex Allen. He's probably watching a few minutes behind and hasn't realized he's caught up to live speed. Okay? 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Deckelman says he's out. He does not purchase any records with saw marks. That's very unfortunate for both of us. Dire Straits is a UK press, $39.99. Original inner sleeve, Vertigo, Dire Straits, Sultans of Swing, $39.99. Dawkins and Blind Illusion still getting bids. Pat Travers, Making Magic. Pat Travers is $19.99. Pat Travers, $19.99. A UK edition, $19.99. So far, some of these look like they were just manufactured. The Best of the Doobies, Volume 2. A Columbia Club copy, super, super nice with the original inner sleeve, $14.99. Georgia Satellites, $34.99. Original inner sleeve, $34.99. Deckelman, I need to ask you to put your saw mark phobia behind you. That's a good way to put it. It gives it character. Just think, that record was sitting in a bin for months and nobody was buying it. That's wild to think about. Probably got marked down to like a quarter or something and nobody was still buying it. I've even seen copies of like Velvet Underground and Nico with saw marks that were in cutout bins that are now hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Is Dawkins a club copy? Dawkins is a U.S. original retail copy. Has the original price tag and hype sticker on it. Dawkins at $40. Next is The Who, Who's Last, a double LP, $34.99. Has the original inner sleeve. A lot of records with saw marks sometimes are in really high grade because somebody bought it in a discount bin really cheap. They might only played it once and then they might have never played it again. Especially a lot of that late 80s stuff like this. A lot of the late 80s stuff, because vinyl was being phased out, it ended up in a discount bin. Somebody bought it because it was really, really cheap. They might have never even played it. Maybe might have not even opened it. We have Joe Walsh, The Confessor. That is in shrink wrap. Has the original inner sleeve. $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Rainbow, Straight Between the Eyes. A West German press. Now, a lot of these UK, me and John was talking about it right before I went live. I said, John, they're liking these UK and German presses. He said, well, next to Japanese, this is up there with some of the best vinyl that was ever manufactured. Much better than US presses. Maybe not as good as Japanese, but German is up there for sure. Same thing with the UK. That's why the foreign copies are pretty desirable. This is actually Ryko Analog, a 1990 green vinyl, Badfinger Live, Day After Day, $14.99. Here I am trying to hype up saw marks, and Justin Deckelman's probably like, yeah, Chad, keep trying. I'm not going to buy into it, though, buddy. This is on clear vinyl, Day After Day, Badfinger, $44.99. What about Blind Illusion? The last bid was David Baber at $49. Stephen Lewis Jr. has not bid again. Dawkins at $40 with Greg Preston. Ryan Mustaine has not bid. Ryan, it's up to you. We're about to sell those two. We still got a lot of stuff. We have not sold a record out of here yet. Everybody's falling asleep. I need everybody to wake up. These are some beautiful top copies in here. I mean, I could wear out the word top copy, but I'm not going to. It would apply to almost most of these in here I've seen so far. Sammy Hagar, it's in shrink wrap. It's OG. It has the original inner sleeve. It's beautiful. Sammy Hagar, VOA, $24.99. Buy it now, best offer. There shouldn't be anything left in here so far. This is $34.99. Rainbow, straight between the eyes. Blind Illusion has a new bid for $50. Dawkins up to Ryan Mustaine. Now Sean Darbon is in. Hope I said your last name correctly. 42 on that. Somebody asked about Transformers comics. I had a couple Transformers cars last night, but I didn't have any Transformers comics. All right, here's a really cool bundle. This is from the 60s. This is called Our Fighting Forces. Anybody like the World War II comics? This is Our Fighting Forces and the Losers. It's 18 comics, all 60s and 70s era war comics. $74.99. $74.99. Look at that. Pretty cool stuff. Our Fighting Forces and the Losers. Featuring the Losers, which I think was originally part of Our Fighting Forces. All war comics. 18 comics, $74.99. Bundle deal. Okay. Joe for 15, Beast Smoker. That was probably for Joe Walsh, the Confessor. Dawkins at 53, Blind Illusions at 51. So we have Blind Illusion 51. We have Rainbow at 25, Edwin Riviera. Edwin, I will sell that for $28. Next thing is HSAS Through the Fire. A Holland press, $29.99. HSAS, $29.99. Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred, in shrink wrap. Nice copy, $19.99. Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred. Rainbow, Ed Riviera, 28 is yours. I'll go ahead and do Sammy Hagar for 18. Thank you on that one. So, Beast Smoker, got Joe Walsh, the Confessor. Now, where are we on Blind Illusion? This has been moving slowly but surely. It's up again to Stephen Lewis Jr. David Baber has it for $51. Stephen Lewis is back in at $24. Dawkins, the last bid on Dawkins that came in was Ryan Mustaine at $43. Greg's out. Sold for $43 to Ryan Mustaine. Ed Riviera got Rainbow for $18. Sean was going to do, or excuse me, I messed up. Rainbow is sold to Ed Riviera for $28. Sean was going to do Sammy Hagar for $20. I've already sold it to him for $15. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Mark Steele on Robert Plant, that's sold. We have Cheap Trick Heaven Tonight, a UK copy. Cheap Trick Heaven Tonight, a UK copy. Super nice, $24.99. Pat Benatar, Get Nervous, a US press. Really nice, $14.99 on Pat Benatar. And the best of BTO. Does have some old sticker residue, but very nice, embossed. You ain't seen nothing yet. $14.99. Let's put up some new auctions. Blind Illusion is still getting bids at $55. I still got Armored Saint. I still got Iron Maiden, Axe Witch, Accept, Pink Floyd, Demon, Black Sabbath, Grateful Dead, Twisted Sister, Axe Witch, Scorpions was requested, and Tesla. First, though, Scorpions, Animal Magnetism. A 1980 German OG with the original inner sleeve. A nice German, same collection. A German press, super nice, $30 star. Blind Illusions at $55. We have Blackfoot, Highway Song Live. Never seen that before. Why? Because it's a UK copy. Highway Song, Blackfoot Live, $24.99. Also, we have Jim Croce, Bad, Leroy Brown, Greatest Character Songs, $14.99 on Jim Croce. This is definitely German or UK. The inner sleeve is a little crumbled. We probably could get that in a better sleeve. It's a German press. This is a German press. I could tell by the edge of the vinyl. I need to put that in a much better sleeve, honestly. Let's see here. I opened up a pack the other day just to keep right here next to me. Here they are. All right, and I'm putting a 75-cent sleeve with it. Blind, 55, and Blackfoot, Rich Krulak said 20 sold. They're still bidding on that. Still bidding on Blind Illusion. Scorpions, $30 start. Crosby & Nash, Whistling Down the Wire, shrink wrapped, $19.99 for Crosby & Nash, Whistling Down the Wire. Bad Company, $24.99. And this is Burning Sky, and it's beautiful. Original inner sleeve. That is a UK. This is a US. $24.99 on that. We have Ted Nugent in 10 Cities in 10 Cities. Ted Nugent is $14.99. Ted Nugent, $14.99. David Baber, it's up to you on Blind Illusion. The last bid on the Scorpions that came in, was 0. We're looking for a $30 start. Mac Nichols on Bad Company. Great new vintage stuff here. American Pie, a UK edition. UK Pie. UK American Pie. Super clean. Drove the Chevy to the levee. Blind Illusion got a new bid for $59. Ryan Mustaine in on Scorpions. Animal Magnetism at $30. Going once. Going twice. Next thing over here is John Lennon Mind Games. That's in shrink. Has a barcode on the back. $19.99 on John Lennon Mind Games. And Miami Vice, $19.99. Glenn Fry, Shaka Khan, Phil Collins, I Can Feel It Coming, In the Air Tonight, $19.99. Cheap Trick UK, there's a UK Cheap Trick. It's Heaven Tonight, super clean, $24.99. Scorpions have two $30 bids now. Blind Illusion is up to a couple people. Stephen Lewis back in at $60. This is a German press of Christopher Cross, Sailing, a German press, $14.99. Blackfoot Tomcatten, $19.99. The laminate has a little bit of damage down there on the bottom. Looks like the cat has some kind of infection, $19.99. That one's called Tomcatten. We have Tom Kelly on Cheap Trick, the superb UK edition. That's sold to Tom Kelly. We have Christopher Cross is sold to John Durden for $10. We have Miami Vice on to Joe Bombing for $15. And we have the Cars, a German press of Heartbeat City. Who's going to drive you home tonight? $34.99. Now the Scorpions at $35. Now Blind Illusion is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $60. Now the Scorpions is at $35. Christopher Cross sold for $10. Miami sold for $15. Scorpions $35. How much was American Pie? $19.99. What was before Ted Nugent? Crosby and Nash, Whistling Down the Wire. Ted Nugent, $10. So did John Sotag. Next is Pat Travers, Black Pearl, a West German press, $24.99. It couldn't get any better. $24.99 for Pat Travers Black Pearl, which called me crazy. I think somebody just said, Chad, I'm looking for a copy of Pat Travers Black Pearl. That might be the best pot copy on earth. Heart, Dreamboat Annie. There is a bit of writing on the cover. A classic album, though, Magic Man. Dun, dun, chk, da, dun, dun, chk. Heartbeat. Dreamboat Annie, $29.99. Heart. Pat Travers is sold to Mega Blast for $20. I'm assuming everybody's done on the Scorpions. The last bid was $35 of Ryan Mustaine. Mark Steele, it's all up to you. Our next auction is Armored Saint, March of the Saint. Armored Saint is an 84 US Pittman OG Gold Stamp Promo. Original on her sleeve, EX Edition. Armored Saints, a $30 start. Climax Blues Band Stamp Album. Climax Blues Band is $19.99. CCB. Also, we have Chicago Hot Streets. Chicago is $14.99. Ted Nugent Penetrator. This is a German press. Ted Nugent, beautiful vinyl, $19.99. Point Blank, second season. Point Blank is $19.99. White label promo, has a promo sticker on the back and a promo cut corner. Matt Nichols, I will sell you Heart for, I'll go ahead and do it because there's some writing on the cover. Sell that to Matt Nichols for $20. Mark Steele is out. Scorpion sold for $35 to Ryan Mustaine. Armor Saint has a bid for $30 with MT Matt. Tom Kelly getting Nugent Penetrator. That is sold to Tom Kelly. Thank you on that. Also, we have Fleetwood Mac Mystery to Me. Fleetwood Mac is $24.99. Golden Earring Cut. This has Stepping into the Twilight Zone. It's in shrink with the original price tag. Super nice golden earring, $24.99. Genesis, A Trick of the Tail. That's a Canadian press. Genesis is $19.99, and it has the original on her sleeve. Genesis is $19. A little bit of price tag, $1.67 or euro or Canadian dollars. $1.67. Blackfoot Marauder, a German press, $24.99. And David Bowie Live with a 2-record French Canadian. Yep, French Canadian $44.99. Very, very nice there. Armored Saint has one bid for $30, and guess what? Going once, going twice, going twice, going three times, going three times, going four times, going five, going once, going twice, going three times, and 20 times, and our next auction is Iron Maiden, the Number of the Beast. Holy moly. This is an 82 German OG Number of the Beast in shrink wrap. VG++ EX, a $40 start, a $45 start, a $55 start, a $65 start, a $75 start, an $85 start, a $90 start, a $125 start. Iron Maiden Number of the Beast is a $45 start. I've made up my mind. $45 start on Iron Maiden. Next is Blackfoot. This one here sold to Rich Krulak for $20. There's a new bet on Armored Saint for $31. Also, we have John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow, $19.99 for John Cougar Mellencamp Scarecrow, $19.99 on that. Badfinger Donkey, also known as ISS, $24.99 for Badfinger. And we have REO Speedwagon. REO Speedwagon is a Holland press. Their self-titled album, super cool, $24.99 on that. And we also have this, Donna Summer, Castle Without Claws, $9.99. And Sweet, Identity Crisis. Sweet is West German, $29.99. Iron Maiden's a German press, $45 start. Armored Saints at $36. Chad needs a Monster Energy drink. That was me selling cattle. And we got to have rid of some under 25 now. Sold 1,200. Have y'all ever been to a cattle auction? That's what it sounds like. Sold $1,500. I'm like, what the heck is going on? And we got a nice some let's get going here. And Fountain down to 25. Sold $1,780. I'm like, golly, I need to get in the cattle business. Whew. I know a lot of those guys. Like, yeah, I own 900 head of cattle. I'm like, you probably also have $8 billion in liquid assets then. We have Iron Maiden at $45, Armored Saints at $42, and Number of the Beast. This is an 82 German OG with the original inner sleeve, VG++ EX. It's a German OG press, a $45 start. And Paul Catrich is in as $50. Armored Saint is at $42 of MT matte. Iron Maiden has bids for $45 and now $50. The David Bowie was immaculate. It is immaculate, $44.99. It is near mint minus. Nice jacket too. Almost no signs of wear. I mean, this little mark here, I'm trying to, is that something that'll come off? I mean, but yeah, so we'll say VG, it's beautiful. So did Jeremy Bryant, okay? Iron Maiden's at $65. This was one of the first John crates here. All mostly UK and German and Holland and French. This guy, we bought this stuff, I think was in the military. So he did a lot of traveling and he did a lot of record buying. So most of these over here are UK and German, and I've already went through them pretty thoroughly and detailed. So what we'll do is read through them quickly, and then there's 2 more crates like that coming up. I see what kind of record is that? Also just heard the front door, so maybe the buyers are back from Atlanta? Perhaps. Iron Maiden 75, Armored Saint 45. Here's what's left in here. Hall & Oates Lifetime, a German press, shrink wrap, $19.99. Heart is in shrink, $19.99. Doobie Brothers Farewell Tour, that's a double LP, 83 German, $29.99. Armored Saint 45, Iron Maiden 75, Iron Maiden 80. The Best of Pat Travers in shrink wrap, Boom Boom, $19.99. They are back. They're back. Y'all left exactly 12 hours ago. We have Dire Straits, a UK copy, $39.99. Drove the Chevy to the levee, wrong song. We have Pat Travers, $19.99. Doobie Brothers, $14.99. Georgia Satellites, keep your hands to yourselves. Paul's got a little change in his pocket. It goes ding-a-ling-a-ling. $34.99. The Who's Last is $34.99. Badfinger Live 1990 green vinyl, $44.99. HSAS, Pat Benatar Get Nervous, Best of BTO, Jim Croce, Crosby and Nash, Don McLean, John Lennon, Blackfoot, The Cars, Climax Blues Band, Chicago Point Blank, Fleetwood Mac, Golden Earring, Genesis, John Cougar, Badfinger, Donkey, REO Speedwagon, Donna Summer, and Sweet. The last bid on Iron Maiden was Gregory at $100. The last bid on Armored Saint was $45. And then the first thing was, what was the title of the second Doobies? I think Greatest Hits Volume 2. The Volume 2, yeah, Greatest Hits Volume 2. What a Fool Believes, $14.99. Badfinger and Climax Info. Badfinger is actually a Rocco green vinyl analog pressing. Day After Day, a 1990 green vinyl Rocco analog, $44.99. And then Climax was Climax Blues Band, the stamp album. This is $19.99. Next was Samuel Copage on Golden Earring Cut. That's sold to Samuel Copage. Donna said she would do 10 on the Doobie Brothers. That's sold to Donna. Gregory, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the, well, sold to Gregory for $100 on Iron Maiden. And we have Armored Saint. The last bid on Armored Saint was Andy Lane, and he had it for $45. And Andy Lane, I hope everybody was out. I feel like you've had it for 3 minutes. And this is sold to Andy Lane for $45. Sold. Okay? I'll take both, and I think there was another Badfinger. Okay? And Lothel sold this and this. And he says, if it's straight up, I have that one. So, no, this is Day After Day Live, which is Badfinger green vinyl. Okay? And then, yeah. So I got you down for just Climax Blues Band. Genesis Trick of the Tail is a Canadian press, $19.99, has a price tag on the front, or price writing. Okay, next auction is Axe Witch. Axe Witch, I think that's what this says. Yeah, Axe Witch, Hooked on High Heels. Looks like something y'all would be very much interested in. This is an 85 Swedish OG, only time ever on vinyl worldwide. EX, a $30 start. It's in shrink wrap. Axe Witch, a $30 start. Oh, you want Badfinger ASS too. So you get that one, and you want Donkey. You want ASS. And for those at home that don't know how to spell, that spells, ASS spells the word donkey. That is sold to Lothel as well. Axe Witch is a $30 start. And then Brian Stuttered on John Cougar Scarecrow, sold to Brian Stuttered over on YouTube. Brian, you've bought from us before, right? Axe Witch is at $40. What's their Bowie in the Crate? It was Bowie Live, a French-Canadian press, but it's already sold. Axe Witch is already at $40. And then our next auction is going to be Tesla. Oh my goodness. And it's a gold stamp promo. Tesla Mechanical Resonance. Tesla. Tesla's an 86 USOG gold stamp promo. No white label promo this album exists. It is super duper uber clean. And let me say that one more time. Super duper uber clean. There's Nikolai in his laboratory and 95. This kind of looks like me when I get home. This is kind of the stuff I'm doing. I've got like experiments going on. There's like arc voltage going across my head. This is, if you're ever curious, what does Chad do when he's not live streaming? Well, this is kind of a painting. This is a snapshot of me in my living room. This is a Tesla OG $95 start, okay? There was a BTO. That was the very best of Bachman Turner Overdrive, $14.99. Taking Care of Business. Roll On Down the Highway, $14.99, okay? Axe Witch is at $40. I think it's time for another new crate of new arrivals. That was solid, and we've sold about half of it. I would love to go ahead and sell the other half of it, but let me go ahead and grab a whole new fresh crate. We'll go ahead and do that right now. I hear them coming through the back door. I hope those aren't intruders. Could they possibly be intruders? It should be Paul, Tanner, and Henry. It could be a bunch of intruders, though. Could it be intruders? Or is it people that I know? It's not intruders. It's Paul. It's Paul. Paul and Tyler, possibly even the third amigo. Who got Iron Maiden? It's sold to Gregory for $100. Okay. Axe Witch, $40. Tesla, $95 start. $95 start. I have not looked at this record crate. I didn't even flip through it. I did not flip through this. I just grabbed it, and here we go. Sticks, Kilroy was here. Mr. Roboto. Original on her sleeve. Sterling in the dead wax. Sticks, $19.99. Survivor, Vital Signs, in shrink, $24.99. Cat Stevens, Buddha and the Chocolate Box, has a Columbia Record Club sticker on the side. What does that mean when it has a sticker? It's probably a retail edition, and then they just put Columbia stickers on them. $14.99. And Santana, Inner Secrets. This feels like a UK edition. It is. It is a Italian. I knew it was foreign. $19.99 on that. Tesla's at $95. It does have a bid. We're going to have to go ahead and sell Axe Switch, though. One bid, $40 to Mike Straws. And Creator's already sold. What kind of collection did they score? I'll have to get a review here in a second from Mr. Paul. How's it going? I was stepping around the corner. I was like, I hope there aren't intruders coming through the back door. Tesla has a bid for $95, and let's go ahead and put up some more albums. So we have Tesla. Let's put up Accept. Accept is called Eat the Heat. This is an 89 USOG gold stamp promo. No white label promo of this exists. So when Laura makes that notation, that means that there is no label known to exist to this album that says promo. The closest thing you're going to get is this gold stamp over the barcode. That's a $25 start. Mark Steele, you're about to get Tesla. Also, Leonard Skinner live in shrink with a hop sticker. The Tribute Tour, 87. That's a double LP. Super nice. Leonard Skinner, $44.99. Mama's Boys. What's that doing in the crate? That's usually something we start for early auction. Power and Passion. Shrink wrap hop sticker. $24.99 on that. And Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold. Gordon Lightfoot is a double LP. $29.99. That's one of my favorite compilations to put on. The Canadian Railroad Trilogy. $29.99. Next thing is Tesla. Hammers Up. Tom Petty, nice. This is some kind of foreign press. An Italian pressing of You're Gonna Get It. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers on the Oxford label. Wow. Don't see that too often. That was the Italian Arista Shelter. It still has Shelter exclusively per Italia. Wow, that's pretty cool. Tom Petty, $39.99 for You're Gonna Get It. That's something unusual for sure. Nazareth, this one's called Full House. Nazareth is a double LP, a UK edition, $36.99. And we have Wishbone Ash, there's the rub. Wishbone Ash is $19.99. And we have the Beatles, First Movement. And this is Peter Best stuff. I think this is the, is this the deck? That's not deck auditions. What exactly is this? There's some of that early stuff that's like, you know, pre-Ringo, $19.99. Tesla is sold to Mark Steele for $95. Ken Crooker, you have Accept for $95. I think it's time for me to crack open this monster, and I've got to do a on live air chug here in just a second. It's turned upside down. I'm about to, it's about time. It's about that time, everybody. Mike Straws has that for $30. Ken's back in at $35. We also have Riggs. Boy, that's unusual. Riggs is $19.99. RIGGS. And we also have Seals and Croft, Taking It Easy. Seals and Croft is $9.99. And Collection, Bob Welch, Sentimental Lady. Bob Welch is a German press, $14.99. And I skipped over Eddie Rabbit, Love Line, $9.99. Empty Mat on Riggs, that's something I don't see too often just in a crate, right? Not at all. Let me introduce one more auction before I mute my mic for 1 second. And I'm going to go ahead and put up Pink Floyd, Demon, Black Sabbath, Grateful Dead, Twisted Sister. Let's go ahead and put up this other looking deep cut metal album. Axe Witch, Visions of the Past. Axe Witch is an 84 Swedish OG. It has the original on her sleeve. It is EX, a $20 start on Axe Witch, okay? Tony Freeman on BE. I bet he was trying to get Bob Welch and he got auto-corrected. If that's not right, Tony, let me know. If not, Stephen A. Young, you're next. Sentimental Lady. Let me pause right here at a great one. The 3LP OG Woodstock soundtrack, $39.99. So Accept is up to Mike Straws, and Axe Witch is also now for bid. I think this monster is half frozen. Let me open this up and get some of this in my system for the last half of the show. We're probably about, how long have we been live? Let me refresh my timer over here. We've been live since right at a little after 6. So technically, we've been live 3 hours and 34 minutes. We're probably about the halfway point of the show for you late night owls. We're about the halfway point. Give me my mic for a second. All right, sorry, I had to talk to them for a second. All right, we're back to business. We have Accept at 40. We have Jimmy. Wow, that's cool. Great record to come back to. Jimmy Page Special Early Works with Sonny Boy Williamson. $19.99 on that. We have Ambrosia 180. Ambrosia is sealed, $14.99. Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. Bob Seger is a double LP, $24.99. Genesis, and Then We Were Three. Genesis is $16.99. It does have, no, I was about to say it does have UK markings, but that's a US. $16.99 on that. And Johnny Winter is $19.99. That is a nice looking copy. No wear on the jacket for that to be a black jacket. $19.99 on that. Ken Crooker, I'm going to go ahead and sell you Accept. Thank you, Ken Crooker. I want to thank everybody for tuning in on Friday night here at Coletco. It's kind of like a random night tonight. I mean, we've had a wide variety of genres. We've even had Funkadelic and Parliament, and we've even had metal again tonight, as usual. Axe Witch is a final call for a $20 buy it now, an 84 Swedish OG, and we're actually hot and heavy right in the middle of a new arrival crate. And Razman on Johnny Winter, we just filled up our 4th full crate tonight, which is amazing. The first full crate was almost everything from the flip video this morning. Make sure you're in a whole lot of records. We also have Willie Nelson. This is $14.99. This is Columbus Stockade Blues. Willie Nelson does have a little bit of a ding on top of his head. He's $14.99. And then Bruce Springsteen, the 5 LP box set, live. Bruce is $49.99. Somebody even kept the original shrink wrap, the original price tag, and the book and inner sleeves, $49.99. Wow. Back in 85, this was $24 new. Look at that. $23.99 back in the day. We've got it marked right now $49.99, probably after inflation. That was like, what, $100 new then probably. Axe Witch does have a bid with $20 with David, and we're about to sell that right after I swap out crates because we have filled up another one. We have filled up another one. Another, and then we're going to do another, and then we're going to do another, and then we're going to do another. And let's do it. Let's bring this empty crate over here. Now Axe Witch has bids for 2023. Let's see what's going on with this Pink Floyd record. Pink Floyd is called The Final Cut. It's an 83 Euro OG. We've graded it super clean. I like those words. That means this is really, really nice. $35 on Pink Floyd, and that is a Euro, a UK original for Pink Floyd with hype sticker that says Pink Floyd, the final cut. Aerosmith Rocks is a UK pressing as well. $29.99 for Rocks. Back in the saddle again. Fantastic looking condition. The Rolling Stones Miss You and Faraway Eyes, that 12-inch disco single. $29.99 on that. And Jerry Rafferty, that's his self-titled album. $14.99. Hot Ash, Wishbone Ash, gold stamp promo for Wishbone Ash, $19.99 on that. And Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, a 76 orange capo label, $36.99. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, $36.99. We have Yes 90125, owner of a Lonely Heart. This is $19.99. Yes, we've had the new Rhino Reserve copies in this week. That is an RL Mastering OG Bob Ludwig, $19.99. Axe Switch is at $30 with MT Matt. That's between him and David Baber now. The screen is lit up with Twitch bids right now. That's the only thing on the chat is them fighting each other over that one right now. Pink Floyd's a final call for $35. Razman coming in on the Sgt. Pepper's. That is so to Razman, first record in the new crate. Mega Blast gets Yes for $15. Owner of a Lonely Heart. Nice. Steppenwolf is a West German press. Born to be wild. Catch the motor running. Head out on the highway. 34.36 on Axe Witch. The Vapors, Near Clear Days, is in shrink. $34.99 on that. Our next auction, let me actually step right here and see what I got in my bonus crate. Still got, speaking of Beatles, that jogged my memory. I got some pretty nice OG Beatles records over here. This is an original 66 press of Revolver. It's a Los Angeles press with a correct company inner sleeve. The Beatles Revolver is in VG Plus condition. A $35 start for Revolver. That is now up for bid. We'll take up the Beatles and make it a buy it now for $35, and we'll put down the Beatles for a $35. Up and down. Pink Floyd's up for a $35 buy it now. Next is Robert Plant, the Principle of Moments. Robert Plant is $17.99. The Principle of Moments, Robert Plant. That is available. Axe Witch is at $41. And then we have Jerry Rafferty, City to City. $17.99 for Jerry Rafferty, City to City. That has some amazing music on it. Axe Witch 41, Axe Witch 44, Revolver 35. And we have Yes going for the one. Yes is $17.99. John Cassidy gets the Pink Floyd buy now, Paul, the final cut. This is so to John Cassidy. But Paul's grinning over here ear to ear like he is. Paul, how happy are you right now? A 10? Tyler said Paul is amazed by this collection. So, folks, that means it must be a good one. That must be a good one, okay? So, there we go. Axe Witch is up to David Baber. He's out, so let's sell that to MT Matt for $44. And then Revolver is a $35 buy it now, Revolver. We had some Hatchet Ed stuff earlier. $500 Pantera, couple Aussies, and here's what's left. Iron Maiden, $125. Kiss, $350. LSD is $250. Those are the prices. If anybody wants them, let me know. And next is we sold Ball Breaker. Ram Jam, Whoa Black Betty, Bam the Lamb, Whoa Back Bloody, Blam Shalam, $34.99. Also, Jerry Rafferty, this is $16.99. Susie, another four-letter words. Susie Quattro is $14.99. Frank Marino, Juggernaut. Frank Marino is $19.99. Joe Walsh, the smoker you drink, the player you get. Joe Walsh, $19.99. Uli Jean Roth, Electric Sun. Shrink Wrap, $24.99. Head East, US 1, $17.99. And Rush, Permanent Waves. Begin the day with the friendly voice. Companion unobtrusive. Dewey wins. Rush, $34.99. Over here, the Beatles is sold for $35 with Tom Moran. Everybody wants to know, can we share any details on this collection? The details shall be shared, if any, by the man himself, Paul. They want a synopsis of what we bought. Paul says no one is to touch those records before he does. That means there's a lot of psych and a lot of rare stuff. He says yes and yes, 100%. So it sounds like we just bought a lot of rare psych and really good stuff. He said yes again. All right. He said no one's allowed to touch them. That means I'm 100% going through those tonight, Paul. Paul is telling me I can't go through my own records. Rush is sold to D-Kong 52. Lothel was second. Okay. Lothel was second. Okay. Wow, there's a lot still left in here. And I think y'all are overlooking the fact, I know a lot of these are common U.S. titles, but a lot of these are German, foreign, and they're in top condition. So I'm just going to read through them one more time. I'm probably going to separate the no-brainers. And let's go through these right here. Let's put up a couple more auctions. The Demon, the Plague. Demon is an 83 UK OG. The book is inside of the gatefold. Please, for all that is good and holy, let me sort through the question before we price any of it. Love, Paul. Okay, that sounds like I'm definitely going through these tonight. All right, show's over. Paul's got my interest peaked. Imagine if y'all are in my situation. You just acquired thousands of records at once, and you've never looked at them before. Just like a big truck just delivers a bunch of records at your front door. Wouldn't y'all want to go through them? Right, Paul? I mean, that's what the situation I'm in when they get back with these collections. I'm like, okay, this show's over. There's 10,000 new albums in the back. I've never looked at it. Let's go through them. Demon's up for auction. This is an 83 UK book inside gatefold, $35 on that. Mike Ospaw getting the Scorpions related record here. Let's sell that to Mike for $20. Okay? Let's go for that for $20. And next auction is this. Black Sabbath, 7-star. Black Sabbath is an OG top copy. Tony Iommi, Black Sabbath, an 86 US OG in shrink. That has nothing to do with a record. That was me sneezing. $35 start on that. Okay? Whew. I'm already sipping on a monster over here. That was a great sneeze. All right, here's the titles. Styx, Kilroy was here. Survivor, Vital Signs. Cat Stevens, Boot in the Chocolate Box. Santana, Inner Secrets. Leonard Skinner, Live. Mama's Boys. Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold. Tom Petty, You're Gonna Get It. Nazareth, Full House. Wishbone Ash, There's the Rub. Beatles, First Movement. Eddie Rabbit, Love Line. Seals and Croft, Taking It Easy. The Woodstock soundtrack, amazing. Jimmy Page, Special Early Works. Ambrosia, 180. Bob Seger, 9 Tonight. Genesis, and then there were 3. Willie Nelson. What's that?
I'm going to get myself in trouble with stuff.
You got a good credit card? Yeah, that's true. You do have a good job. A lot of perks. Thank you, Paul. He said no.
You doing the sale tomorrow, or am I doing it?
You're on the docket right now. You're on the docket right now. I'm probably going to not be at the game, but I'm going to be watching it. If anything, if it's like last week, I mean, after the game last week, I was like, man, I probably could just went ahead and come to the store. But I didn't want to interrupt Laura. So, you know, I might make an appearance at like 10 or 11 o'clock. Because when those games are over, I'm like, I don't have anything else to do.
Come on now.
Yeah.
I've got a job.
Yeah, I could do a late night Saturday night deal. Finish up the week strong. Gordon Lightfoot is sold to Razman for $25. Demon has a bid for $35. That's the same starting price. That's the same starting price on Black Sabbath. Genesis is $16.99. So Tom Petty is really cool. It's an Italian. It says Shelter Exclusive per Italia. And that's Tom Petty, $39.99. And then the Beatles is called First Movement. It's $19.99. Matt wants Genesis. That's sold. And then Black Sabbath has a new bid for 37. And Demon only has one bid. Bruce is really nice. Somebody even kept the shrink and the hype and the price tag. It's been well cared for. $49.99. Aerosmith Rocks. Rolling Stones Miss You. Jerry Rafferty self-titled. Wishbone Ash. Steppenwolf. The Vapors. Robert Plant. Jerry Rafferty. Yes. Brent Robley is going to take the Tom Petty. That was a really cool one. Thank you, Brent. Also, Ram Jam, Whoa Black Betty, Bam the Lamb, Whoa Black Betty, Sham Balam, Jerry Rafferty Night Owl, Frank Marino, Joe Walsh, and Head East. The yes was Going for the One. Going for the one. Ba-dum. Beam. Da-dum. Also, it has Wondrous Stories. Wheeler Nelson is a Pickwick reissue of Columbus Stockade Blues. Columbus Stockade Blues, $14.99. All right, Black Sabbath, a top copy OG shrink wrap near mint, out of print, just one bid, sold to Hiram, 37. Demon, an 83 UK near mint album, can't believe it, one bid, $35 MT map. The Rolling Stones is the 12-inch single. It's a very popular mix. It's the Miss You disco single and Faraway Eyes, $29.99. Next thing is Grateful Dead and Twisted Sister. Grateful Dead Anthem of the Sun is a 72 green label Warner Brothers reissue EX with the company inner sleeve. Grateful Dead, a $25 start. And Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. Come On, Feel the Noise. An 84 USOG Carrollton, $25 start on that. $25 start on Twisted Sister, Stay Hungry. Dun 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 run dun 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 dun. Come on now. Can't you see? I am not afraid. Dun, dun, dun. What was that? Dun, 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 dun. Shoo shing bop. Shoot shoot beep bop ba da da ba. Shum bum bum ba da ba da da. Dun dun. All right. Dream job to work at the record store. That's what everybody tells me here. They said, Chad, you've given me my dream job. I'm like, wow. I'm glad I can make some people's dreams come through. I mean, true. Wow, this crate here is amazing. Holy crap. I can't even say moly anymore. We've upgraded to crap instead of moly. This is a holy crap kind of crate. All right, so first thing we're going to do is say that Grateful Dead does not have a bid. But we do see that Twisted Sister has bids for 25, 25, 25, and 30. Let's show another comic bundle. This is a good one. This is vintage 60s comics here from the big title Sergeant Fury. This is Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos. Mostly 60s and 70s. It includes issue 27, which is the origin of the eye patch. This has a Nazi cover on it. It's 19 comics, $84.99. Mostly 12-cent Marvel. Issue 16, 18. That one's cool. Issue 20. A lot of 60s in here. World War II, Sergeant Fury. That is 18 comics for $84.99. Nice. Sergeant Fury. 19 comics, $84.99. That's another comic book bundle that's available. Okay? So what we're going to do is start reading through these not half off. We're going to start reading through these buy it now or best offer. I think y'all are going to love this crate. Cheap Trick. You usually see this as a 10-inch. It's called Found All the Parts. Cheap Trick is $19.99. 1976, 77, 78, and 79. Cheap Trick is $19.99. Steppenwolf, 16 Greatest Hits. Steppenwolf is $19.99. It's a barcoded MCA press, the Pusher Man, Born to be Wild, Magic Carpet Ride. Well, I held Aladdin's lamp and close your eyes, girl. Look inside. Greg Ken, Conspiracy. Jeopardy, $19.99. Greg Ken Band, $19.99. My Singing Did It, sold to Pergy33 Steppenwolf. I'll take some pictures of the new collection tomorrow. Yeah, right, Paul. I'm taking pictures of the new collection tonight. Let's walk right over here and see what's in this new collection. Now that I know that Paul's watching and I've got his attention, let me walk right over here and see what's going on. Please, for all that's good and holy, let me look through this collection before we price any of it. Love, Paul. What's in this crate right here? Holy moly, what do we have here, Paul? Oh my gosh. Wow, this is a nice copy. Woo. Look at that. Look at that. I'll lay that on top for the hot picture tonight. Oh my gosh. Paul even forgot his sunglasses. He's so worked up. He left his sunglasses back here and everything. I see Blue Note. I see, oh my gosh, look at all this stuff. Holy crap. No wonder Paul likes coming to work here. Holy moly, folks. Golly. All right, here we go. Next is Cheap Tricks, sold to Rich Krulak, $15. We have Supertramp, Even in the Quietest of Moments, $19.99. Give a little bit. Give a little bit of love to me. Awesome, $19.99. Grateful Dead, let's go ahead and make that a buy it now for just $25. It's a 72 reissue, $25 on that. The last bit on Twisted Sister is a final call. This is at $30 with Johnny Hancock. He's about to buy it. And then this is the Brandos, No Kin to Marlon, Honor Among Thieves in shrink wrap, $14.99. And Rock Giant Steppenwolf, another compilation, a German compilation, $24.99. Close your eyes, girl. Let this song take you away. I love Steppenwolf. Also, we have Sweet, Level Headed. Sweet is $26.99. Let's walk back in the back and look through some more records. No, I'm joking. We got to sell records. We'll let Paul mark those. Hurry, tick-tock, Paul. We expect a lot of records, Paul, to be out for sale next week. You better get that pricing gun warmed up. Donna Summer, $14.90. Nice. Here's the one everybody wants. $24.99. It's a beautiful German press. Amazing. Train. This is it. This is the one you want. $24.99 for Blackfoot. That's going to blow your socks off. GTR, Steve Howe, Steve Hackett, shrink wrap hop sticker, original on her sleeve. There is a tear on the shrink, $24.99. Gregory on Blackfoot, there it is. Show the Twist Sister. While up, I didn't know I already had that one. This is Stay Hungry. It's about to be yours for $30. I usually don't allow bid retractions. I'm about to sell it. It's called Stay Hungry. Next is Duke Genesis Misunderstanding, $19.99. $19.99. Rich, you were second on Blackfoot. Ted Nugent Scream Dream, a UK original, $19.99. Ted Nugent, $19.99. $19.99. The Cars Panorama. The Cars is $24.99. Also really nice, $24.99. Blackfoot Tomcat earlier. I think it was a Euro or German. Christopher Cross, Gold Stamp Promo, $9.99. Twisted Sister is sold to Johnny Hancock for $30. No, I was unaware of what I have. I'll take it. Just want to know the bid. Okay, it's yours for $30. Donna Summer is sold for $9 to Jackie Reynolds. Okay, next auction is Girl School. Girl School is called Hit and Run. It's an 81 USOG promo copy, $20 on that. Gregory, give me a second. I'll try to find Jim Croce, I Got a Name. $14.99. Jim Croce, I Got a Name. Let's see if I can find Tomcat. Close your eyes, girl. Look inside. Is there any 45s? Paul, you still on the chat? Are there any 45s? I didn't see any unless they're in tubs back there. At my first glance, I didn't see any tubs. Or all I seen was tubs and crates. I didn't see any boxes of 45s. So yeah, this is really nice. I want to let you know the laminate on it is a little not damaged. It's, well, I guess that is damaged, but it's got some laminate issues. But yeah, the vinyl's beautiful. Okay, Girl School's at 20, now 25. Bachman Turner Overdrive Live, Shrink Wrap, Platinum Plus, and Hop Sticker, $14.99 on that. Cheap Trick 1-on-1, a Holland press. Cheap Trick is $24.99. Beautiful, $24.99. And Robert Plant, nice, Now and Zen, Shrink Wrapped and Hop Stickered, $24.99. Robert Plant, Now and Zen. Rainbow Bent Out of Shape, a West German play, a West German press with the original on her sleeve, $34.99. Scar Arnold, you're out on Girl School. It's at $25. If you want to go ahead and bid $100, I guarantee you'll win the auction if you want to go ahead and bid $100. Right now, it's at $25. We have Pat Travers Band Live. Go for what you know. Pat Travers is $19.99. Jackie, I'll do $20 on Robert Plant. This is such an exceptional copy. Such an exceptional copy. $20 on that. Cheap Trick. Price. This is a Holland, which is Euro. Very sweet, $24.99. And speaking of food, Laura walked by with something earlier, and my mom made me some spaghetti. I'm gonna make sure it's out of this fridge. This fridge up here about freezes stuff. I gotta make sure I got mom's spaghetti. My palms are sweaty. If you had one chance. Where is it? I think this is it here. I'm gonna go ahead and get it out of this refrigerator. It's gotta start thawing. It's probably frozen, honestly. I'm gonna eat up tonight. Spaghetti and Friday night movie at Chad's house at 5 a.m. 6 a.m. I'll be watching The Fugitive and eating some spaghetti. What are y'all doing at 5 and 6 a.m.? I'm eating spaghetti and watching movies. No, I can't. I only watch movies on Saturday nights if I'm lucky. That's my movie night. I do one a week. One movie a week. We have Lothel, Cheap Trick, $18. Sold to Jackie for $20. Girl School is sold to Razman for $25. Faces is available. It's up to you, Sippy. $39.99. Pat Travers, $19.99. John, you were second on Robert Plant. And the other crate, what was the condition of Robert Plant shaking shirt? Shrink wrapped, near mint minus. It was nice. We have Anthology of Harry Chapin, Cats in the Cradle, and the Silver Spoon, $9.99, or Silver Moon. Alchemy, Dire Straits Live. This is an 84 Holland Vertigo. Nice. Dire Straits Live, $44.99. There are some variants. If you look this up on Discogs, you'll have a headache and you'll want to pound your head against the wall. This is a tough one. See, they used Uncle Scrooge on the cover. They used a Disney character, and they had to make a notation later inside of the jacket. I forgot what happened. There's some kind of notation about that. They used a Disney character, obviously, without. I can't remember, but that's a tough one. $44.99. That's a beautiful Vertigo press. This is the Rhino High Fidelity pressing, all analog Kevin Gray, numbered to 5,000. It's brand new and sealed, a remaster. Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. You're now the 9th person who's asked about it tonight. You're about the 15th person who's asked about it in the last 48 hours. Okay. How much can I write it down? Chad Snyder said sold, and that was for Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred. That was 19. Not Principal Moments, right? You wanted Shaken and Stirred. Let me make sure that's still available. Hold on a second. Or was it earlier in this crate? It wasn't earlier in this crate, was it? Hold on a second. We got Principle of Moments. That might have been in the first crate, the same one we just sold Blackfoot out of. You know, I don't see it anymore. Did we sell that to somebody? We might have sold that one. I see Principle of Moments, but I don't see Shaken and Stirred anymore. Is this the third crate or the fourth crate? That was the check. This is the check condition stuff here. Don't think I have it anymore. I retract that. I don't see it. Sorry. Sippy says I want it. Okay, and we've sold to you before, right? We have definitely sold to you before. There it is, folks. It's gone. It's gone. It's sold. Now we just need somebody in on Dream Theater and Porno for Pyros. Okay, now the big question is, what the heck can I replace that with? That's a tough one to replace. That's almost been iconic. That's almost been iconic, folks. What can I replace with that? Holy moly. Let's see. That's going to be a tough one to replace. Let's see here. Here we go. Here's a good one. There we go. All righty. So, first thing we have, that's so Sippy. Next is Heart, Passion Works. Heart is $19.99. It has the original inner sleeve with it, $19.99. We have Hall & Oates Rock and Soul Part 1. This is a West German press. Sarah Smile, She's Gone, Rich Girl, Kiss on My List. I Can't Go For That. $24.99. A German press. Hall & Oates, Sarah Smile. Wow. Next, Bob Seger, The Distance. $24.99. What, y'all don't like my new selection? Holy moly, I happen to have another one. It's only $39.99. Anybody else want one? Faces, Ooh La La. It's available. Next thing is Joe Walsh, but seriously, everything you see is available, including Faces. This is Joe Walsh, but seriously, folks, has the original inner sleeve, $19.99. Ginger Lynch. I don't know, Ginger Lynch had a problem there. She, I don't know if she's happy or mad or their cat just said, no, not another Faces, Ooh La La. No. Next thing, what heart was that? This was Passion Works. Passion Works is $19.99. That has the original inner sleeve. The Sergeant Fury bundle was 19 comics, $84.99. Mostly 60s. There's a few 70s. It's mostly 12 cents, but it goes into some 20 cents too. Very cool. 19 at $85. Not too bad, honestly. 24 for about around 4 a piece. Next is Sammy Hagar, 9 on a 10 scale. UK pressing and shrink wrap. Sammy Hagar, $29.99. Okay, I got to find some more, quote, auction material. We've sold every advertised auction tonight. I have unadvertised Kiss and Beatles records over here. I'm going to go ahead and try to mix some of those in. Let's get started with this. We got Ace Frehley. This is Frehley's Comet, and this is a 2024. It's on this, quote, hand-poured effect. It is near mint minus, really cool colored vinyl for Ace. This is second sighting of Frehley's Comet. There's Mr. Ace himself from the 80s. 80s Ace, late 80s Ace. Rest in peace, Mr. Ace. $25 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, we also have the Beatles 62 to 66, a capital press. $39.99. No Kiss CD. I got 2. You've already seen them though, Mark. I had Monster for $9.99 and Dynasty for $9.99. Those were left over the other night out of that huge stack. I'm glad you said those. Those have been laying right over here next to me. The Best of Rainbow, an 81 German. 81 German press. The Best of Rainbow, $39.99. Josh Brown says he would do DS for $30. DS for $30. And that was Dire Straits Live Alchemy. Is that what you're referring to? I will do that for $40. And then we have Rush, Caress of Steel, a West German pressing, $39.99. Rush, Caressa Steel, $39.99, a West German press. Ace has a bid for $25. America, this is called History, America's Greatest Hits, amazing, $14.99. And we have Empty Mat on Rush, that got grabbed quickly. Ace has another $25 bid. And we also have Willie Nelson. The Longhorn Jamboree presents Willie Nelson, $19.99. Next is ZZ Top, Cheap Sunglasses, live and the studio cut. A 1979 12-inch promo, $19.99. Ivan R is scooping and scoring with the America at 11. And we have Wishbone Ash locked in, $19.99. Another great decision, picking up the best of Rainbow. That's sold Empty Mat as well. Cameron, you're out on Ace. The first bidder was Matt at 25, so you technically tied him. And while we got that up, let me go ahead and put up a copy of Rubber Soul. This one looks nice. The Beatles is in shrink wrap. It's a 71 Apple press, Los Angeles. It's nice. VG++ EX in shrink with the inner sleeve. Rubber Soul. I once met a girl, or should I say she once met me? I almost forgot the words there. $25 start to Norwegian Wood. $25 start for You Won't See Me. $25 start for It's Only Love. $25 start for In My Life. $25 start for I Just Seen a Face. There's that. Now, we have Stephen A. Young on ZZ Top, Cheap Sunglasses. Dun, 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 dun. Ace is at 26 and 26. We have The Who. This definitely looks like a UK copy. It is $24.99. The Who. Who Are You? Who? The Best of Eddie Rabbit. Rocky Mountain Music. $9.99. Ace 26, Ace 26, Ace 30. And Rubber Soul is a $25 start, which is the early Apples press, 25 on that. Nice copy and shrink. Very, very nice jacket. Superb. So when this was pressed, that album was about 5 years old. And I'm going to tell you, like, I can't name too many albums right now in 2025 that would be made, that's 5 years old, that 5 years after this, I would be saying, wow, that album came out 5 years ago. It was amazing. I can't name you too many. There's been some good stuff come out. I'm never opposed to new music, but it's just amazing in the 60s if you think, like, from now where we are, let's say 10 years ago, what was being put out in 2015, it's crazy. Stuff like this was still in the shelves selling. I mean, they were pressing these in the late 60s, the early 70s, the mid 70s, the late 70s. They were still making them in the 80s. Of course, it slowed down in the 90s just because of vinyl production. And then the Beatles catalog was one of the first things that came back in print. And now they sell thousands of copies around the world every month of these Beatles albums over and over and over like it's nothing. They keep making them and keep selling them and keep making them and keep selling them. They make thousands and they keep selling them. So essentially, except for the decline of vinyl just as a medium, that album has never really stopped selling, ever. Never really went out of print. Ace is at $34. And then how much was Willie? This was Longhorn Jamboree, and this is $19.99. We're in a crate of new arrivals, buy it now or best offer. We have Willie Nelson live, I Gotta Get Drunk. Willie Nelson's $14.99. So, Alan, you tied George Scher, who bid first on the Beatles. And we have Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley over here is a $34 bid with Chad Snyder. Trance Breakout, that looks unusual. German, looks like hard rock or metal, $24.99 for Trance Breakout. Also, nice, Nazareth, No Mean City, a German press on Vertigo, $29.99. Nazareth, $29.99. Alex Kane picking up Trance. Some cool stuff in here at the end of the crate. Super 70s, original hits, original stars, $19.99. It's an RCA Special Products, $19.99. Trance is already sold. The Beatles is at $26. Brent Robley on N for Nazareth. That was a fantastic looking copy. Climax Blues Band Collection. Never seen it before. It's a compilation because it's a German press. $19.99 for Climax Blues Band. Which you got to know, if you see a lot of records, all of a sudden it's like, man, I've never seen that before. Like me, somebody who goes through records every single night, all day, every day, looking through records, looking at vinyl, looking through crates. It's because these were released in the UK or Germany, and that's the only way you can find them there. Robin gets the 70s compilation for $15. Lothel gets Climax. And then the last bit on that ace over here was Cameron at $35. Chad Snyder, you're out. The Beatles is now at $28, which means Alan Smith, you're out. The Kinks, low budget. The Kinks is $14.99. Soft sale. He just passed away yesterday. I think he just passed away yesterday. $24.99. This is the full album, Nonstop Erotic Cabaret, which has that great song, Tainted Love. The dun-dun. I can't do the keyboards. We'll let them do it, okay? $24.99. Soft sale. Baby, baby, where did our love go? Which, of course, was a Supreme song. Starstruck, an original motion picture soundtrack. $19.99. Never seen that before. Starstruck, $19.99. Kelly Vlodacek on soft sale. He died today. That was today. Wow. Sorry, my days get blended. I live in half days because I wake up when the day's over. The Best of Leo Sayer, UK, $12.99. And we have K-Tel Alert, a double LP K-Tel, $19.99. Classic. I love those designs. $19.99. Ace Frehley is Friday Music. It has a final call. Yes, so this is relatively new. What year? This should be 2025 or 2024. It's 2024, yeah. 2024, Friday Music, which y'all know these are new, not too cheap, high quality, thick jacket, and hand-poured colored effect, okay? And then there's the Beatles, which is an early 70s Apple. If you see Apple for Beatles albums like this, they're typically early 70s, just for a while, and then they would have been back reissued on Capitol starting in the mid-70s. And then they really was never on Apple again. So the Beatles would be on United States, either VJ, Capitol, and then those last couple albums were not on Capitol originally, like the White Album and Abbey Road and Let It Be. And then they reissued the early stuff, like the Beatles 6, Rubber Soul, Revolver. Those went back to Apple. And then in the mid-70s, everything was back being reissued on Capitol after the dissolution of Apple Records. Next is this. We have Beatles 30. Soft sale was claimed quickly by Kelly. Then somebody offered it, and then somebody claimed it. We have Matt offered 15 for super hits. And Chuck claimed it at sticker price. So Matt, if you want this, it is $19.99. If you pass, I'm going to sell it to Chuck Haley. Chad, do you have any Shinedown? I think I have Leave a Whisper. If not, then they're on the way. Leo Sayer is sold to Sippy for $8. Okay. And then next is Ace is at 36. Beatles at 32. Ace is at 38. Chuck Haley, you get super hits. So Ace Frehley is at 40. Ace Frehley's at 40. The Beatles is at 32 with George Scherer. And it goes back to Alan Smith. That was a great crate. A lot of UK foreign presses. Still a lot of super, super nice stuff in here. I'm going to show you another comic bundle. And I am going to read through this crate again. Not before I show you this. This is kind of a pricey bundle, but wait till you see them. These are actually pretty tough comics to get, and they're not bad. These are from the golden age of comics. A lot of 50s stuff here. $90 for these 4 comics. $90. This is Police Against Crime. Police Against Crime number 8. Crime and Punishment number 60. Gangbusters number 56. And Justice Traps the Guilty number 52. A lot of mid-50s golden age, what we call police comics. 10-cent police comics. They're all graded between good, good plus. $90 for those 4. Very cool stuff there. $90 for those 4. Police Against Crime, Crime and Punishment, Gangbusters, and Justice Traps the Guilty. Those are $90. Okay. Next, how much was Rainbow? It's already sold. Beatles got a new bid for $34. Alan Smith's out. And Ace is at $40. Cameron, you're out. The Beatles are still getting bids. I'm stretching if you can't hear me. That was a great stretch. Whew. Okay, we have Greg Ken Band, Conspiracy. This has his big song Jeopardy on it. $19.99. Supertramp in the quietest of moments. Give a little bit. $19.99. Still got the Brandos. Rock Giant Steppenwolf compilation. $24.99. Sweet Level Headed. $26.99. The last bid on Ace Frehley was $40 with Chad Snyder. I'm going to make sure Cameron's done. He hadn't set out yet. Tom Moran, you're back out on the Beatles. George Scherer has it for $35. GTR is still available. So is Duke by Genesis. Ted Nugent, Scream Dream. The Cars Panorama. Christopher Cross. Jim Croce, I Got a Name. Bob and Turnover Drive, Live, Live, Live. Rainbow, Been Out of Shape. Pat Travers, Go for What You Know. The Anthology of Harry Chapman. Hall & Oates, Rock and Soul Part 1. Bob Seger, The Distance. Joe Walsh, But Seriously Folks. Heart, Passion Works. Sammy Hagar, 9 on a 10 scale. The Beatles, 62 to 66. Dire Straits, Alchemy. Wishbone Ash, Locked In. The Who Are You? The Best of Eddie Rabbit. Willie Nelson, Longhorn Jamboree. Willie Nelson Live. The Kinks, Low Budget. And Starstruck. This Rainbow here, you must be referring to this one. Been Out of Shape is a West German press in shrink, $34.99. Matt has offered Joe Walsh $15. So to Lothel, $15. I've lost Cameron. Cameron, I hope you were done bidding on this. Always make sure if you are, you do say out. That will expedite the bidding process. This is sold, Ace Frehley to Chad Snyder for $40. Okay? $40 on that. That is sold. The Beatles is at 38 with Tom Moran. Let's move this over here. Heart Passion Works Robin was $19.99, I think. What happened to it? It's right in here, wasn't it? It was right here. $19.99. Supertramp, Even the Quietest of Moments, $19.99. Nice with the original on her sleeve. Superb. Give a little bit. Okay? Next auction. Coming up right now. We have Love Gun. This is, look at the vinyl on this one. Kiss Love Gun. Orange Tangerine Splatter. $20 start. Walmart exclusive. Heart sold Robin 15. Heart sold Robin 15. Supertramp sold Garrett Cypher 15. Thank you and thank you. Beatles is at 39. Love Gun, $20 start. Genesis, Taking It All Away. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Woo-hoo. There must be some. $19.99, Genesis. Nice. There must be some kind of mistake. I waited in the rain for hours, and you were late. We'll leave that up to Phil Collins, okay? He's got a slightly better voice than me. The Beatles has a new bid for 40, and Alex Kane says, I'll take the Wishbone Ash, which was somewhere in here. Sold to Michael Wood, Genesis, $15. And Genesis, what's happened here? Kiss is at 20. Wishbone Ash, that was somewhere in here. Hold on a second. Am I going crazy? This one here, sold to Alex Kane. All right, and then Sammy was a UK pressing, 9 on a 10 scale. Beautiful in shrink wrap, $29.99. It's a UK edition. The 62 to 66 Beatles is the Capital Press, $39.99. Ooh, it's even on the mismatching labels, so it's weird. It's supposed to be on red labels, right? Because it's the Red album. They made some Red albums on blue labels. This has the original inner sleeves. It's kind of weird to see that. $39.99. I think they just used whatever they could at the time. Garrett's in on Kiss at 22. And the Beatles is between two people, Tom Moran and George Scher. George Scher has it for 41. I'm taking offers on anything in here. We've went through John's 4 new arrival crates. It's about time to do some discount stuff. And the discount crate I have, I think, is all the leftover Paul and Laura stuff that was only shown once at sticker price. And I think I'm about to read through those again. I have a bajillion comics I can show y'all. I also have a bajillion Funkos and toys over here that Tanner's marked. And there's some pretty dang cool ones over here, too. There's some pretty dang cool ones over here that, well, some of them's marked. Some of them's not marked. And, you know, as the night gets later, we'll get into more random stuff until I think it's time for me to go eat my spaghetti. Don't forget, Paul will be hosting the show tomorrow. If you heard me earlier, tell him. I said, Paul, I might come in tomorrow after the game. Especially last week after we lost, I didn't feel like doing anything because it was so dumb. It's dumb when Tennessee loses, okay? It's really dumb. But if we win, I'll probably have nothing to do, and I might come in here and be like, hey, I'll take over the show from here, Paul. Or I'll fall asleep and I'll wake up at 1 a.m. Beatles, $41. Kiss is at 20. Kiss is at 22. Kiss is at 23. Kiss is at 25. A-Rod on Sammy Hagar for $25. That's sold to A-Rod for $25. Kiss Condition is near mint minus. It's a Walmart exclusive orange tangerine. It has a high bid of 25. Kiss 27. Beatles 45. Anybody else? Let's find some more stuff to go through because I think these Paul and Laura records are only read through once. I have Japanese over here, but they've actually already been shown and discounted. But I said if they don't sell, there'll be $15 starts to close out the week. We're about to do that. And then I've got 2 over here that I have saved for auction, which is the Beatles and Billy Joel. I'm about to bring those over. Okay. Does Kiss have Beth? Beth is on Destroyer or Love Gun. It's on one of the two. Beth is on Destroyer, not Love Gun. Okay. Kiss is at 28, still getting bids. Let's swap out crates. Those are all best offer. I just emptied the Japanese crate, so let me put that right there. And then let me condense this with the other great crate that John marked earlier. Took a big chunk out of that one. Fantastic stuff. I'm going to make sure I keep these separate. Honestly, very little of this kind of stuff, maybe a handful, should ever make it around to those crazy half-off bins because these are way too nice of pressings. That'd be like me, the equivalent of doing half-off Japanese or something. So, I mean, they might end up in discount crates, $5 off sticker. That's why I'm saying if you want to go ahead and make an offer on something now, you can. Did I pull that Sammy Hagar for somebody? Let me make sure I did that. Did I pull Sammy Hagar? I did. I think I'm caught up. Black Sabbath is $55. And let's swap these out. So John's 4 crates are now in 2 crates. Some very nice stuff in there. Almost all those are German, UK, and Holland imports. Hey, I do have the leftover flip crate stuff I can show right quick. I got the leftover flip crate stuff from the last 2 nights. We've already sold all the other ones. Let me condense those right quick. I've already emptied 4 crates in 10 seconds. That's good. And then Kiss, $28 Jersey Devil, right? And everybody else looks like they're out. And the Beatles at 46. It's up to Tom Moran. They're still at it. They're still at it for Rubber Soul. Battle is still ensuing. Oh, and don't forget, as soon as I know my couple UK buyers are on, we got a couple crates of Christmas records for late tonight, probably to wrap up the show. Let's try to knock out the leftover vintage flip crate stuff, okay? Let's try to knock out the leftover vintage flip crate stuff. This is 2 leftover vintage flip crates. One of them starts right here, And there's going to be 6, 9. These are just $6.99 and $9.99. Wow, there's some good looking $9.99 stuff in here. So let's get started with that. Let me use this as a divider, actually. All right, so these are $9.99. How late is late? 11:30, about an hour from now. Uriah Heep is half off at $9.99. A nice copy of The Magician's Birthday. Yeah, see, the other night we had a German press, and that was written in red. I told y'all that was different. See, it's white on the U.S. edition. $9.99 on that. We have Ringo by Ringo Starr. It does have the booklet, no condition notes. $9.99, $9.99. And then we have Zappa, You Are What You Is. Zappa's a double LP, just $9.99, 75% off. Traffic, self-titled, Feeling All Right. EX, $9.99 on Traffic. Blind Faith, speaking of Steve Winwood, there's a name tag. VG, $9.99 on Blind Faith. Billy Thorpe, 21st Century Man, gold stamp promo, $9.99. Now think, that was the leftovers from that discount crate. Imagine what you missed out on. Just imagine. John Lennon's asking the same thing. He's asking you to imagine what you missed out on. Okay? First is Kiss. Kiss over here is $28, and that is sold to Jersey Devil. And then Beatles is sold to George Sheriff for $46. Have more stuff like that we can slip in tonight. Let me put this away. There we go. Nice. You won't see me. Hiram on Uriah Heep for $9.99. Bill Tochin on Ringo for $9.99. Garrett on Zappa for $9.99. Ryan next on Ringo. Kathy next on Zappa. Bill next on, or Bill did get Ringo. And then here's the $6.99 leftovers with my Cash Express sticky notes. Cash Express. They bring in stuff. You know how they walk around and they deliver stuff to businesses, pens and stuff to give away. My mom's like, y'all have no idea how many sticky notes we use here. $6.99. We have Dynasty Young, $6.99 for Dynasty Young. The Righteous Brothers, You've Lost That Love and Feeling. Now we're into the $6.99 stuff. The only $9.99 records left was Billy Thorpe, Blind Faith, and Traffic. $6.99 for Dennis, $6.99 for Righteous Brothers, $6.99 for Christopher Cross. Don't forget, Newman booked him for his Newmanium party. Tail Spinners for Children, Heidi. Heidi is $6.99. So is Sinbad. Sinbad is $6.99. Todd Rundgren is VG Plus. That is $6.99. Also, we have Elton John, Jump Up, a gold stamp promo, $6.99. Robin Glenn on the Righteous Brothers for $6.99. These are the final discount price on these. Whatever's left, I'll discount them as a bundle. John Denver, I Want to Live, $6.99. John Denver, Back Home Again, $6.99. John Denver, Farewell Andromeda, $6.99. And Jean-Luc Ponty, Mystical Adventures, $6.99. Somebody asked earlier, I think Oso did, what were the unsold auctions? Well, there's only a couple, and then there's some Hatchet Ed stuff. The only unsold auction tonight is Grateful Dead. This is the only one. Anthem of the Sun is a 72 Pittman reissue. This originally came out in like 68. This is a 72 press. EX, $25 start, and it has the original inner sleeve from Warner Brothers. Not bad for $25. That is the Grateful Dead. $25 on that. And then the Hatchet Ed no bids was LSD, also known as Life, Sex, and Death. Someone's about to buy it. It's been asked about way too much. The Silent Majority, $250. $250. It is a 92 Euro OG. That tells me somebody that also was bidding was very close to 250 the last time it was up. 250. Kiss, Greatest Kiss, a double picture disc, 25th anniversary, $350. And Iron Maiden, Rock in Rio, $125. And Iron Maiden is a triple picture disc, 2002 Euro OG. 2002 Euro OG, the triple picture disc. It does have a little bit of sync split, $125. Kiss is $350. LSD $250, and then Grateful Dead $25. I would love to send those into some new homes. The Sinbad is a story record. It is the exciting dramatization with music and effects. It's the Sinbad story, $6.99. Okay, now that was all left over from one crate. Here was the leftovers from another. 2 copies of Culture Club for $19.99. Those are near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressings, $19.99, which the other night was no bids. And I had about 7 or 8 Japanese no bids. That was the only thing that was left in there. That was the only thing that was left, was those 2 Culture Clubs, okay? And then for, what's the next department here? $9.99. Retrospective, Linda Ronstadt. Double LP compilation, $9.99. Fleetwood Mac Mirage, VG Plus, $9.99. And Edgar Winter Group, they only come out at night, VG Plus, $9.99. Half off, $5 off, more than half off. Those are all available. Sinbad is sold to Nat Reynolds. I'm assuming Noah, you want to pass. That's sold to him for $6.99. Oso said he would do 100 on the Iron Maiden. If I'm not wrong, I'm pretty sure you were one of the backup bidders on that the other night. I'll go ahead and sell it to you for 100. Sell that to Oso Adventure for 100. It's gone. Bradley Smith on Fleetwood Mac, $9.99 sold. The rest of these are $6.99. Rod Stewart Blondes Have More Fun, no condition notes. The Best of Manhattan Transfer, $6.99. Tony Joe White, VG, $6.99. 71 Pittman. Al Stewart, You're the Cat, EX, $6.99. Rod Stewart, A Shot of Rhythm and Blues, $6.99. And George Thorogood and the Destroyers, $6.99. Let me make sure nobody's let's make sure nobody's commented late on those videos, the challenge of flip videos. Speaking of that, it wasn't too much of a problem, but I did see somebody message the page. Earlier today about something that was happening at one time, and I thought it went away, but I think it's happening again. Now, some people may not be doing it intentionally, but I'll just say this. If we think there is Manhattan Transfer, Karen, was that still left? This is sold to Karen Robbins. That's sold to Karen Robbins for $6.99. Okay, she claimed that just 6 hours ago. Berlin 7 Diamond Dolly. Okay, 7 Diamond Dolly. Pink Floyd. Okay, everything else. Here is something that cannot be done when you're watching these videos. And I don't think some people was doing it intentionally. But you cannot edit your comment. Okay? Cannot happen. Editing your comment is actually a way to cheat on those videos. And it's like this. If your comment is viewed as edited and somebody thinks that they were watching the live chat and we have to go back and check the timestamp, then we'll just have to change your record. And just don't edit your comments, okay? That's almost it's actually a direct form of beating the system on those flip videos. So you can't edit your comments. It happened, somebody was doing it not too long ago. I don't think they were doing it intentionally, but I think when they realized they could literally beat the system doing it, then they started doing it. We told them to stop, and I think honestly it upset them. But it was making it very unfair for everybody. So you get one comment, and I would just keep it in order, okay? So, because let me tell you the cheating. If you're on there right on the bat and you comment a period, okay, you comment a period. When you edit that, it shows your timestamp edit, but in the form of comments, you get the first slot. So when we sort them by newest, your comment is first. And then somebody can go in and change their comment to whatever they want, and they're technically first on everything. And so basically, if we see that your comment's been edited, all of your claims are void, and it goes to the next person. Now, some people change their mind, which I think some people's done. They claim something after the video hype, after the rush of trying to get what they want, they go check their collection, and they're like, oh, I already have that. Then they change their comment to something else, but then somebody else bought it, and they thought they were first. 4 hours later, G comes in to pull the records, and that person's comment's now second because somebody changed their comment, okay? So when we found out that was not, you could call it cheating, we've had to let everybody know, hey, you can't edit your comment, okay? So you got to make sure. And I'm going to start putting that in the description. Any edited comments that could cause a change in claims are void. So that keeps it fair, because if you get in there and if you're first and you put a period, then technically you could have dibs on the whole crate and you can change your mind later. And then, because some people were like, Chad, there's no way that record was claimed. I went through it, nobody had bought it, and somehow I didn't get it. And then we went back, and 3 hours later, an early comment was edited and added a claim, and then they were still first. So, yeah, some people figured out how to beat that system, so we can't do that. But that's what was going on a couple times, okay? So there's that. I guess it is part of the. I guess it's part of the system. It's like the tax code, okay? It's like finding out ways to pay less taxes, but you're going to get slapped with a fine, maybe. I don't know. Next thing is, let's go back to the top. So Sinbad, Fleetwood Mac. The next comment is condition of Billy Thorpe. Billy Thorpe is 21st Century Man. This is half off, $9.99. $9.99, and it's a white label promo, EX Plus or better. $9.99, Mike Pierce. That's yours if you want it. What is the unsold Grateful Dead auction? It just sold to Oso for $20. He asked about it earlier, and that sold to him for $20. And then next is Chad. Can you pull the Dire Straits Live for $40? I don't want to pass it up. Okay, Josh Brown gets the Dire Straits Live Alchemy. That sold to him for $40 from earlier. This is sold to Josh Brown for $40 on that. And the next thing is Mike Pierce sold on this for $9.99. And Joe DeGago on Edgar Winter. Okay? Now, that's not $9.99. Of course, I don't think some people are doing that intentionally. I think they edit their comment just because they've messed up and then they change their mind. But it still gives you an advantage. And we're trying to keep it very level for everybody. It's basically you're watching it. It's just like here. But see, here it's live and I can see it. There's no way anybody can edit anything. And I always tell everybody, don't claim something unless you know you don't have it. But I also realize some of these people that I know have bought from me have 10, 20,000 records in their collection. They literally have rows and shelves and bins and tubs, and it's all different, and they don't have any duplicates, and they don't want any duplicates. But that's that. Okay, I'm going to try to bundle the rest of these. See, those were 6. That was the only $9.99 record there. But I'm going to do one more read through. Okay, these are $9.99 and $6.99. And there was only 2 1999ers, which was Culture Club, Waking Up with the House on Fire. I got 2 Japanese pressings for $20. Traffic is $9.99, EX edition. Linda Ronstadt was $9.99, no condition notes. And Blind Faith with that second cover, Eric Clapton, Steve Winwood, VG, $9.99. The rest of the crate is $6.99. Dynasty Young, Christopher Cross, Another Page, Heidi, Todd Rundgren, Elton John, John Denver, Jean-Luc Ponty, Rod Stewart, Tony Joe White, Al Stewart, Rod Stewart, and George Thorogood. And Mike Owen wants Christopher Cross for $6.99. Anybody else before I offer those as a bundle deal? Let's put up another auction over here. I have a pressing of Gene Simmons, his solo album. This is a 78 USOG. Nice cover. It does have a saw mark, which is extremely common for these. The vinyl's VG Plus. It has the inner sleeve and it has the poster. So it's missing the merch insert. That's the only thing missing. The merch insert. Really cool Gene Simmons poster. $25 start. OG, clip corner, corner ding. We'll call it a VG, $25 start. Mike Owen on Jean-Luc Ponty for $6.99. The George Thorogood is more George Thorogood and Destroyers. No condition note, $6.99. And Tony Joe White is $6.99. Self-titled, 71 Pittman, VG. Okay? Now, here's the bundle deal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 leftover $6.99 records. I'm going to make those this price. And then 1, 2, 3, 5 $10 leftover records. Let's get those down to 5, so 15 more dollars. And then I'm going to pull out the 2 Japanese Culture Clubs. That will make the bundle cheaper, and I can just auction those later. And I'm going to make sure they're passing on these 2 George Thorogoods before I do my final price, okay? If y'all say pass, I'm going to put them in the bundle. If y'all want them for $6.99, there it is. If you missed out on that last Kiss Love gun, here's another one. Same thing, almost identical. Tangerine orange or tangerine green splatter, another one, $20 start. So Danny takes Tony Joe White. We're going to leave that one in there. So my price is $55. $55 for 16 records. 55 divided by 16, that's only $3.43 a piece. $3.43 a piece. Bill, these were final prices. They're already discounted, but now that's part of the bundle. $55 for these 16 records. Where's my bundle, people? Come on, bundlers. I know John Barry may be watching. Boom! Folks, we got John Barry on tonight. It could get insane with these bundles. Warm up the bundle machine. We got John Barry watching. Kiss, a $20 start. Gene Simmons has 1 bid for $25 of Jerry Rock. Let's sell him the first bundle for $45. Sold and sold. Come on, John Barry. He's made an appearance. He's made an appearance from space. Every time I see your profile picture, John Barry, I was like, man, this guy just got back from space. This is sold to John Barry for $45. That flip crate has been closed out. Cameron was going to buy it at $55. I just shot myself in the foot over $10. Somebody go ahead and reload the chamber. It won't be the first time tonight. That has officially filled up that crate. And here we go. All right. Gene's at 30. That was my knuckles you just heard crack. Now, I think the next thing on my agenda was okay, there's a Hatchet Ed crate right here from the leftovers of like last week's, 2 weeks ago. I kind of keep them all together. And then we had this incredible crate, I think, of stuff Laura and Paul has marked. Let me check the writing. I can't remember. Cars. Let me see if I can find that crate. Yeah, some of them. We're going to go through this crate here. I think it's a half and half, but either way, it needs to be buy it now or best offer, okay? And we have filled up a crate. Let's get started. Culture Club for 10. The cheapest I will do those is $15. Cheapest I'll do those is $15. That's about the bottom on any kind of those Japanese pressings. It's got to be a really common title for me to get it that low, but I will sell them for $15. Okay, let's go back in the back and dig through those records Paul don't want us looking at. I want to go back there and dig through those records Paul don't want us looking at. Okay. Culture Club sold for $15. Anybody else want one? Okay. Gene Al sold to Alex Kane for $30. And then Kiss is a $20 buy it now. Let's go through this crate. I think the first half is the most recent collection purchase, Paul and Laura stuff that didn't sell, that ended up in a crate, and then I condensed it with some of the same collection of stuff that John marked. Okay. Shakedown gets another Culture Club. So both of those sold for $15. All right, sold and sold. And then Kiss is a buy it now for $20. I'll put up 2 more auctions in just a second. We got another waiting list going for Black Sabbath. We finally got them in stock. We had a waiting list. We've had a pre-order. We had another waiting list, and I had 2 extras after everybody claimed them last night. Of course, I plugged this one up. We sold the last 3, and we got 2 or 3 more people on a waiting list. They'll be back in hopefully by end of next week. Black Sabbath lights. Awesome. Right now it's purple. I don't know how well that comes through on y'all. Now it's changing green, and now it's changing red. Now it's back to purple and black like the Master of Reality logo. Really cool there. Okay, here we go. Buy it now, best offer. And this crate, folks, is, look at this. It's like almost hard for me to even pull one out to show it to you. We have Michael Herrera on Kiss for $20. Grateful Dead is already sold for $20 to Oh So Adventure. Next, this looks teal and white. Yeah, I don't think the colors, because I've got so many spotlights on everything over here. Probably if I turned off all these lights, y'all could see it a lot better. If I turn this one off, or is this one already off? This one's not even on, is it? No, this light's not even on. I don't even know how to turn them off, honestly. It's all on one big switch. But yeah, it's purple, white, yellow. Now it's blue. Okay, what is this crate? Buy it now or best offer. EX condition, $14.99. Pat Benatar, Crimes of Passion. EX condition, $14.99. I'm going to start taking some out over here because there's so many in here, it's hard to even flip through them. The Doors, 13, which is a compilation. Yeah, this is Paul's handwriting. I think this is all Paul and Laura stuff, honestly. 1980 Canadian. EX condition. So I've never took offers on these. The Doors, EX, $24.99. Pat Benatar, The Doors. Toto, we love Toto. A Euro reissue, unknown year, in shrink wrap, EX condition. Toto Hydra, $17.99. I got some more Kiss auctions and maybe Beatles and other things I can come up with. Do you want to go party? KC and the Sunshine Band. VG $9.99. That's Laura's handwriting. Sorry. Laura's handwriting. VG $9.99. So leftovers of a Laura crate. Definitely didn't take offers on these. VG $9.99. Laura's handwriting. Survivor. EX $22.99 and 83 German press. 83 German press. Survivor. That is Caught in the Game. Skinner's First and Last. EX double LP. $29.99. Leonard Skinner's First and Last. Toto is sold for $12 to Edwin Riviera. That is sold to Edwin, $12. There's Skinner. We also have Footloose, the soundtrack, VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99 on Footloose. Also over here, we have Susie, another four-letter letters. For what? EX $14.99. Susie, another four-letter words. Susie Quattro, $14.99. And ZZ Top Afterburner in shrink wrap, $27.99 for ZZ Top. Let me try my best to do something right over here. What is that, Chad, you're going to do? I'm about to tell you right now, Chad. Okay, Chad. George is getting upset. How about Revolver? This is a nice, just like Rubber Soul, a 71 US press from Apple, a Jacksonville reissue from 71 of Revolver, an important album in rock history. Taxman, Eleanor Rigby, She Said, one of my favorites. I Want to Tell You, one of my favorites. That's going to go up for a $20 start. Next, KC5. Can't do it for $5, but I'll do it for $7. KC for $7. And then I'll do Footloose for $10. I'll go ahead and do that for $10. And that's so to Robin Glenn. Jim says, what is the Ooh La La? Details, price, condition, label, smell. We have Marshall Tucker's Greatest Hits. This is a 78 German press, $19.99. Can't you see what that woman's been doing to me? Marshall Tucker, $19.99. And Night Ranger, 7 Wishes, a U.S. edition in shrink wrap, inner sleeve, $19.99 for Night Ranger. Okay, we'll leave those over there. I think I got enough clearance now in the crate. We have Steely Dan's Greatest Hits, a double LP, $39.99. $39.99 in shrink, beautiful. KC is sold to CP for $7. Sold for $7. Beatles 20, Beatles 25. Next is Bad Company Rough Diamonds with a die cut edge cover in shrink wrap, $24.99. And Talk Show by the Go-Go's, $19.99. Talk Show by the Go-Go's. We also have Rage. Rage is a 1983 U.S. hard rock album, gold stamp promo, $24.99. And then Gregory offered $15 for Marshall Tucker. MT, what was this? $19.99. Sell that to him for $15. That's so to Gregory Roberts. And this is the 9 to 5, the full soundtrack I've been working, 9 to 5. $19.99 with Dolly Parton there. That's the full soundtrack. And then Rage, Ed and Riviera. Let's go ahead and let him have that for $18. Thank you on that. And then the last bit on the Beatles was Karen Robbins at $22. Karen Robbins, $22. Karen has that. Also, we have Ted Nugent, Cat Scratch Fever, 77 UK original, $29.99 for Cat Scratch Fever. And Fleetwood Mac, there is some writing on the cover. That's that self-titled first album with the new lineup with Buckingham Nicks, $14. If everybody's done on the Beatles, please sure to let me know. If not, I got to go ahead and sell it to Karen. We're not done. David Stevens has bid $25. All right, so he's not done. He's back in. I have another auction here. This is the Runaways, and this is called Little Lost Girls, the Runaways. Honestly, this thing has a warp to it. Yeah, it does. This has a light warp. See this, the Runaways? This is a weird release, though. One side's picture disc and one side's vinyl. But I can tell you right now, it has a light warp to it. So we'll put it up for a $5 start. A lot of picture discs end up like that, unfortunately. But it's a cool display piece, and you probably can still play it somewhat. David Stevens said he already bid $25 earlier. He did. He's already had it for $25. My bad. Now Karen's at $26. And now Alan's at $26. Okay, so we still got 3 bidders, but actually David was already in at $25. We got Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity. Laura drew a little sticker there to Betty Davis Eyes. It's on there, $19.99. Uriah Heep, Abominog. Uriah Heep is $19.99. And Duke Jupiter, The Line of Your Fire. Duke Jupiter is on promo marked labels, $9.99. And The Cars, Moving in Stereo. It's all mixed up. This is a 78 German a European copy, pressed in Germany, $34. That looks real. It's real and it's spectacular. $34.99. Runaway 7, Runaway 6, Jerry Rock on Uriah Heepa. That is sold to Jerry Rock for $15. The Runaways is at $10, now $15. And the Beatles is at $30 with David Stevens. $30 with David Stevens. $30 with David Stevens. We have Jay Giles, Love Stinks, EX, $17.99. Another Go-Go's Talk Show, VG Plus, $14.99. Back here, we had a copy, no condition notes, $19.99. Clean cover, or you can buy VG Plus with a little blue X on the cover for $5 less. Next thing is The Firm in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $19.99. Mean Business. Some very nice records in here. The Runaways is at $20. The Beatles is at $32. Another $20 bid on the Runaways. Eddie Money, Where's the Party? An 83 Euro original. $19.99. $19.99. And Angel City 2-minute warning. Angel City's in shrink wrap. EX $12.99 for Angel City. Genesis Seconds Out. That's a double LP. Genesis is VG Plus $19.99. And Mother Focus by Focus. EX $17.99. Focus $17.99. And Bob Dylan's John Wesley Harding, a 68 UK. VG Condition, $14.99. The last bid on the Beatles was $32 of Karen. That means everybody else is out. And we have Be Yourself Adventures on The Firm for $18. That is sold for $18. And the Runaways is at $22 with Duke Norman. Everybody else is out. It's all mixed up. Chad's going to finish this can of Monster. It's all mixed up. It's all mixed up. Dun, 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 dun. Moving in Stereo. America. There's that German press of their self-titled album with Horse of No Name and Riverside. Yeah, well, now we're into some Paul records here, which were never discounted till right now. VG Plus $24.99. Pat Travers, Heat in the Street, VG $9.99. Frank Marino, The Power of Rock and Roll, VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. BTO Rock and Roll Night, EX $12.99. John Barry gets Bob Dylan for $9. And the songs on Genesis. Seconds Out is Squonk, The Carpet Crawl, Robbery, Salt and Battery, Afterglow, Firth of Fifth, I Want to Know What I Like, The Lamb, Lies Down, On Broadway, The Musical Box, Supper's Ready, Cinema Show, Dance on a Volcano, and Los Endos. That is not the 80s pop genesis with Phil Collins doing the smash hits like Take Me Home. That's a Phil Collins solo. That is prog genesis. That's when they were very much more proggy. That's before they went pop in the 80s, pop rock, which most people would say is their best work commercially. The prog people prefer early Genesis. Prog people prefer early Genesis. Gordon Lightfoot, this is a white label radio station combo. VG $9.99. There's not too many, I don't think there's many live Genesis albums. The live Genesis albums we normally have are pre-pop Genesis. Pre-pop Genesis. So if you ask most people on earth, they're going to know the popular Genesis. If you ask most progressive rock fans, they're going to say, I'll prefer early Genesis. All right, the Runaways is at 25 with Brent Robley. Everybody else is out. David Stevens has the Revolver for $35. Everybody else is out. 35, final call. Runaways, 25, final call. We have Simon & Garfunkel, The Sounds of Silence. EX, $12.99. John Cassidy on Gordon Lightfoot. That's so to John Cassidy. We have Smokey, the Montreux album, EX $12.99. Some Girls, the Rolling Stones, VG Plus $29.99. Edited cover, steel die cut original. And Climax Blues Band, Rich Man, VG $9.99 for CCB. And Creedence Clearwater Revival, a Canadian import. It is super clean. It's a French-Canadian press. $24.99 on that. CCR. Okay, think we're done. We have first the Runaways. The Runaways is sold to Brent Robley for $25. One side's a picture disc, one side's vinyl. Unique design there. Stevens, which is one of our new buyers for this week, which was David Stevens. He gets the Beatles for $35. Okay. Let's find some more stuff. But before I do that, Climax 6, Matt 8. We'll meet in the middle. We have Simon & Garfunkel 10. Sold to Karen Robbins. One of my favorites there. Sold for 10. Next thing is this. Deep Purple Fireball. A 71 German OG. $34.99. Deep Purple Fireball. 71 German OG. $34.99. And Manfred Mann's Earth Band Live. A German import. $24.99. Manfred Mann's Earth Band Budapest Live. Don't see that too often because it's a foreign press. Climax is sold to Matt for $8. Sold for $8. Next is this. We have Huey Lewis and the News Sports in shrink wrap, $24.99. Huey Lewis and the News Sports, $24.99. That's a top copy in shrink wrap. Angel CD was still available, yes. EX, $12.99. 2-minute warning. Edwin, it's there. Okay, we need new auctions. Let me grab that right now. I have a copy of Ace Frehley, Fraley's Comic Live Plus One, an 88 US OG on Atlantic, a specialty press with the Atlantic inner sleeve. Not bad whatsoever. VG++ EX. VG++ EX, $15 start on Ace. Sean Bailey, Pat Benatar, $8. That was like one of the first records in the crate, right? It was over here. If I pulled it out, Sean Bailey, I'll go ahead and sell it to you for $8. Hit me with your best shot. $8, that is sold, okay? That is sold. Next is Huey Lewis, $15. You're close. Such a nice copy. Anything else, I would immediately say yes. Let's do a $2 bump and you'll make me feel better about it. 17 on that. Ace has bids for $15.15. Raymonde Babalog, that's $9.99. Rockchild, this is called Born to Rock. It is an 85 US private press hard rock metal EP with insert. $49.99. 49 on that one. Huey Lewis is sold to Mike Pierce for $17. Ace has two $15 bids. Denise came in first. Do I dare bring out some surprise autographs? I've got over here some solid stuff I've never sold before. I've never had time to research it, but some of them I'm kind of familiar with because we just had this guy on CD. I think y'all might bid on this if I put it up. Let's put it up. I have Buddy Guy, The Blues is Alive and Well. And I'm pretty familiar with this autograph because we just had one the other night on CD. This is a signed album jacket. It is JSA authenticated. Let's take a look at the actual record, which I don't think I see too often. It's a double LP, Buddy Guy. Now, I will have to tell you, it is damaged right here. The spine kind of got busted, and they put some Scotch tape over it. He did sign it right here, very nicely and very cleanly, 2019. And, of course, it is JSA authenticated. It is JSA authenticated. So, Buddy Guy, and let me see, I'm pretty sure I just listed a signed CD insert. And, of course, this is vinyl. Give me 1 second over here. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, I just listed a signed CD insert. This is obviously much desirable because it's on an LP. I'm going to say $175 start on Buddy Guy. The actual record itself is fine. So it's a double LP. It's called Buddy Guy, The Blues is Alive and Well. JSA authenticated, $175 start, signed by blues legend Buddy Guy. And there's the JSA. Guaranteed by them, guaranteed by me. Okay, $175. Now up for bid. Very cool. Next over here is Ace. So we had 15, 15, 16, 17, 20, 20. Sorry, Angel City sold. It's still available. No, Edwin is still available. EX $12.99. Ace 21, Ace 23. Still doing buy it now best. Nice. Steve Miller Band's greatest hits. A UK pressing. Take the money and run. Billy Jack was a detective down in Texas. $24.99. You know, he knows exactly what the facts is. Grand Funk. Good singing, good playing. In shrink wrap, $19.99. He ain't going to let those two escape justice. He makes his living off of the people's taxes, the Pretenders, the singles collection. I've got Brass in Pocket, $19.99. Steve Miller sold to Lothel for $18. Ed Riviera got Angel for $8. And we have Outlaw's Greatest Hits, a Euro import, green High Tides Forever, $19.99. Ace is at $25. Buddy Guy, $175 start for that. Buddy Guy, The Blues is Live and Well. The Forcer Sisters, and seriously, The Forcer Sisters is $9.99. And Greg Kinband with Jeopardy. This is a German press, $19.99. Gregory on 015. Sold to Gregory for $15 on the Outlaws. Picking up some very nice German presses. John Butcher Axes, a 3-track. It's a 1983 promo, $9.99 on that. The Kane Gang, this is Lowdown, $9.99. Speaking, I bought a bunch of Nightwish, which I signed a fan copy. It's cool to find that. Jefferson Starship Gold, $19.99. If you buy a lot of CDs from me, as many autograph collections we buy, well, I know for sure we've let some autographs slip through. I've always told everybody, be sure to go open every CD booklet you can find. Jeff Beck Flash, $19.99 for Jeff Beck Flash, and Climax Blues Band Sample and Hold. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. This is a new arrivals crate, mostly stuff Paul and Laura Mark that's only been gone through once, and we did not take offers. Second read-through, we're taking offers for the first time. We're at least going to do one nonsense half-off crate. Later tonight, I told somebody around 11:30, maybe 11:45 at this rate. We've got 2 Christmas crates that I don't think I've ever read through before. We're going to do those best offer. And I also have a Hatchet Ed crate from previous weeks that I've also never discounted. You know, it's like tonight's. I was like, here's the prices, and I've never got back around to it. So we got some cool stuff coming up. 88 USOG. It's on Atlantic. 88 USOG specialty press with the Atlantic sleeve. VG++ EX. Cameron has it for $25. Victor has it for $26. The Doobie Brothers Cycles. $19.99. Doobie Brothers Cycles. Iron Horse, unfortunately, there's some writing on the cover, but Iron Horse is just $9.99. And Steely Dan Gold, no static at all. FM, $29.99. A German press, $29.99. Cameron's back in on Ace. The Fleetwood Mac earlier in the crate. That was their self-titled album. Writing on the cover, VG, $14.99. Great music on here. Monday Morning, You Sure Look Fine. Warm Ways, one of my favorite. Over My Head, one of my favorites. Of course, the well-known Rhiannon by Stevie Nicks. Rhiannon rings like a bell through the night. Say You Love Me, that's a great one. Landslide, I took my love and I took it down. World Turning, Sugar Daddy, I'm So Afraid. That one's, in my opinion, just as good as Rumors. $14.99, multi-platinum album. Empty Mac gets gold for $25. No static at all. Also, we have Exile Mixed Emotions in Shrink, $9.99. And Badfinger Airwaves, $19.99. Badfinger, $19.99. Chad, did you have a customer looking for a dual cassette player? Yeah, we usually always have people looking for cassette players, but I don't think I have any on hand right now. Okay, and then let's make Buddy Guy buy it now. $175, autographed Buddy Guy. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take the disc out of the jackets to prevent further wear and tear and damage. And we're going to make this a buy it now for $175, okay? Which I think is very fair for a signed album jacket. Buddy Guy, and it's JSA authenticated, $175 for Mr. Buddy Guy, okay? 175, 175. Lay that over here. Trying to get through all of our... I'm about to have Sunday hundreds and hundreds of more autographs authenticated, and we still got thousands and thousands we hadn't got to. And we've started putting some stuff on eBay. I just hadn't had time to do more. Tanner's really doing it here from house. We got some cool stuff. He's listing autographs I didn't even know we had. I did not know we had this signed Blue Murder photo, press photo. I know, you remember last night we sold the Blue Murder album? I mean, we're listing stuff on there, and he's photographing stuff and sent to me. I didn't even know we had. I told y'all, there's literally thousands of signed albums. I didn't know I had this Buddy Guy until 10 minutes ago. That's how it is over here, because we just keep them all together, and we have them authenticated, and some of them's fake, some of them's good. This is buy it now, best offer. Yeah. Buy it now, best offer. Let's see over here. First thing is what happened. Just received a mother load of Christmas vinyl today. Shipping is impeccable. Thank you. Thank you, Melinda Deering. Okay, we got Boston, Don't Look Back. This is actually stuff I think Paul... Laura just had a few records back here from the leftovers, but I think this is mostly stuff Paul marked on Wednesday. $24.99 from this new... And we didn't take offers on them then. Yeah, that's definitely Paul's handwriting. 72 German import of CCR Mardi Gras, $29.99. Bellafon German label. We also have Meet the Stone City Band, an 83 German press, $14.99. Spirit of 84, $19.99. REO Speedwagon, $19.99. Life as We Know It. The Mark Tanner Band, $9.99. Minute Work Cargo, Dutch import, $24.99. Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits. Another Piece of My Heart, Now Baby, $29.99. They're still bidding on Ace. Let's try to put up another auction then. Let's mix in another one over here. How about another chance at a Rubber Soul. Here is Rubber Soul, a 68 US repress. Of course, this album came out in 65. This album came out in 65. This is a 68 US repress, a Jacksonville press. The spine does have chipping. VG++, $15 start. So a 68 press, You Won't See Me, I Once Met a Girl, or should I say, She Once Met Me. Next is Empty Mat on CCR for $25. Nice there. And then 25 sold Empty Mat. Garrett on the Fleetwood Mac for 10. Sold to Garrett. And we have out on Ace. Ace is up to two people, Cameron and Denise. Cameron, are you out there? $32. Denise is got the high bid. Bob Seeger working on those night moves. Down on Main Street. $29.99 for Seeger. The Byrds' Greatest Hits. Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man, $17.99. Paul McCartney, Ebony and Ivory, VG, $9.99. That one's called Tug of War. We have Fat Mattress 2. That was VG plus $12.99. Songs in the Key of Life, Stevie Wonder, double LP with bonus 45, $14.99. Rolling Stones Tattoo You, Why Don't You Start Me Up, $29.99. Cameron, can I get you to say a 3-letter word that says out? Or can you bid again? That's all I'm asking. O-U-T, Cameron, or another bid. That's all I'm asking. That way I know you're finished. We have Dave Davies, Chosen People, $9.99 for Dave Davies. We have Cruising in the Neon Glories of the New American Night, Manzinga Phaser, Space Rock, a 1996 USOG, $19.99. Glass Moon, Growing in the Dark. Glass Moon is $9.99. Slade, by Slade, a 72 German, $19.99. And Climax, a sealed copy, $9.99. He's never out on Ace. He's back in at $33. Denise, you've been outbid. Michael Remza, I'm going to sell you Stevie for $10. Garrett's in on the Beatles at $15. Okay. Buddy Guy was a no bid, autographed, $175. Anybody want to throw an offer out there? I'll listen. I'm going to dig around in the autograph crate. And here was the other records that I pulled out from earlier. A lot of stuff in there. Next time you see these, they might be in a vintage discount crate in the mornings, which they're immediately going to get snatched. So if you need anything else in here, now's the time. Old Man Hilton, Levi getting Paul McCartney, Tug of War for $8. Boy, I'm not too far away from seeing Paul. Not this Sunday, but the next Sunday. Paul plays in Atlanta, Georgia. I plan on being at that one, obviously. It's Sunday night. I don't have anything to do unless I did a coin show. And Paul's going to be right down the interstate in Atlanta. And then that next Thursday, he plays in Nashville. So I'm going to see him on the 2nd, and then I'm going to see him on the 6th. I'm going to see Paul McCartney twice in a week. That's going to be amazing. I'm going to see him Sunday in Atlanta, and then Nashville. I'm going to see him in a stadium, of course, there in Atlanta. And then on Thursday, he's going to be playing at a place in Nashville that only holds about, 3,000 people? And it's general admission. So I'm going to, Thursday morning, I'm going to get down to Nashville and just sit in a chair till the gates open. I'm going to take a disposable folding chair, and I might even doze off during the day, but I'm going to try to get on the rail. I'm going to try to get on front row if I can Thursday night for McCartney. I think that would be a life, like a checklist. I might have to wait literally all day. I might have to go down there after the sale, like wrap up here and go ahead and just get down there. But that's what I might have to do. I'm okay with that. For what I paid for the ticket, which is sickening, to be on the front row, it would make up for it. So if I can get on the front row or at least up there really close, I think it'd be worth it for the cost. That's going to be my logic. Get down there and get on the rail, front row at McCartney, and it'd be worth it. We have, this is Climax, $8. Oso Adventure, sold. Alan Hagen said 17 on the Stones. Alan, I'll do that for $20. $10 off. It's nice. May have to cancel Wednesday's show. Oh, I know. I wonder, man, see, I need a Nashville insider. I need a Nashville insider to drive by there like late Wednesday, like early Thursday morning. I might need somebody to drive down there and drive by the place. And be like, dude, is there already people out there lined up? Because general admission, they did that for that show in New York at the Bowery. And there were some people that waited like 36 hours, to get on the front row. So maybe our Paul. Yeah, maybe our Paul can go down there and find Paul. So If anybody wants to come, you can meet me down there. Seth is out. He said he has to work, and he said he wasn't going to spend that kind of money. So I was like, well, I'll meet friends down there. I'm going to have Coletco business cards. Alan Hagen on the Stones for 20, and signed McCartney albums. I wish. He's nearly impossible to get to. Iron Horse, $8. Let's sell that to Mike Ospaw. You can't. He drives in on that motorcade, and he's locked down. You can't get to him. Paul is known for not signing anymore, so he's locked down. He's under about as much security. He might as well be under Secret Service protection. Iron Horse, $8. This one right here. Sold to Mike Ospaw. All right, and then Garrett got the Beatles. Speaking of Paul, there he is. There he is. You won't see me, Chad, is what he's saying. That's sold to Garrett for $15. Wednesday night for sure. I know that's what I'm afraid of. I think I'm going to have to be dressed and packed to leave after the sale Wednesday night and go ahead and go down there and then just try to sleep, during the day in a chair or something. What's the Megadeth? No Megadeth in here unless you see something I don't. I don't see any Megadeth in here. You might have heard Megadeth, but there's no Megadeth. No Megadeth in here. But we have Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley, are we done? Denise bid 34. I never did hear back from Cameron again. Cameron, about every time you bid, you immediately get outbid. And so let me know if you want back in. That's been up for a long time, but I've lost Cameron again. It says death. Oh, this is live sex and death. That's LSD, $250. It was a Hatchet Ed unpaid auction. And then Kiss is $350. Greatest Kiss. 25th anniversary, double picture disc, limited to 500. And then LSD is a 92 OG. Okay. Cameron's back in at 35. Denise, you're out. Yes, let me just read the titles. There's a lot still left in here. Let me read these titles. And if anybody needs a price, let me know. Okay? Boy, I'm going to have a busy... I don't need Paul to do the show Wednesday night. If I have Paul do a show, if anything, he'll have to do the show. He'll do it Thursday night, obviously, but I'll probably be exhausted come Friday if I stay up that long to get on general admission. So, can't see Denise's bids. Okay, she's over on Twitch. They're on the screen, but they're not. If you're looking at your Facebook chat, you're not going to see them. So, they're right here. See where my fingers are, Cameron? She's over on Twitch. You're never going to see her bids unless you're here on the monitor. They're going to show up on Twitch. Denise, $36. You're back out bid. Denise has it for $36. Yeah, I'm going to have to have some, maybe I can have food door dashed. Can you have food door dashed at sitting on the sidewalk? Okay, here's what's left in here. We got The Doors 13, Survivor Caught in the Game. That's going to be amazing when McCartney hits that live and let die. Or when he kicks those first notes into Band on the Run. Round, down, 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 down. Da, 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 da. Band on the Run. Doors 13, Survivor Caught in the Game. Skinner's First and Last. Susie, another 4-letter words. ZZ Top Afterburner. If anybody wants a price or if you want to make an offer, go ahead. Night Ranger, 7 Wishes. Steely Dan's Greatest Hits. Bad Company, Rough Diamonds. Dolly, 925. Ted Nugent, Cat Scratch Fever. Ace is at 37. Denise, you've been outbid. Cameron's back in. Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity. MT Matt said he would do $22 on ZZ Top, sold. Now Ace is at 40. Cameron, you've been outbid. Duke Jupiter, The Line of Your Fire. The Cars, a 78 UK original. Jay Giles, Love Stinks. The Go-Go's, Near Mint. The Go-Go's, VG Plus. Eddie Money, Where's the Party? Focus, Mother Focus. America, Mexico, OG. Pat Travers, Heat in the Street. Frank Marino, The Power of Rock and Roll. BTO, Rock and Roll Night. Genesis, Seconds Out. Steely Dan. Bill Tochin, I'd have to have 30 for this one. It's beautiful. In shrink. 30 on that one, and it's yours. The Bad Company that was in here, the Bad Company was $24.99, also in shrink. Denise has 40. He's out on Ace. Cameron is done. So did Denise for $40. Thank you for the bids. Sold. Moving on. What's next, you may say? I've got, going up for bid right now, without further ado, is going to be Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comet. Unfortunately, though, this one's VG minus. VG minus, an 87 USOG specialty press. It has the original on her sleeve, $5 start. Bad Company is sold to Ed Riviere for $18. Smokey, the Montreux album. Rolling Stone Some Girls, CCR. Deep Purple Fireball, German. Manfred Mann's Earth Band Live, Ray Monday. Rockchild. Grand Funk Railroad. The Pretenders Singles. The Forrester Sisters. Greg Ken Band. John Butcher Axes, The Kane Gang. Jefferson Starship. Jeff Beck, Climax Blues Band. The Doobie Brothers. Exile. Badfinger. Boston Don't Look Back. Stone City Band. Spirit of 84, REO Speedwagon, Mark Tanner Band. Bill Tochin said he will do the Steely Dan for 30. Ace has bids for 5 and now 10. The 9 to 5, John Barry was marked $19.99. I'll do it for 15 if you want it. Either way, I'm okay. Sold or pass. Next is Men at Work Cargo, Janis Joplin's Greatest Hits, Bob Seger Night Moves, The Byrds' Greatest Hits, Fat Mattress 2, Dave Davies, Manzagia Phaser, Glass Moon, and Slade. Okay, there's that. Laura did not mark any records tonight. We're about to do some half off. That's going to be our next move here, some half off stuff coming up right now. We have an offer on Kiss for $275. Also, let me check comps on this. I have no idea if that was like the minimum bid and it got one bid and it sold, or if, you know, it got bid up to that and $275 might not be too fair. Let me check this. Also, I definitely need $350 for this. I think that was the minimum bid. They start right now on Discogs for $500, and the last sold was $430 and $382. So the last sold one $430 and $382. And the cheapest for sale right now is $500. So, yeah, I think that was the minimum bid on that. That wasn't like bid up to $350. That was the minimum bid for that one, $350. Okay? And you can't get one right now after shipping for less than $500. Ace Frehley is at 10. Cameron, it goes back to you. Edwin, Bad Company 18. I've already said sold on this one, unless there was another one. I've already got you tagged, Edwin, for that one for 18. And then the most recent questions is Some Girls price. The Rolling Stone Some Girls was a VG Plus $29.99 for Chris Martin. Fat Mattress 2 Michael was VG Plus $12.99. And we have Jeff Church wanting 925. Jeff Church on 925 for $15. He's passing. And then Ace Frehley is a final call for $10 to Jerry Rock. He's about to get it. Okay, next auction is going to be, see if I can pull out another autograph. Maybe get some of these in here moving. First one was a big one, Buddy Guy. And there's a lot of cool stuff in here. Most of these in here I don't know. I mean, I know who they are. I don't know what to price them for, which is the problem. And autographed LPs can be challenging. I mean, we got everything from... Now, I've got several by this man, and somebody might be interested. I've got several. So, Fred met Bill Monroe several times, so we've ended up with several Bill Monroes. And let me tell you what almost happened. John marked this one and didn't even notice that Bill Monroe signed it. It's so clean and nice, we thought it was just part of the jacket. And I remember one night I was going through a John crate, you know, flipping through it, making sure there's nothing in there, that was auction worthy or nothing maybe I want to keep. I try to flip through them right quick, make sure, whoa, wait, I want that. And I looked at that and I pulled it out because I saw it. I was like, wait a minute. That's signed by Bill Monroe, which is a tough, not too easy of a signature. If you get on eBay right now, almost all of them that are listed are ours. And signed albums doesn't come through too often. So it's not a cheap signature whatsoever. $475. You know, I'll leave it up for quote auction, but I've got several Bill Monroe's signed albums. They're good ones. I sold a mandolin on here for, what did we sell the mandolin for that night? $5,200, $4,200. I sold a signed mandolin, of course, his well-known instrument, the father of bluegrass. I think we sold it for $4,200 or $5,200. That's tough to get, a signed instrument. And it was a good mandolin. Fat Mattress sold to Michael Rimza for $8. Cameron's backing on Ace at 8 or 11. Jerry Rock's backing at 12. Cameron, you're out. And Jackie said she would do 9 for the Stone City Band. I'll go ahead and sell that to you. How about a half-off crate? That will make everything a lot easier because we'll go through records. I'll tell you the price, and it'll be half off, no more, no less. Okay? But just so you'll know, I have those in stock. There's one, $475. $475. You know, I never did go up front and fill up. I said I was going to fill up a crate of these. Hey, well, I still didn't get these shown early enough, but here's my first opportunity, if no one has one of these yet, while there's still 174 people. If anybody needs a signed, excuse me, not a signed, if anybody needs a Elvis Presley Christmas album, I have them for $9.99. Elvis Presley Christmas. It has Blue Christmas on it. They're all $9.99. I finally got them all sorted after we've already sold a bunch. $9.99. Hatchet Ed crate. The one from a couple weeks ago that's already been gone through, I've already gone through that one. The one from, I can go through it again. The one from tonight's already been gone through too. But yes, it's time for a half-off crate if I can find one. Gosh, you know what? There's honestly not a lot of vintage stuff back here. Not at all. There's very much vintage. But here's the crate we're going to go through. It's going to be this one right here. It's going to be a half-off vintage crate. No more, no less. And let's go through it. The rest of the stuff is all gone. It's amazing how much any of those a green back cover. No, I think I checked already for you. No, I think they're all the same. Yeah. Yeah, they're black and white. Okay. So we have Ace at 12, Cameron's out. Night Ranger 10. Be Yourself Adventures, Night Ranger 10. That was from this previous crate. Night Ranger 10. It's sold as soon as I can put my hand on it. Half off crate right now. Night Ranger. Oh, this Night Ranger. This Night Ranger? This Night Ranger I'll sell to you for $15. Be Yourself Venture. 15 on that one. That'd be 5 off. It's near mint and shrink. Okay? Didn't I grab one of those? I've already sold a bunch, so I'm not for sure. This is sold to Sherry Darnell. John Durden, is that a claim for one, or was that just a statement? But if it's a claim, I'll sell you one. Elvis or new? No, these are vintage pressings. No, these are vintage originals. Well, they're not. The true originals are from 1957. These are all 70s presses, probably. John Durden wants one, $9.99. I know it's weird, me having a vintage OG. Jerry Torres says, I need Elvis. There's one. But, yeah, they're vintage. They're not new copies. And then I have another design. I've tried sorting them the best I could because they look pretty cool when you get them all together. Here is a different one. I meant to show these hours ago. I probably could have sold them all. Here is the other Elvis Christmas album. I've got this many copies. This is a different, slightly different track listing in different ones. $14.99. Elvis Sings The Wonderful World of Christmas. Those are $14.99. And as you can see, I've got a bunch of them. And they're either going to be on an orange or a yellow label. Really not much difference in value unless you're just collecting to get all the different labels. All right, so Be Yourself Adventure gets Night Ranger for $15. Ace is sold to Victor. No. So who had this? Jerry Rock, you were outbid. Victor bid $13. Okay? And then Be Yourself Adventures wants a blue Elvis Christmas. Yeah. Okay, and let me go get you one of those. There's the other one that has different songs on it. Some of the same songs, but mostly different. Okay. Here's one right here. Be Yourself, okay? And if anybody wants this other one, that's $14.99. Jerry Rock, let me know on Victor Garrett came in on that one. He's back in at 14, okay? So they're still been on that. I'm going to go ahead and put away Bill Monroe. I'm going to photograph it and get it on eBay tonight for probably $5.99, $99 best offer. If one of y'all want one, I can show you all the other ones I have. They're all signed, though. I'd have to get them together. They are $475 if y'all want one, okay? I don't have to worry about eBay fees. And I think I've already sold a couple at some point. So they usually demand 500 plus. Rich Record wants an Elvis white one. I'll give you this one right here. Nice and shrink wrap. Beautiful. Rich Record. You got it. Ace is at 15. All right, half off crate. Let's get started. Sorry for the delay. I got to show those Elvis records again like prime time. I mean, we got a lot of people. There's 199 people watching right now. Wow. Friday night crowd's on. Here we go. One of my favorites to read. Shh. By 10 Years After. $10 on 10 Years After. This is, got the correct inner sleeve from Durham, London. $10 on 10 Years After. If I don't say anything about grade, then it's EX Plus or better. The price is half off, no more, no less. Jesse Coulter, Merriam. Jesse Coulter is $7.50. Jesse Coulter. 10 Years After is sold to Michael Remsa. Ace is at 15. Jerry Rock's out. Rick Springfield, sealed. Living in Oz, half off of $24.99, $12.50 for Rick Springfield. The Beatle Beat, $10. This is the Bugs doing Beatles songs. The Bugs doing Beatles songs. Jeff Church also wants an Elvis Sings The Wonderful World of Christmas. I got you right here in shrink wrap with the original Gold Fiends price tag. Sold. $14.99 Jeff Church. Next is Mick Vicar soundtrack. Music by Roger Daughtry, $7.50. Mike Owen on RS for the sealed Rick Springfield. Sold. Ace Frehley, Victor Guerra, yours for $15. More auctions coming. Lady in Cement soundtrack. Half off, $26.99. $13.50. 1968. $13.50. Alien, Sons of the Universe. Alien's a 79 promo, $6.50. White label promo, Alien, $6.50. Gold stamp promo on the front. The Neighborhoods, Reptile Men, $10 on the Neighborhoods. And Liz Damon's Orient Express, 1970 Monarch, $7.50 for Liz Damon's Orient Express. Next auction is going to be this right here. We have I'm trying to figure out what to do. Here we go. Awesome. Here we go, folks. Awesome. Mr. Ace. This is the Ace Frehley solo album. Rip It Up. Rip It Out. Rip It Out. I'm in Need of Love. That's my favorite song on the album. 1976 USOG Terre Haute. So this is OG, and it's complete. It has the Ace merch insert. How cool is that? We actually have this poster. We have that poster. I'm going to try to sell it Monday night on Kiss Night. the one that was ordered through this. It has this poster, the merch poster. I mean, the insert poster. And it has the inner sleeve, which is crisp and nice. Now, it has a clip corner, which is very common. It has color touch-up. So a VG cover. The vinyl is graded VG+, $45 start. $45 start on that. Next is Great Rhythm and Blues Oldies, sealed, $12.50, Louis Jordan. Show of hands, this is a 1970 Santa Maria. Show of hands is $10. Show of hands, $10. Stormy, Dennis Yost and the Classic 4, $5. Ace has a bid for $50 of Alex Kane. Montreux Basie Jam. Montreux Basie Jam, $10 on that. Also, John Baldry, Everything Stops for Tea. John Baldry is $10. Michael Remza on GRBO, which was Acclaim, maybe not. Maybe GBO, Go Big Orange. England Dan and John Ford Coley, Some Things Don't Come Easy. That is sealed for $7.50. Michael Remza wanted MBJ, which is Montreux, which is MBJ, GRBO, NRPR, NPR, Dennis Show. Michael, I'm trying to solve the Rubik's Cube. We have Chet Atkins, Legendary Performer Volume 1, $5 on that. Chuck Haley on Yost. That is sold to Chuck Haley. And then we have Jackie Lomax and Shrink It Hot, $10. The Ace Frehley solo album, the high bid right now is $50 of Alex Kane. It's complete, merch insert, poster, inner sleeve. VG plus vinyl, VG cover. Montreux Basie Jam. Got it. Montreux Basie Jam. Okay. So to Michael Remza. Got it. The Rubik's Cube has been solved. Michael Nesmith from the Monkees, not Michael Remza. He just bought a record. This is Michael Nesmith, From a Radio Engine to the Photon Ring. Michael Nesmith, $10. The Manhattan Transfer Vocalise. Manhattan Transfer is $5. We also have Seals and Crofts, Unborn Child, $5 on that. Roy Orbison, Rockhouse Rockabilly. We sold a copy of this last night. It's essentially a Roy Orbison Rockabilly comp. $10 on this. Michael Freiberger on MN, and that was for Michael Nesmith. Preston Rose second. The Chet Atkins is Legendary Performer Series, which should have a book. $5. Yep, very cool. They did a lot of series like this. It's got basically pictures and biography, and they did one for Elvis as well. $5 on Mr. Chet Atkins there. Not bad with all that cool stuff with it. Ace has a new bid for $60. Be Yourself Adventures on Roy Orbison. That is sold to Be Yourself Adventures. And we have MISC, M-I-I-S-C, a 2002 experimental, $7.50. Next is Benka Blast on Chet. Let me make sure John does get it. He was first on that. John Barry, that is. John Barry. Mott the Hoople's Greatest Hits. All the Young Dudes Carry the News. $10. David Bowie makes an appearance on that. So, Alex, you were outbid on Ace. Jersey Devil has it for $60. And since we got Ace up, let's do this unofficial pressing of Animalize. This is kind of unusual. It's a white vinyl unofficial pressing of Animalize. A 2023. It does have an inner sleeve with it. It's on white vinyl. $45 start for Kiss Animalize. Ace has a new bid for $75 of Alex Kane. And then we got Robin Trower, Bridge of Sighs. VG Plus, $7.50. Original green label, $7.50 for that. John Lennon, Double Fantasy. EX, $7.50. People say I'm crazy. Doing what I'm doing. Simon and Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. Almost said Simon and Farfunkel. How about Garfunkel? $6.50. This is to you, Mrs. Robinson. Fats Domino, Swings. VG Plus, $10. Swinging on a swing set. $10 for Fats Domino. Michael Remza on John Lennon. Animalize has a bid for $45. And Jersey Devil, it's up to you on Ace. And we have Abbey Road. Wow, that should be disrespectful having that in a half-off bin. $20. It does have some tape. It is EX, but a VG minus jacket. VG minus jacket. Nice vinyl, though, EX. Here Comes the Sun, $20. Ace 75, Animalize, $45. That's where we're at on that. Next thing we're going to do is show some Star Trek bundles. Who's ready? Here comes the first one. This is $51. It is a complete Star Trek bundle. I hope that Travis and my other Star Trek people's watching. It's called Star Trek, and this is the 2022 series. All 17, or issues 1 through 17, which we're going to sell you for $3 each. $51 for those 17 comics. $51. So the original cover price was $5. $3 each. That is issues 1 through 17. Star Trek comic book series 2022. Next is Michael Remza got John Lennon. Michael Remza got the Beatles. Steve Biddlecombe got Fats Domino. Ace got a new bid for $76 with Jersey Devil. Joe Sontag second on Fats. Duke Norman second on Abbey Road. Ace has a new bid for $45. Joni Mitchell for The Roses. VG Plus, $7.50 for Joni Mitchell for The Roses. Ella Fitzgerald and Count Basie on red vinyl. VG Plus, $7.50. And we have Ella Fitzgerald at the Opera House, VG Plus, $10. Jersey Devil, you're back out on Ace. Let's go ahead and sell that white vinyl Animalized to Cameron. Cameron Koning gets that for $45. And Chris Christopherson, the Silver Tongue Devil and I, VG Plus, $5. Michael, you have first dibs on either Ella. You can have Ella and Basie or Ella at the Opera, your pick. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This one's just $7.50 because it's VG. It was $14.99, now $7.50. He wants the Opera House. Jersey Devil's out on Ace. This is sold to Alex Kane for $85. Thank you on that. I'm in Need of Love, the New York Groove. Nice. That's sold. And then Joe Jackson's Jumpin' Jive, VG Plus, $12.50. New York, I'm in Need of Love, such a cool song. Wow, 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 wow. I'm in Need of Love. Wow, wow, wow. Nash. So MT Matt on Cross Stills and Nash. Nice. I love that title song, Deja Vu. Michael Rims a second. Be Yourself Adventure got Chris Christopherson and Brian Studdard next. The Kinks, State of Confusion. EX, $6.50. And this is War Live. VG, $7.50. And Ace solo albums. Well, of course, you know, we've sold Freely's comic. I have a Paul Stanley. What is this? I have a whole crate of Kiss auctions over here. I have Paul Stanley. I'm about to run that one. There's a couple Beatles mixed in here. I don't say anything else with the words Ace Frehley on it, though. So let me go ahead and run this. This is Paul Stanley. It is the solo album. It is a 78 USOG Keel Press. VG++. Yeah, it's nice. It's complete. It is a complete copy. So you get the merch insert. You get the merch insert. You get the poster. For some reason, this album is always, it's in print, but it's just never, ever in stock. A lot of times when they know Paul or Gene's about to do a signing, people will buy the heck out of these so they can get them signed. 35, and it's technically a clip corner, but it's not too noticeable. Beautiful. $35 on Paul Stanley. Okay. First thing is this. We have Brian Studdard was next on Chris. Mike Owen on JJ for Joe Jackson. Can I see the Jesse Coulter one more time for the beginning of the crate? Yeah, that was right here. That was right here. Well, it's the first record. It's $7.50 Miriam. Jesse Coulter, Miriam. Okay, next is Michael Remza. Said he'll take the Kinks just because Paul Oakley told him to. Paul Stanley has bids for $35 and $40. All righty. And then I have a Japanese Beatles. Hadn't got this one yet. 62 to 66. This is going to go up for a $35 start. Both discs are super nice. It has one inner sleeve. It has both inner sleeves. And this one's also complete. It has the discography book. It has the lyric book. And it has the Beatles poster. Has a large fold-out poster that's included. Very cool. That looks like that was taken. That's when they were down in Miami. That was taken down in Miami in 1964. Gatefold jacket, $35 start. As y'all know, they did an Ed Sullivan show in New York. Then they pretty much, soon after that, went down to Miami and did the other one. And they were having the time of their life. $35 start on that. Be Yourself Adventure says he'll take Jesse Coulter. He personally knows Jesse Coulter. Brass and Percussion, Morton Gold, $5. Jersey Devil, you're out on Paul Stanley. Alex actually bid first at $40. So you was out before you could even get started. Freddie Hubbard, Curtis Fuller, and Yusef Lateef, $12.50. $12.50, okay? Old Matt Levi passed on that, but it is sold to Be Yourself Adventures. It is sold to Be Yourself Adventures. Ray Charles, $10, 1974, white label promo. I thought Laura was delivering a pizza. I heard cardboard open. She was right here behind me. I didn't even see her. Phil Collins, Like China, $7.50. Donnie Most is $7.50. Ralph from Happy Days, all I heard was cardboard. And I was like, what is going on behind me? It was Laura. We have Ultra Ray, it's $10. This is the 5-man electrical band, 1972. That is $10. And we have the Surf Out of Step. The Surf is $10. It's now $5. And the Supremes, I Hear a Symphony. The Supremes is $7.50. Paul Stanley, $35, $40, $41.50. And what label is Freddie on? Freddie over here, Freddie Hubbard, $12.50 is on TCB Records. TCB Records. And then Paul Stanley's at $50. Becky Wells, Beetle Red. Make sure you put 35, Becky. That way I know you're bidding. And I'll say final call to you. Next is Mike Owen on PC. And PC was for the Phil Collins. Ed Riviera is Ultra. Ed Riviera on Ultra. That's sold Ed Riviera. Now, Laura's known for being super quiet here at the store. John thinks she telepathically, like Star Trek, beams in every day to work. So, like, I've had her right behind me for it. I've turned around. I'm like, oh my gosh, Laura. She's quiet. Moves like a ninja. She'd make a great ninja. Beatles 35, Beatles 36. Rick Springfield, Wait for the Night. Sealed, $12.50. We have Janie C. Riley's 20 Golden Hits. Sealed on green vinyl, $10. And Country Music, Chet Atkins Time Life. Sealed for $7.50. The Songs of Merle Haggard played by the Buckaroos. Sealed for $7.50. Michael Remza on RC for the sealed Rick Springfield. Sold One Time, One Night, Sweethearts of the Rodeo. Sealed for $10. Mike Owen second on Rick. Michael Remza first on the sealed Chet Atkins. So Becky, you've been outbid on the Beatles by 2 people. And Matthew Sherrick, you've been outbid on the Beatles by 2 people. Jersey Devils out on Paul Stanley. The last bid was Alex Kane at $60. John Barry, you were second on Chet Atkins. But Michael Remza, you were first on the Buckaroos. Beatles 40, Beatles 45. And we have Tim Harden 9. Tim Harden is $10. Be Yourself, you were second on the Buckaroos. The Roadie movie which is like a special limited edition sampler. They made 3 different versions of the Roadie soundtrack. There's the full 2-length double LP gatefold jacket. There is a promo sampler, and then there's a sampler for retail that was kind of also a promo, which is this. There's a black and white, and there's a regular colored copy. So there's a lot of different Roadies you can get. Beatles is now at $45. Joe Sontag on the sealed Sweethearts of the Rodeo. Jesse Coulter, Diamonds in the Rough, another Jesse Coulter, $7.50. That is $7.50. No condition notes on that. Locust, Plague. Locust is $9. Also, Hammer, interesting one here from the San Francisco label, 1970. Hammer, San Francisco was a subsidiary of Atlantic. Looked like this. I've had samplers with songs by Hammer on it. It's kind of a off-label from Atlantic. Dance a Go-Go. Looks like something Steve Biddlecombe would buy for $5. It's on Winecott. It's Chubby Checker, Dee Sharp, Don Convey, and the DeVales. Also the Times. The Beatles is at $47. Also, Jean-Luc Ponty, A Taste for Passion, $5. John Durden on Dance a Go-Go. Biddlecombe didn't have a chance. And Rick Springfield Profile, sealed, $12.50. Alex Kane, You Get Paul Stanley. I was waiting to the conclusion of this crate. That sold for $60. Another one sold, Alex Kane. I think I might have a Gene over here. And we've already sold Paul. Last bit on the Beatles is 47, Michael Remza. I think it's up to Becky and Duke Norman, who was bidding kind of early, and the other sealed Rick Springfield sold to Michael Remza. Now, we're going to read through this crate again. This thing was like packed. We've sold about half of the crate. Mike Owen second on Rick, Edwin third. If we sell the other half, it will make an excellent bundle. Everything in here is really nice and clean. And if you don't claim them now, might want to be thinking about it, because good chance I see at least 2 or 3 of the bundlers are still watching. I've been missing them all week. Y'all have missed out on some of the bundlers that are watching. Missed out on those. I guess my couple Star Trek buyers aren't watching. Tanner's going to be disappointed because we thought we had 2 whole Star Trek comic boxes over here we were going to sell. I've waited too late. What time is it? Holy moly, it's about to strike midnight. We're almost into officially Saturday morning. College Game Day comes on in a couple hours. You'll see Nick Saban and Pat McAfee and Rich Davis. I'll be watching it. College Game Day. You can count on it'll be on my TV. Here we go. Jim B says he's got to take his Ambien and go to sleep. Michael Remza, $47. And everybody else is out. Thank y'all for letting me know. We're about to drop the hammer. Quick read through. Jim B's also upset. He can't pay his bills this month. He hadn't bought enough steals. He hadn't robbed me enough. He's always trying to figure out how to snatch something. The Beetle Beat, $10 for the Beetle Beat. How about Mick Vicar for $7.50? How about Lady in Cement for $13.50? Alien was $6.50. The Neighborhoods was $10. Liz Damon is $7.50. Unfortunately, Signs everywhere. There's Signs is not on that one. Unfortunately, Becky, no. Louis Jordan sealed $12.50. Show of Hands is $10. John Baldry's $10. England and John Ford Coley sealed. We'll never have to say goodbye again, $7.50. Jackie Lomax is $10. Manhattan Transfer, $5. Seals and Crawl, $5. We got more great crates coming. Let's go ahead and put this in a brand spanking new sleeve for Mr. Michael Remza at $47. Okay? Jim B, I just hope your kids are getting fed. That's all I ask, okay? If you need me to bring out some half-off lure crates, I don't want to see those kids walking to school in the winter in a couple months with flip-flops on. Puzzles. Give me 1 second. Well, Solarplex Studio bought 32 puzzles this week, so I don't have many left. Misk is $7.50. Mott the Hoople, $10. Robin Trower, VG Plus, $7.50. Simon Garfunkel, EX, $6.50. Joni Mitchell, VG Plus, $7.50. Ella and Basie, VG Plus, $7.50. This is War, VG, $7.50. We have Brass and Percussion, Martin Gold, $5. Ray Charles, $10. Donnie Most, $7.50. 5-Man Electrical Band. No signs here, though. The sign says long-haired freaky people. The Surf, $5. Freddie Hubbard, $7.50. Freddie Hubbard, $12.50. Supreme, $7.50. We had Janie C. Riley sealed on green vinyl. Harper Valley PTA, $10. Tim Harden, $10. Rhodey, $10. Rhodey has Alice Cooper, Pat Benatar, Blondie, Stephen Bishop, Jay Ferguson, Cheap Trick, Emmylou Harris, Teddy Pendergrass, Sue Sad, and Sticks, Crystal Ball. Also, Jesse Coulter for $7.50. Locust is sold to Alex Kane. Did I say Neighborhoods? I did. The Neighborhoods Reptile Men. Price, $10. No condition notes clean. Also, Hammer, $10. And Jean-Luc Ponty, $5. I'll make sure everybody is thanking and got their claims in before we try to bundle and sell everything that's left. Basie and Ella is sold to Sherry Darnell. That's gone. And Neighborhoods pending Oso. Anybody else? This could good chance this crate's about to get obliterated. Let me see if I got a. Let's see what I got in here. Honestly, don't know. I got a whole crate of. I think I got some unofficial solo album picture disc. I don't think I have Ace or Pauling in though. I've got a couple Peters. I got Gene. We've already sold a Gene though, right? We sold a Gene a moment ago. Let's do something different. Let's do an unofficial Peter Chris. I think these are unofficial. Yeah, this is unofficial. This is a 2006 Russian. It's official, but it's Russian. It's a Russian. It's a Russian Peter. This is a 2006 EX condition. $20 start on that. Sherry Darnell on Rhodey. That is sold to Sherry Darnell. And let's count these and let's offer a bundle. I'll leave the Neighborhoods out for a second. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. John Barry's cracking his knuckles. He cracked his neck. He said, Chad, what are you thinking? John Barry, here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking $115. $115. $115. Let's look at the Peter Chris again. So Peter Chris is a 2006 Russian. These are officials. It is just the picture disc. It's double-sided. It's the full album. It comes in a sleeve like this, which is also very nice. It's a $20 start, okay? $20 start. First thing we're going to do is this. We're going to sell the Neighborhoods to Oso Adventure for $10. Jerry Rock wants a Metallica and Justice for All. Shortest straw. Down by Raw. Sold? Or are you talking about the puzzle? He may be talking about the puzzle now that I forgot he asked about the puzzles. And these are sold to John Barry for $100. And I was going to make that the last record. He might be asking about the puzzles. Yes, thank you, John Barry. Let's get these crated up for him. Come on, John Barry. I didn't even have to sing. He was ready. He cracked his knuckles. He punched the wall. Puzzles. I do have Metallica. You're in luck. I got Metallica and Justice for All, Iron Maiden, Fear the Dark, Killers, Number of the Beast, self-titled, Queen, Greatest Hits, and Dead Kennedys. That's the only puzzles I have left in this building. Sold. The other ones I read off still available. These are all sold to John Barry. Come on, John Barry. We had AI write a song one night about John Barry, if y'all don't know what that song is. I asked Grok to write a song about a guy named John Barry who loves buying big bundles of records at a record store. Jerry Rock got the Metallica puzzle. If anybody wants the vinyl remaster, and if anybody wants Peter Criss, it's a $20 buy it now. $20 buy it now for the Russian Peter Criss. Okay. Well, just like that, we need more content. Come on, John Barry. Let's do this Hatchet Ed crate I keep so callously referring to. All right, let me sort it. If I sort it, we can do... There's too much randomness in here, though. So let me just... I mean, some of them have prices like we already discounted them, if that makes sense. So if they're already discounted, obviously I think it's pretty fair to leave them at that. Okay? Peter has a bid. You're kidding. Be Yourself Adventures, $20. That came in before his bundle offer. I didn't even see that. Be Yourself, $20. Sorry. Okay? So, here we are. Jim B's dying for me to go pull from some $6.99, $100 records. Maybe. Okay? Maybe. Perhaps. Possibly. Maybe. I know you got bills to pay, but we'll see what happens, okay? We'll leave that on there for right now. So some of these are already discounted, okay? And you'll see with the prices on the front. And let's try to find some more stuff to auction, including... what's over here? I feel like I'm on the brink of just something major. I'm on the brink of just something about to happen, and everybody's going to be like, holy crap, Chad, why didn't you tell us about this sooner? Oh, my gosh, I can't believe you've been pigeonholing. You've been over here pigeonholing this whole time, Chad. We could go dig around in that crate that Paul don't want me to tell anybody about or show about, right? Some singles, 45s, CMA awards. What is all this? CDs. Cassettes. I got parrot keys over here. Now, for the longest, there was a box of 45s right there. There's Otis's Chew Toy. Here's a bazillion more comic books in here. War, Marvel, DC, Tomb of Dracula, mixed stuff, graded, knives, guns, coins, gold, silver, jewels, Napoleonic crown, Louvre jewels. Huh. I wonder what's in that box. It's marked jewels from the Louvre. $6.99. Loretta Lynn. We've come a long way, baby. So if it has a price like that on the front, then that's the price, okay? I'll be able to sort these at the end, but some of these were already discounted where they were in a Hatchet Ed crate. But I'll tell you right now, what doesn't sell in here is going to be sold later. Boy, this is being difficult. Loretta Lynn, $6.99. Okay. Put this right over here. Petula Clark's Greatest Hits Volume 1, $7. Downtown Petula Clark, $7. The Carpenters, Now and Then, which was half off. It's $4.99. Carpenter's $4.99. Petula Clark, Loretta Lynn. The Funny Face soundtrack, which was half off. It's $10. The Righteous Brothers, Soul and Inspiration, $6.99. Nat King Cole, Dear Lonely Hearts, $7 on that. A lot of these were $6.99 and half off. Like Carpenter's Made in America for $5. Captain and Tennille was sealed. Sealed with hop sticker and Christmas card, $12. Lionel Richie, $5. Carpenter's, $5. Emmylou Harris, this is signed and JSA authenticated. Emmylou Harris, $35. So there's the album, which is the Ballad of Sally Rose. This is a promotional record flat where she signed it to Lee, Happy Birthday, $35, and that is JSA authenticated. Okay? Also, Ike and Tina Turner, $6.99. More Encore of Golden Hits, The Platters, $6.99. Michael Remza said he'll take Emmylou for $35. Do you have any Butthole Surfers? No, I do not. Liza Minnelli, Robert De Niro, that is the soundtrack to New York, New York, which is sealed, $9.99. The Commodore's Heroes is $9. That was $14.99. Signed by Sonny Osborne, $15. Signed by Stella Parton, $15. Signed by Lionel Harris, $15. Those are all signed, JSA authenticated autographs, $15, $15, $15. Sonny Osborne, Stella Parton, and Larnell Harris. Encore of Golden Hits, The Platters, $6.99. Okay, so this is My Morning Jacket, The Waterfall, $24.99, or best offer. That's the first one that hadn't already been discounted. And I want to make sure I keep all these sorted, because those have already been discounted. Yeah. All right, so now we have My Morning Jacket, so to Michael Remza. The Interstellar Villains, right out in the Lobster Quadrille. That is an Australian Garage Psych EP, $14.99, or best offer. Osborne Brothers sold to Joe Sontag for $15. Analog Production, The Doors, unopened, $54.99, or best offer. And we had 2 copies come in tonight, 2 new copies, and they're $60. So that one's about $5 below MSRP. And if that's a comp from Discogs, as you can see, they hold pretty good value. Next is Naked on the Vague, V-A-G-U-E, sealed, $9.99. Roger McGuinn was already discounted to $9.99. Roger McGuinn, $9.99. Crab Meat Thompson, $9.99. It looks like it's signed. Crab Meat Thompson, Animal Vegetables, and Mineral Springs. Doors, $45. I will say the Doors for $50. Like I said, that's new and sealed. Those are new, just came in from Analog Productions today for $60. Like they were literally back here in our new arrivals crates for $60. So a rare opportunity to get new vinyl discounted. The Jersey Travelers, $9.99. The legendary Ike Turner and the Kings of Rhythm, 84 UK, $34.99. Michael Remza said he'll take the Doors for $50. So to Michael Remza. Chicago Hot Streets, $9.99, or best offer. Adrian Ballou, $19.99, or best offer. Dexter Wamweber, solo duo trio, unopened, $49.99, or best offer. Nat King Cole, Many Splintered Things, $9.99. Walt Disney's The Happiest Millionaire, VG, $9.99. Bluegrass Banjo, Flat and Scruggs, $19.99, or best offer. The Best of Jerry Lee Lewis, $9.99, or best offer. Simple Minds, Sanctify Yourself, a 12-inch single, $14.99, or best offer. Spirit Future Games, $14.99, or best offer. Buster Benton, Spider in My Stew, sealed, $19.99. You know it, or best offer. Judas Priest was sold for $10 at auction. So it's $10. It's in G condition, really beat up. That's the grade. G condition, really beat up. $10. Nas, $39.99, red vinyl, or best offer. That's Todd Rundgren and Nas. Eric Van Leuven gets Judas Priest. Levi Hilton second. Grimes, Visions. Laura loves Grimes, $19.99, or best offer. This is Fever Ray. Fever Ray is sealed on red vinyl, $24.99 or best offer. Amy Grant in Concert Volume 2, $9.99 or best offer. George Duke Followed the Rainbow, VG $9.99 or best offer. This sold at auction for $140. It's $140. Concrete Blonde, Steel in Hollywood. A 2017 U.S. sealed, only time on vinyl, $140. Michael Remza, Grimes, $15, sold. Michael Remza, Fever Ray, $20, sold. Next is Tio Macero with the Prestige Jazz Quartet Tio. All analog lacquers by Ryan Smith, Vinyl Me Please. $30 is what I sold it for. It was marked $39.99. Oldies But Goodies Volume 6, $6.99, already discounted. Same thing for Nat King Cole. Okay? $6.99 on Nat King Cole. About to offer this as a bundle deal. So if you was on the fence, I need you to hop on over and make a claim or make an offer. If not, we're about to finally close out this Hatchet Ed crate. What's the agenda for the rest of the night? Right now, I'm going to try to find maybe another good discount crate. Might go up front and pull some stuff for $6.99. Otherwise, Jim B could possibly have a heart attack. And then I did promise there's 2 crates of Christmas records that I have not gone through, that I know for sure I have not gone through, and I'm going to read through those best offer, okay? Jeremy Bryant on Naked on the Vague. Anybody else? And that's going to include additional discounts on these discounted ones, okay? There's that. What was the record that said Spiders? Spiders in My Stew. Buster Benton, sealed, $19.99. Quick run through. One more time on the titles. Loretta Lynn, Petula Clark's Greatest Hits, Carpenters, Funny Face Soundtrack, Righteous Brothers, Nat King Cole, Carpenters, Captain Tennille Sealed, Lionel Richie, Carpenters, Ike and Tina Turner, The Platters, New York, New York Soundtrack, Commodores, Platters, Roger McGuinn, Interstellar Villains, Roger McGuinn, Crab Meat Thompson, Jersey Travelers, Ike and Tina Again, Chicago, Adrian Belew, Dexter Ron Weber, Nat King Cole, Walt Disney, Happy's Millionaire, Flatt and Scruggs, Jerry Lee Lewis, Simple Minds, Spirit, Naz, Amy Grant, George Duke, Tacio Macero, Oldies But Goodies track listing. Quarter to 3, Gary U.S. Bonds, Bill Doggett, Honky Tonk Part 1 and 2, Dion on the Belmonts, A Teenager in Love, Image of a Girl, The Safaris, Duke of Earl, that's a good one, Gene Chandler, Mashed Potato Time by D.D. Sharp, Those Oldies But Goodies by Little Caesar and the Romans, D. Clark Raindrops, The Fireflies You Were Mine, Every Beat of My Heart, The Pips, This I Swear, The Skyliners, $6.99. Final price. John Barry wants me to read through them again and read off every detail I can. That would take some time. Flatt and Scruggs is $19.99. It's called Bluegrass Banjo. Scott says he'll take Oldies But Goodies for $6.99. And we have Nat King Cole Wild as Love. That's also available, $6.99. And then Buster Benton, Spider in My Stew. Spider in My Stew. Sealed, $19.99. $85 US. Got to make sure somebody didn't want that. Levi Hilton. Okay, if not, we're about to count these. Now, the only thing, let's see, that's kind of an outlier. So were the autographs, because they were already kind of closed out. Of course, that's a $40 record on red vinyl. This was sealed for $50. So 2 records in there collectively were stickered for $90. But I'm about to count these. I'm good with everything else in there. Okay? And GD10. That was for... let me see which one that was. GD. George Duke. George Duke was, yes, VG $9.99 sold. Fairlane Dave. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Hold on a second. Sell these to Rich Recore. 10 and 5. 10 and 5. Sold to Rich Recore. He says, no, not that one. Okay. Evidently, there's a George Duke in here that was marked for more than $10. Duke. George Duke. I've got bad news for you. This is the only album in here with the word Duke on it. But I'll look through them one more time. Scott Arnold, Buster Benton. Sold to Scott Arnold for $10. Okay, here we go. 1, 2. So George Duke's back in the crate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 30, 31, 32, 32. Those are going to be part of the bundle, but let me just do some math here. 32. 32. Okay, that's the price for those. And then including these, and I'm going to discount that, we're looking at $170. $170, and that includes these 3, which is 2 JSL authenticated autographs, a Vinyl Me Please that was marked for $40, and then the rest of them at about $375. So that was these at $375, this at $20, and these at $15 a piece. So that's how I come up with my math. $150. Let's almost meet in the middle on this one, John Barry. I'll let you have them for $159. And I'm going to give you this Hatchet Ed flyer as a keepsake. $375 a piece on those. I'll just consider less on that Vinyl Me Please there on the front. Dizzy. I gotta get some calories soon. I drive a hard bargain. Here we go. Cue up the theme song. Come on, John Barry. $159. Bundle deal sold. Another Hatchet Ed crate. Another Hatchet Ed crate closed out. This bundle, whoever's tagging, is definitely going to spill over to a new crate. That one's full. Let me just start a new crate before I do anything more. Chad's going to go get a Slim Jim and a Diet Coke, or he's going to pass out. Talking about driving hard bargains, y'all drive me into the ground. Doing these live streams every night took 25 years off my life. Plus, I eat fast food 3 times a day. And here's the rest of it. Come on, John Barry. All right, let's go up front and get a crate of $6.99 stuff. And then Jim B is going to be like, whew, maybe I can get some of these bills paid off. All right, let's do this. Darkness imprisoning me. All that I see is Slim Jims. Speaking of Jim, time for a good old-fashioned Slim Jim crab chips and Slim Jims. Anybody else feel a tremendous pressure on their chest, or is that just me? All right. I got some dolls over here. Monsters, the doctor I talked to the other day said monsters are honestly healthy. He's been recommending more of them to his patients. I was like, wow, okay. So. All right, let me take this crate up front. Time to fill it up with $6.99 records. Friday night deals. I try to get as much as I can in before time expires for me. Paul will be hosting the show tomorrow night. I might tune in. Y'all might see me hop in later, though. Y'all might see me hop on later. Okay. How should I do this? Let me just grab some stuff, okay? So we'll take that one, this one. Actually, let's just grab a whole section. That way it's fair. Okay. We'll just grab a whole section. Let me pick out the best looking one. Here we go. I'll just grab this whole section, and then we're just, I'm not gonna flip through them. I'm not gonna check prices. They're gonna be $6.99. Promise. $6.99. Haven't checked them. I'm just grabbing a whole section. My name is Kid Rock. Okay. My name is Kid Rock. Okay. Sorry, Chad's on snack break. If y'all want to see more records, you're going to have to wait about 60 more seconds. I've got to get some calories. I could fall over at any second. Otherwise, we're in trouble. Chat, this whole show could go down. Let's crack open another ice cold Budweiser. I'm lying. It's Diet Coke. I wouldn't drink a Budweiser if you gave me $100. Somebody handed me a Budweiser and said, Chad, drink this for $100. I said, I'd bust it on the ground for 10. Horrible. One of the worst things I ever tasted in my life. I was like, who drinks this for the fun of it? Oh, everything. I've took little sips about every one of them. I was like, oh my gosh, who would want to drink this for fun? All right, here we go. These are all $6.99. As soon as I eat some more crab chips. Yeah, I've never had anybody seriously look at me and be like, crack, and they drink, and they'll be like, man, this Budweiser tastes great. I'm like, no one ever said that. Okay, we have SWA. What a weird cover. $6.99, 1987 US. $6.99 for SWA. Of course, I don't drink it all. I've never tasted anything. I'm like, yeah, this is delicious. Give me 3 more of them. A Diet Coke, I can knock out about 5 of them. A Monster, 3 of them. Chocolate milk, I've drunk so much I've puked. Air horn. We got some people demanding an air horn right now. I hope y'all have your volume turned down. That was actually the 3rd of the night, but y'all demanded that one. Chameleon, Technicolor, an 82 US. This was marked $29.99. $6.99. SWA, $6.99. Chameleon, $6.99. Elton John, Breaking Hearts. Sorry, I've got the hiccups. I've been eating crab chips and Diet Coke. $6.99 for Elton John, Breaking Hearts. Rockettes, Live at the Ritz. $6.99. Gold stamp promo, the Rockettes, Live at the Ritz. Michael Remza on Chameleons for $6.99. Have her into the mid-gallon challenge? No. I can't drink straight white milk unless I'm eating like something with it, like chocolate, or I could do it with chocolate milk probably. Rockettes, Soda John Durden for $6.99. We have Hooters, Ambrose. Hooters is $6.99. Robert Palmer Riptide, $6.99. Shakedown on SWA. That's soda Shakedown for $6.99. The Rock Pile Seconds of Pleasure with this bonus EP, $6.99. These have been not filtered. They're all $6.99. I literally took a whole crate of stuff from our store bins, which have been shown here before. I took it and just filled up this entire crate. It's all $6.99. Whatever's left after the second read-through, we're going to bundle to somebody. Robert Palmer sold to Michael Remza. Mock Ozpaw on Hooters. Still got Elton John and Rockpile. Rockpile has the bonus EP with it too. Black Market, Changing of the Guards. An 81 Canadian import, VG Plus condition. $6.99 for Black Market. Also, we have Jose Feliciano in shrink wrap with original price tagger. How about price tag? This has his big cover of The Doors Light My Fire on it. $6.99. Val Stoken Line, Gray Life, 68 US. And Paul says, Great Downer Folk is the note on that, $6.99. William Drugovich on Black Market, $6.99. I love Friday night $6.99 crates, especially when they're like this, because you're going to be getting some great stuff at great prices, obviously. Hairy Chapin Heads and Tails, $6.99. I've ran the numbers. It doesn't make sense for us to sell much here under the price of $7. So that's kind of always been my threshold for prices on about anything. Now, y'all know sometimes $9.99 records end up half off for $5, but all the things involved here at our business cost-wise, we really can't sell much under $7. So $6.99 is one of my favorite prices. You'll hear me say $6.99 a lot. All technical data has been ran. Val Stoken line, that's so to Rich Recore. So stuff that typically should be maybe $3 or $4 ends up just like in our dollar sales. And that's why our dollar sales are so huge. People come from all over to pick up stuff like that typically just don't get put out for sale. Breakwater, wow, $6.99. It was $24.99. It's a 1978 funk album. $6.99. Shakedown, you were second on the Val album, by the way, if I didn't already say that. Leo Sayer World Radio, $6.99 for Leo Sayer. Susie's still wanting y'all to hit the like button. We have Jean-Luc Ponty, Enigmatic Ocean. Jean-Luc is $6.99. BW Breakwater, that's sold to Michael Remza, $6.99 on that. NRBQ, all hopped up. That was originally marked $34.99. How about $6.99? Let's see if that moves it. $6.99 on that one. Does Rockpile have I Hear You Knocking? No. Don't see it on that one. Don't see it, Mike. Hey, there's that same 5-man electrical band, $6.99. Signs is not on here. Michael Remza on NRBQ. That's sold to Michael Remza. Paul Oakley on Brew. And that was already claimed. Yes, already claimed. Laura Nero, the New York Tinderberry. Laura Nero, something just flew out of that jacket. What was that? I don't know if that was a piece of paper or like a moth. $6.99 on Laura Nero. Commander Cody and his Lost Planet Airman. EX, $6.99. Country Casanova. And we have Country Top 20 compilation. It's a country comp. It looks like it's foreign, so probably on some nice UK vinyl. Yeah, made in Germany. Bobby Bear, Jerry Lee Lewis, Linda Gale Lewis, Lobo, Tom T. Hall, Statlers, and others. $6.99. Double LP gatefold jacket. This is signed. It's from Dale's Pittsburgh collection by Jimmy Webb. Is that right? $6.99. Cowboy, Boyer and Towton, $6.99. Signed. I think that's Jimmy Webb. Jim. Just so y'all know, whoever ends up with it. We had several signed by him. Is that the same guy from Wet? I have something else over here. I just had it in my autograph bin. That's actually authenticated. Is this the same guy? No, this is Jimmy Webb. Jimmy Hall is who I'm thinking about. Jimmy Hall from Wet Willie. I'm not for sure. I think that's... I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Cowboy, though. Bob Newman. Bob Newman, Hangover Boogie from Bear Family Records. All German imports. If you hear Bear Family, most of them should be German. $6.99. They've done a good job for 50 years, archiving rare country, folk music, etc. Lacey J. Dalton's Greatest Hits, Gold Stamp promo, $6.99. Montana Slim, 32 Wonderful Years, $6.99 for Montana Slim. Wide variety in this crate. Red Roads, Velvet Hammer, and a Cowboy Band. Whoa. This was originally $49.99 from 1973. It's on the Countryside label. Red Roads, 1973, $6.99. Chuck Haley on the Cowboy album. And Cowboy stuff's pretty good. It's on Capricorn, Southern Rock label. Tommy Dalton. I wish I could remember who this was. I don't think it's anybody that plays in the band. I think it's just... So if Dale thought he was going to meet somebody, he would find every album that person played on and, would take it and get them signed. He works security. Most of y'all haven't been here a long enough time to remember Dale's Pittsburgh collection, but we bought about 10,000 albums from one guy. 5,000 was like bootlegs and like 5,000 was autographed. Can you imagine 5,000 signed albums? I mean, it was insane. Probably the best collection we've ever acquired. Because bootlegs, obviously rare, highly desirable, collectible, old ones, like concerts. And then he had just tubs and tubs full of signed albums. I'll never forget. I got to that tub with the Neil Youngs, and I was like, what is going on? It's like, you know, what did we have originally? 32 signed Neil Young albums. I was like, oh my gosh. Red Roads is sold to Shakedown for $6.99. Then Michael Remza, GMB. It was incredible. I mean, we've never had. That's when we first had JSA come in, and we had all that signed stuff. It took them like 2 days to authenticate everything, and there was no the only fake stuff he had was stuff people bought him for gifts. Like somebody bought him a signed Grateful Dead album, it was fake. Somebody bought him a signed Rolling Stones album, it's fake. All of his stuff was real. He worked security in Atlanta and Pittsburgh and had thousands of albums signed over the years. The Righteous Brothers, Say Something. The Righteous Brothers is $6.99. And there's some remnants of that collection still around here. I still got some high-end signed albums we hadn't sold, like Clapton, Neil Young, and you'll see stuff like that pop up every once in a while. Still little pieces left over. Righteous Brothers, $6.99. We have the Alpha Band, Spark in the Dark. Alpha Band is $6.99. Spark in the Dark, white label promo. Also, we have Respond, Love is the Reason, $6.99 for that. Looks foreign. What is this, $6.99? Maybe not. It is definitely foreign. $6.99 on that. Also, Ford Theater presents Time Changes, a new musical. VG Plus, $6.99. Luckily, he was security during a time when it was more acceptable for people to get stuff signed. Now, you know, if you're like running security, it's kind of, you know, frowned upon for people to be coming up asking for autographs. That's what I'm being told nowadays. That's why stuff's getting harder to get signed. Saunders King, the first king of the blues, an 88 UK mono, $6.99. I don't know if he was really security. He was more like an usher that was backstage. He kind of hung out in front of the doors of dressing rooms and made sure the right people were coming in and out that was authorized. So he was literally right at the dressing room doors of some of the biggest names ever. Blues and folk, Champion Jack Dupree, Memphis McGee. Whoa. See, this is why people watch the $6.99 crates. How about a lot of percentage off? It was originally $70. Nonsense, $6.99. The Gene Autry collection, $6.99. The Gene Autry collection. It's a box set. It was $25. It's got 4 records in it, $6.99. Blues and Folk, sold to Shakedown, $6.99. Michael Remza second, Scott Arnold third, Jim B fourth. Alvin Robinson, Shine On, $6.99. Originally $32.99. I told y'all this is unfiltered. Harold Burridge, sealed. We're into some of that blues collection from last December, November. Can y'all believe it? We're into some of that blues collection. Still got some. We bought probably one of the best blues collections ever assembled. We sold them for about 4 months straight. $6.99 for Alvin Robinson sold. Michael Remza was first on Harold Burridge. He got those. Gene Autry is sold to Levi Hilton for $6.99. Laura says, as recently learned, bands also don't really come out to sign autographs at shows anymore. Nope. I think hence the demand lately for signed albums have increased value. And I've noticed that trend on eBay. I look at stuff every day. This is Chicago Bob and the Shadows. More than half off, sealed blues, $6.99. I can't believe there's still remnants of that blues collection, too. I grabbed a good stack. We hit some stuff. This is why if you come into our store, everything's always 40% off. There's still good records laying around. Sunland, Louisiana Blues Anthology. Look at that. Was $30, $6.99. Only time ever released, that compilation. Only time ever released. Rockin' the Boat, the William Clark Blues Band, sealed, $6.99. 88, only time ever on vinyl, $6.99. Scott Arnold put L for Louisiana Blues. Mega Blast second, then Shakedown, then Michael Remza, and then Scott Arnold on BLB. And that was for Blues Band, right, William? $6.99. $6.99 on that. Also, the Sultans, Little by Little, sealed, $6.99. Walt Disney presents Learning to Tell Time is Fun. $6.99. And I'm understanding now they don't teach this in school anymore, analog clocks. I've been watching trends on TikTok where, like, this newest upcoming generation is no longer being taught the analog clock like in kindergarten and stuff. I did not know that. $6.99. We have Good to Be Alive, John Baldry. $6.99 on that. The other one was The Cap. Okay, so this is still available. Louisiana Blues, Be Yourself, You Were Fifth. The New Ventures, this is $6.99. Anita Kerr, Till the End of the Time. Anita Kerr, $6.99. Jon Stewart, VG Plus, $6.99. Mavis, as in Mavis Rivers, $6.99. The Jerry Lee Lewis Gospel Album, a white label promo. And speaking of another big collection, Fred Goodwin. There's reminiscences of our 3 biggest collections ever in this crate. Dale, Fred, and the Blues collection, which I don't even know what that guy's name was. Paul dealt with him. The Earl Scruggs Review, Country Comfort, $6.99. Mega Blast on JLL for $6.99. And we have the Judds, Rockin' with the Rhythm, $6.99. The putback was the Rockin' the Boat William Clark Blues Band, recorded live. That was sealed, originally $34.99. Now it's $6.99. Bands on their signature will be exploited for money, not because the person can know that. That's true. Yeah, most of them, you know, they'll tell the, you know, if you see people lined up outside of a hotel, probably a third are fans and then 2/3 are resellers. So, yeah, that happens quite often. We can do another crate like this. We'd have to do the bundle deal. If we sell everything after the bundle, I'll go get another one. Joe Sontag on the Judds, and Fairlane Dave wants the William Clark. So those are sold and sold. And let's read through these one more time quickly. I'll do it quickly without interruption. And we're going to go ahead and do another one. As long as the bundle deal sells. Okay? Okay? First thing we have is Elton John, Breaking Hearts. Jose Feliciano, Heritage Shaping Heads and Tails. These are all $6.99. Leo Sayer, World Radio. Jean-Luc Ponty, Igmanatic Ocean. Rockpile, Seconds of Pleasure. 5-Man Electrical Band. Laura Nero, New York Tendaberry. Country Costa Nova. Country Top 20. Bob Newman. Lacey J. Dalton. Montana Slim. The Righteous Brothers. The Alpha Band. Respond, Love is the Reason. Ford Theater Presents. Saunders King. Chicago Bob and the Shadows. The Sultans, Little by Little. Walt Disney Presents Learning to Tell Time. John Baldry, Good to Be Alive. The New Ventures. Anita Kerr. Jon Stewart. Mavis Rivers. Earl Scruggs Review. Anybody else before I count those and try to bundle them? Jim B's already singing it. Jim B already said, come on, John Barry. Rockpile, Seconds of Pleasure is a 1980 original with the bonus EP, Near Mint, $6.99. What are the toys? I honestly don't know. They were laying back here behind me. Looks like something they've unearthed in the back. Every once in a while when you crack open a tub in the back room, it won't be records. It'll be full of toys or baseball cards, something I bought 10 years ago at a garage sale that I forgot about. Scott Arnold on Rockpile. Right, I'll give it just a couple more seconds. I'm going to start the count. When the count starts, especially after I've named the price, we can't go back. I got an offer for something on eBay. Let's see what it is. Come on, John Barry. All right, I think we've got everybody time. A signed check by Glenn Ford. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 records in here. Come on, John Barry. What's our price? $95. $95. $95. Now, these might be kind of pricey. I'd have to figure out what exactly they are. It's got the moving eyes. Look at that. When she's laying down, her eyes are closed. Looks like a good lot for a future. There's about 5 more of them over here. Do them in an auction lot one night. I don't know where all this. There's about 4 or 5 more over here. Where's John Barry at? Sold! 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 I'm going to take this crate with me. We're going to go refill it. Fill it up. I need everybody to let me know where you're watching from. I haven't asked that, I don't think, in a month. Are you watching from New York City? Are you watching from the swamps of New Louisiana? Are you watching from the mountains of the Denver, Colorado? Are you watching from the hills of Tennessee? Are you watching from Viva Las Vegas? Are you watching from Puerto Rico? I know some people watching right now. They're watching down in Puerto Rico. Are you watching in the United Kingdom and you've got your big red coat on? Anybody else think when our UK buyers are watching, they're wearing big red coats, or is that just me? Or is that just me? I always imagine them wearing big red coats when they're watching. Feeling groovy. Halo lamppost. What you knowin'? Dun, 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 dun. Sticking around. Cobblestone. Looking for fun and feeling groovy. Na 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 na. Feeling groovy. Hello, lamppost. What you knowin'? Sticking around, cobblestone. Looking for fun and feeling groovy. Na 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 na. Feeling groovy. Grooving down a crowded avenue. Really? Couldn't get away too soon. No, no, no. Buckeye country. Oh. Don't make me throw up my crab chips. $6.99. Green to help somebody. It was $19.99. Atco, 1971. A lot of music coming out in 1971. So much you couldn't handle it. $6.99. Harper's Bazaar. That's why I started singing Feeling Groovy. It's not on here, though. $6.99. Harper's Bazaar. The Chattanooga Choo Choo song, though, is Mama's Pride. $6.99. $10 off. Everything in here is $6.99. Even my hiccups, because I just chugged a highly caffeinated can of Diet Coke. We have Dionne Warwick, Here Where There Is Love. $6.99 for Dionne Warwick. Grass Food Lodging. High-class bluegrass and other roadside attractions. $6.99. A lot of these so far I've been flipping over have either been 14 or 19, which means they're more than half off. This is better than a half off crate. This is a $6.99 crate. Leon Redbone, Double Time, $6.99. Whatever doesn't get claimed, probably going to get bundled to Come On John Barry. $6.99. Dave D, Dozy, Beaky, Mick Teach, Greatest Hits. That was originally $29.99. Blue Fontana, $6.99. The Groupies. I remember this record. This is actual groupies talking, kind of being interviewed about experiences. You can imagine. $6.99. The Groupies. Johnny Rivers, Changes. Johnny Rivers, $6.99. Fats Domino compilation, $6.99. Eric Van Loovey on Groupies. Sold. Soundtracks, Tony Banks, $6.99 from some of the films he did. Quicksilver, Lorca and the Outlaws, $6.99. I'm looking for my favorite Christmas 45 single, Daddy Please Don't Get Drunk This Christmas. Chuck Haley said he was out watching on his houseboat in Bayou Atchafalaya in the swamps of Louisiana. I knew somebody's been watching Louisiana. We got about 3 Cajuns on here every night. We got people down in Puerto Rico watching right now, all over the world, as ELO says. John Durden on Fats Domino, and John Sotag on Leon Russell. These are all $6.99. What could possibly be next? Los Magnificicos. This is Contra Los Monstras. $6.99 for Contra Los Monstras. 2010 Mexico Garage. That sounds like a lot like Costa Nova, which is the Mafia, which has infiltrated the NBA. $6.99. Go West, Dancing on the Couch. Go West, Dancing on the Couch is $6.99. Brooke Benton, $6.99. Brooke Benton, $6.99 on the Black Mercury label. And Steve Winwood, Don't You Know What the Night Can Do? That's a 12-inch single. $6.99 for Steve Winwood. Energy Orchid. Energy Orchid is a gold stamp promo, $6.99. The new Commander Cody Band, Rock and Roll Again, $6.99. These are closeouts, $6.99. Nick Gilder, City Nights. You guessed it, $6.99. The Motors, approved by the Motors, $6.99. Law, L-A-W, in shrink wrap, interesting cover, $6.99 for Law. Championship Wrestling, Al Cooper. What's the word I'm thinking about? La Costa Nostra. Yeah, the Mafia. La Costa Nostra. Paul Black and Flip Kings, How. 85 US, $6.99. QB and the Blizzards, Harry Muskie, Eliko Gelling, Herman Brood. This is a 79 Holland, $6.99. Be Yourself Adventures on Nick Gilder, so to Be Yourself Adventures. Next is the Children's of Elflin's Daughter, Bob Johnson and Peter Knight, $6.99. Scott Arnold on Law, so to What the F P-H-U-C-K. The Boo-Hoo's Moonshiner, $6.99. An 87 Italian alternate rock. That is $6.99. Originally stickered $26.99. Harry QB Muskie and Eliko Skelling Ballads was $39.99. It's on the Phillips label. Definitely a UK, German, Holland. Same thing. Holland, Germany, all same thing. We had Keith 98.6, ain't gonna lie, $6.99. Slaughter and the Dogs, the Slaughterhouse tapes. This was marked $44.99 about 2 months ago. Now it's $6.99. Some of the big price kind of no-brainer stuff still's laying around in here. The Jim B, is Jim B like fighting his dog or something right now? Having to go outside and walk his dog? Slaughter. So to William Drugovich, then Shakedown, then Scott, then Michael. Oh, Jim B's watching. Thought you might have to go outside and walk a princess or something. Michael, there we go. So to Michael Remza and Sean Bailey, you were fifth. Johnny and the Roccos stomping. Johnny and the Roccos, holy moly. Look at the discount on this one. $6.99. Stomping, $6.99. Boz Scaggs Slow Dancer, $6.99. In Shrink Wrap. Boz Scaggs Slow Dancer, $6.99. Johnny and the Roccos Soda Mega Blast. Michael Remza was second. Wayne Cochran, $6.99. Chess Records. Look at that hair, folks. Look at the hair. $6.99. I mean, I can't judge it. Mine looks pretty similar. $6.99 on that one. We have Be Yourself Adventures on Keith, 98.6. Jim B said, good night. He can't win for losing. Literally. African Arab. This is Mohammed El Bakar. Excuse her exposed chest. $6.99 on that one. The Hitmen, Aim for the Feet. A white label promo. $6.99. We have Tony OK. Notes from the Lost Something. $6.99. Mega Blast on African Arab. Sold. Michael Remza on Hitmen. Sold. Next is Spanking Our Gang. I'd like to get to know you. $6.99. We have The Mystic Moods Awakening. 1973 VG Plus. $6.99. The Beach Boys Surfs Up. $6.99. Cover Wear Present. Vinyl Super Duper Uber Clean. Jim B wants Dave, D, and Dozy. He's like, boo, I better scoop up one of these or my kids are going to be eating potted meat again next week. He's going to get this $45 record for $6.99. Jim B's kids are going, yes, no more potted meat. Be Yourself Adventure on Tony OK. I love potted meat personally. Be Yourself Adventures and William Drugovich on BB for Beach Boys. You can't have your meat if you don't eat your pudding. How could you eat your meat? Michael Nesbitt, $6.99. Olivia Newton-John, Soul Kiss, $6.99 for O&J. The Longest Day soundtrack, $6.99. Awesome. $6.99 for The Longest Day. Death Haven, Ordinary Corrupt Human Love. This looks expensive. $6.99. Not bad. It was originally $14.99. VG. Memphis Jamboree on Yazoo. 1927-1936. $6.99. Yazoo. Eric Van Leuven on Death. So to Eric Van Leuven. Also, Mark Moogie Klingman, 72 US, VG Plus $6.99. Jerry Lee Lewis for $6.99. Michael Remza on Memphis Jamboree for $6.99. Early stuff there. Here I Am, Dionne Warwick, $6.99. Jesus Loves Me, Roy Rogers and Dale Evans, Fred Goodwin collection, $6.99. Dave Edmonds Tracks on Wax, $6.99. Ramatam, $6.99. Mark Farnier, Monumental Funk, $6.99. And the best of Martin Denny, a 61 stereo, $6.99. The best of Martin Denny. I'm glad Jim B's a good sport and let me have fun. I honestly, for those that's watching, I don't even know if this guy has kids or not. I honestly don't even know his last name. I looked one time. I think I know his last name. I think I know what state he lives in. But he's on here every night, and I have a lot of fun putting out all these hypotheticals, even though I don't even know who the dude is. Now, I can't do that very few people because I'm afraid they're actually going to be upset or think that I'm being serious. So, shout out to Jim B so we can have some fun. We have Michael Nesmith for $6.99, and that's so to Rick Perrine. Victor Guerre on Ramatan. But I don't know if this guy even has kids. I don't know his last name. I don't know what state he lives in. But I do know this. We have a lot of fun talking about him having to feed his children. that may or may not exist. I have no idea. For all we know, this could be like, who could this be? This could be somebody under a false identity. This could be like, this may be like no, I don't know. I don't know Jim B. I just found out when he's okay letting me pick on him, hypothetically, that he's okay with it. I've tried it a few times with a few people, and I think they don't know if I'm being serious or not, and then I'm like, okay, so I got to be careful what I say to some people because they're like, man, this guy's mean. He was mean to me. I'm not going to buy records from him anymore. He could be with the Mafia. I know. I hope not. I know he does love NBA basketball. So, I know Jim B.A. loves NBA basketball. So, you better, yeah. You didn't get indicted yesterday, did you? Ramatan, Nesmith, M, and I've never seen Jim knows. You can't get Seth to comment. If I could get Seth on here one night to comment, I think the chat would blow up. All right, let me read through these again so I can stretch. Or let me stretch so I can read through these again. Oh my gosh. Oh man. That felt pretty dang good. I felt like I just moved half of my spine back into place. All right, here we go. $6.99. Gambino, Jim Gambino. That's officially his new name, Jim Gambino. Well, we better not say that. That'd mess up the taggers. They're going to be like, who the heck is Jim Gambino? All right, here we go. One more quick read-through, then bundle deal. Green, To Help Somebody. Harper's Bazaar, Anything Goes. Mama's Pride. Dionne Warwick. Johnny Rivers Changes. Grass Food Lodging. Tony Banks Soundtracks. Los Magnificos. Go West, Dancing on the Couch. Brooke Benton. Steve Winwood. Energy Orchid. New Commander Cody Band, The Motors, Al Cooper, Paul Black and his Flip Kings, Cubie and the Blizzards, Boo-Hoos, Children of Elfin's Daughter, Bob Johnson and Pete Knight, Bozgag Slow Dancer, Wayne Cochran, Spanky and Our Gang, The Mystic Moods, Olivia Newton-John, The Longest Day soundtrack, Mark Moogie Klingman, Dionne Warwick, Jerry Lee Lewis, Roy Rogers, Dave Edmonds, Mark Farner, and Martin Denny. I'm actually going to go look up Jim B's last name. Obviously, I'm not going to reveal it, but I'm going to go look it up right quick. I do have y'all's information. I don't sell it, though. Okay? I do not sell y'all's information like most large companies and social media platforms, okay? Oh, that's that dude's last name. Yep, there it is. Boy, your last couple invoices have been weak. We got to get those numbers up. Man, we got to get those numbers up. Whoa, that was a big one. What week was that? Whew, 4-digit. God, he had one time. We have Sean Bailey on Motors. That is sold to Sean Bailey for $6.99. The Motors. Let's do that one. And then next over here was Mega Blast. Oh, that wasn't a claim. And then Hiram on the Los Magnificicos. Right back here. I think I had my first. Really? Well, you broke a streak? You didn't buy anything? I remember you made an appearance when I brought out all that NoFX collection. And then you've been around since then. Somehow you found out, you sniffed out some NoFX records. I think you've been here since then. All right, let's offer this as a bundle. Okay? Who thinks we should do another one like this? Should we do another one like this? Come on, John Barry. That's all everybody. And the crowd goes, come on, John Barry. That's all we're looking for. Can anybody else remember their very first purchase here at Coleco? Their very first record, they said, I said sold to your name. Who can remember their first time? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Come on, John Barry. Bundle price, whoever claims it first, might be somebody else this time, $115. $115 for 30 records. Come on, John Barry. 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 Even Laura's singing it. Come on, John Barry. $90. 3 each. Sold, $90. I countered your other one. Let's do it to keep the show going. Me saying yes and going ahead and rolling it. Me saying yes and rolling it will be more profitable than trying to counter or even think about it for 10 more seconds. All right, so let's fill this one up. Let's do it. Donovan, The Uniques, Iron Maiden Killers OG, Rick Danko, Johnny Cash. A lot of y'all remember Sparks. Most people remember their first record. I remember some of y'all's first records, but obviously the customer base has gotten too expanded, and I can't store all that information, but I try to. All right, let's find another kind of wild, you know, mixed batch like that again. It looks like a lot of stuff from back in August is pretty good. This stuff right here from August looks good too. Let's grab these. I'm not pulling out anything, okay? It's late night Friday night. They're all being, you know the drill. You know the thing. Oh, almost dropped those. That's not good. Come back here. Got myself a Marlin. Well, I told y'all we're coming up on our 7-year anniversary for live streaming. It was November 22nd, 2018. November 22nd, 2018. I think it's my first live stream. I have it wrote down. 2018 November. 7 years since the first time I went live and said, let me see if I can go live on our page and sell stuff in our store by walking around. It's grown into this 7 years later, where it's 1:19 in the morning, and I know at any given time, any day, at any time of the day, I can go live and start selling merchandise for our company. It's took me a long time to get to that point where I know I can do it anytime, any day, but it's been 7 years ago since that first one. I remember times when people would say, Chad, when is the next sale? We'd get messages and I'd make posts and there'd be comments, Chad, when is the next sale? And the first sale was mostly for coins, knives, with my friend Colby. And then I sold a few records too. And yeah, it was a Johnny Cash album. And then I sold a stack of Beatles 45s. And I know who too. I've got it wrote down because I was going to make an anniversary post next month when that happens. So, and of course now, y'all know, I had to get to a point where like, okay, man, I got to do these every night. If I do these every night, we're going to have to be buying so much we won't be able to control it. So, and that's where we're at now. We literally, we really got to the point where Paul has to go all the time and just, you see how like, if you did a time lapse every night of what goes out of here, it's incredible. So, million, we might be getting, so far this year, we've sold just individual albums, not bundles, no box sets, no new vinyl, pre-owned vintage LPs individually. We're over 123,000, which blows my mind. I saw that number the other day on our Square. That blows my mind. That doesn't count bundles. That doesn't count new vinyl. That's vintage pre-owned records, which I'm like, how? That's crazy. Okay, Daniel Amos, horrendous disc, because we're about to sell more. We're going to start adding to that count right now. And that's like a lot more than the previous year. Daniel Amos, horrendous disc, $6.99. Johnny Hammond, Big City Blues, a 64 promo. John Hammond, $6.99. A 64 promo, $6.99. That was originally marked $34.99. Daniel Amos, horrendous disc, was originally marked $19.99. Dave Alvin, West of the Westies, folk double LP. That's something kind of new. 180 gram, $6.99. Hammond is sold to Popman 65. Can you remind me who you are? And then we have ZZ Hill Down Home. ZZ Hill is $6.99. Mega Blast on Dave Alvin. Eric Squindo, next on John Hammond, then William Drugovich, and Jim B next on Dave Alvin. Chris Knapp next on Hammond, and that's Phil Ott. Okay, for the taggers, Phil Ott is Popman65. Got it. Thank you for the reminder. Brother Jack McDuff, the best of 1969. Brother Jack McDuff, $6.99. Also, Jimmy McGriff and Junior Parker, the dudes doing business, $6.99. These are all $6.99. Yeah, another $6.99 crate. $6.99. All $6.99. $6.99 for Eddie Clearwater, the Chief. $6.99. Eddie Clearwater. You're going to hear I probably say $6.99 a million times in a year. This is Iran, Iraq, IKEA. It's a Psych Indie record from Sweden, $6.99. JM is sold to Eric Squindo. That's Jimmy McGriff. Everything in here is $6.99. Let's keep adding to that tally. Let's get to 150,000 sold albums before the end of the year. Vintage LPs. A.A. Bondi, American Hearts, Folk Rock, $6.99 for A.A. Bondi. We have the Indigos, before we were Blossom Toes. Indigos is sealed. No, it's opened. No, it's sealed. No, it's sealed. $6.99 for the Indigos. Also, Arcane. What is this? Arcane, a left field electronic, unopened, $6.99. These are all $6.99. Blues, the Black Sliders, 1988, $6.99. We have Oregon, Elvin Jones together. That's Oregon and Elvin Jones together, $6.99. Eric Van Leuven on Arcane. That is sold to him. Shakedown second, then Steve Riley. The Four Tops, Yesterday's Dream, $6.99 for Four Tops, Motown label. Chris Knapp on Indie Goes. Kind of looks like Goes, G-O-E-S. Sold to Chris Knapp. Next is Exception, E-K-S, E-P-T-I-O-N, $6.99. Cover has some wear and tear, no condition notes on the vinyl. Broken Homes, $6.99. Gold stamp promo. These are all $6.99. Even Stephen Ambrose, Gypsy Moth. That was $19.99. Looks like it was at a radio station, KDIC, $6.99. The Wild and Frantic Little Richard. You guessed it, $6.99. Nature's Secret by Michael Cassidy. If in case you didn't know, everything in here is $6.99. Coliseum, Those Who Are About to Die, Salute You. Those Who Are About to Die, Salute You. That was originally $29.99. If you haven't heard, these are $6.99. Cowboys International, Original Sin, 1979 New Wave, $6.99 on that. Chris Knapp on BH, Broken Homes. The reason I have to say that so much, because somebody could hop on right now and join the feed, and they don't know that we're going through a $6.99 crate. And so if they hop on and hear $6.99, they're going to buy Coliseum like Michael Remza did. Glitter wants Iran for $6.99. You just bought the entire country of Iran for $6.99. Honestly, that'd be a deal. $6.99. Moby Grape, $6.99. There is a tear on the label. The label's torn. It's a Columbia 2i original, though. Cowboys International, sold to Chris Knapp, $6.99. This is Isaac Hayes, Funky Junkie. Isaac Hayes, which was $24.99. Isaac Hayes, $6.99 for Funky Junkie. $6.99. Robin Lane and the Chartbusters. You guessed it. $6.99. Word on the street, these are $6.99. It's true, even for Fairport Convention in real time. Live 87. Next is Leslie on Isaac Hayes, sold for $6.99. The Dustaphonics, Party Girl, a 2001 UK, was $24, $6.99. Michael Rims II, Lonnie Jolly III on Isaac Hayes. Red Rockers, Alert, Alert. These are all $6.99, even for Schizophrenic Circus. Red Rockers, $6.99. Bobby Darin, Inside Out, 67 mono, $6.99. Atlantic Records, Shrink Wrapped. Jackie Wilson, My Golden Favorites, $6.99 for Jackie Wilson. The Beau Brumbles, $6.99 with Laugh Laugh. Teenage Rock and Roll Party, Volume 2, compilation, Little Richard, Jimmy Clanton, Donna Hightower, $6.99. Michael Remza on Bob Darin, sold. Michael Remza on Jackie Wilson, sold. These are all $6.99. Old and Gooden, what now? Old and Golden Goodies, Sadaka, Floyd Kramer, Isley Brothers, You Make Me Wanna Shout is on here. VG Plus, $6.99. Cool picture down there of a radio DJ. 26 original hits, $6.99. From what era? This is a lot of early 60s pop. Yes. $6.99. Artists such as Jimmy Rogers, Brooke Benton, Four Aces, Connie Francis, Sonny James, Sarah Vaughan, that kind of stuff. A lot of soft, adult, contemporary, etc., etc. Chuck Haley on Old for $6.99. Little Sonny, Hard Going Up. Little Sonny from Enterprise Records was originally $34.99. How about $6.99? Chuck says he'll take the other compilation too. $6.99. Chuck gets both comps. Marty Robbins, Come Back With Me. Mr. Marty is a gold stamp promo. VG $6.99. Nice mustache, Marty. I've been thinking about growing one out. We have Sky High, Freezing Hot. Freezing Hot, $6.99 for Sky High. Michael Remza on Little Sonny, showed. We have Lost Shanes, a 97 Garage. How about $30 off the price tag? Let me go over here and headbutt my head against this wall. $6.99. Three-Way Street, Drunkards and Lovers, an 85 UK folk, $6.99. Bottle of Wine, The Fireballs, Atco, Mono Original, $6.99. Michael Remza on Los Shanes, sold for $6.99. William was second. American Flyer, $6.99 for American Flyer. Sonny Rhodes, Disciples of the Blues, 1991 press. It was $19.99. Let's do it for $6.99. We'll go ahead and mark that down. $6.99. And then we have two left. Jerry Van Ruin at 2,500 miles per hour. A 96 German gatefold, $6.99. Music from the Aquila Motion Pictures on yellow vinyl. Wow. Interesting. Some kind of film composer compilation. I don't know a lot about that, but it's interesting. Looks like he did some car racing movies and stuff. I don't know. And then we have Three-Way for $6.99 to Chris Knapp. JR is sold to Mega Blast, then Michael, then Leslie. And then we have the Sure Shots. Swanky. The Sure Shots is $6.99. $6. German press. All right, now I can go through them a second time a lot faster. I'm only going to say it one time. They're $6.99. I'm going to read the titles, make sure everybody's got what they want. We're going to attempt to do a bundle. Folks, it's getting kind of crazy. It's 1:30 a.m., and I'm still showing these. I was going to do one crate. We're now into the third. If we get this bundle sold, we might can go ahead and do a fourth. Be Yourself Adventures on $250. $250. There's something in here called $250. You're kidding. $250? Or are you making an offer for the rest of the crate? What is $250? These are all $6.99. We have Daniel Amos, Horrendous Disc. ZZ Hill, Down Home. The Best of Brother Jack McDuff. Eddie Clearwater, The Chief. A.A. Bondi, American Hearts. That is a modern record. 2008 folk rock was $24.99. 250 miles an hour. Okay, you were fourth on that one. The Blues Are Back by the Backsliders. Elvin Jones with the band Oregon together. Four Tops is sold to Lonnie Jolly for $6.99. Michael Remza on A.A. Bondi for $6.99. We have Exception. We have Stephen Ambrose, Gypsy Moth. Little Richard, Wild Frantic. Nature's Secret, Michael Cassidy. Moby Grape, 69. Robin Lane, The Chartbusters. The Dustophonics, Fairport Conventures. There's a look at the Dustophonics. Red Rockers, Schizophrenic Circus. Bo Brumbles. Teenage Rock and Roll Party. Marty Robbins. Sky High. Fireballs. American Flyer. Sonny Rhodes. And the Sure Shots. We'll give a minute for everybody's lag to come in or potential questions before we count those, try to bundle. And I think The Facebook feed is going to end a little after 2. I think we have time to knock out one more $6.99. And I did promise somebody a long time ago I was going to attempt to do this, one of these 2 last Christmas records, crates. I don't know if they're watching, though. I'm speaking mostly to a couple people that's been buying almost all of them. I'm looking through some tubs of records over here that's unprocessed. See if anybody wants anything out of here. That for sure. Catch the feather in the wind. There's some cool stuff over here. Staying alive, staying alive. All right, what do we got? What do we got? We got Joe Sontag on Little Richard for $6.99. Teenage 5. Teenage $6.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. There's a couple more claims. First, Michael Phil Ott wants Flyer, $6.99. Scott, let me know if you want Teenage for $6.99 before it goes in the bundle. Let me count these again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21. 21. 21. Possibly 20 if he takes Teenage for $6.99. My price on these are going to be, I'm calculating. My price for all 21 records. My price for all 21 records is going to be $85. $85. No discounts on the $6.99 records. Christmas is right around the corner, literally. And everybody sing it with me. Come on, John Barry. Come on, John Barry. Come on, John Barry. Come on, John Barry. We got to summon them. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! I summon John Barry. 65. Oh, that one hurt. 75. Oh, meet in the middle. And I'll give you an invisible handshake. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I'm achy tonight, probably because I hadn't slept well all week. I have not. I've probably averaged 4 hours of sleep this week. Kind of why I need Paul to do the sale tomorrow. I'm working Sunday. We got JSA coming Sunday. So I don't get too much of a decompressing day. That's probably what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. I'm probably going to sleep through all these football games, but I have to. Otherwise, I could die. Sold to John Barry for $75. Sold to John Barry. Folks, let's do one more, maybe 2 more. We've almost filled up 9 full crates of vinyl again tonight. Air horn. Well, that would be, that's the 5th time we've done it. We'd be wearing the air horn out, but I'll do a short and sweet one when I come back. Let me find another bin. Let's fill this shucker up, and let's do it. Let me walk over here to the other side of the store. I hadn't actually walked over here to this left side of the store probably in, honestly, months. Let me see what's even over here. There's books, there's Kiss dolls, there's a Kiss table, there's a radio, there's Kiss statues, there's Beatles posters, there's Star Wars toys, there's SpongeBob plushes, there's Funkos, there's comic books, there's football board games, there's DVDs, there's graded comic books, there's posters of Angus Young or cardboard cutouts, whatever these things are. Let me see if any of these are going to be worthy of $6.99. I try not to look at them too much. I like being just as surprised as y'all are. Element of surprise is big on this show. Huge. I might grab half of one of these and then half of another crate from the other side of the store. That way I keep it balanced. All right, so there's a big handful. I like this cover. It's a country album. I'm gonna make it the first record. I like that one. Then let me go over here and grab some others. Oh, darkness. Down, 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 down. All right, that gets a good looking stack. John Barry's supposed to be working at $6.99. 99 Anathema. 99 Anathema. I don't remember that one. At first I thought you said Tool Anima. I was like, boy, I hope not. I had to block somebody on our page. That post I made about Tool, there was a guy on there trying to reply. Anybody that was commenting, he was trying to reply and DM them and try to sell him his copy of Tool for $2,500. And I sent him a message. I said, we just sold ours that was perfect for $1,495. And I was like, you cannot be using our page to try to sell your own records. He said, if you sold your Tool for $1,500, I would have bought it. It's a $3,000 record all day. I was like, well, I didn't see you on the auction. And then I blocked him. So, but he just wouldn't stop. He kept on replying to people. Hey, PM me, DM me, friend me. I was like, dude, you cannot use our page to be trying to possibly scam somebody on selling a Tool record. Cannot do that. Cannot be replying to customers saying, hey, I've got this same record for sale. DM me, I'll sell it to you. No. You can start your own record stop. You can start your own Facebook page. You can spend money advertising and get your own customers. Okay, these are all $6.99. Claude King, Tiger Woman. Claude King is $6.99. Columbia 2i, really cool cover, $6.99 for Claude King. Mike Caton and the Wild A's, Boogie All Over Your Head, an 84 Swedish press, $6.99. We have Finnabilly 1990, a 1990 Finland press for Finnabilly, $6.99. Also, 42nd Street Groove Juice, a 92 Swedish Rockabilly, $6.99. Hustle Bus Stop, this is $6.99. You listen to this and you learn how to do the hustle, $6.99. Seth listens to that record all the time. I'm like, dude, do you have anything else in your collection? We have Follow, David Bruce Jansen. That's a 1980 sealed record, $6.99. Arthur Prysock on MGM Records, $6.99. The great original performances of Bessie Smith, 1925 to 1933, $6.99 on that. The Declaration of Independence, it is VG Plus, $9.99. How about $6.99? That's a compilation. It's artists such as Root Boy Slim, The News, Robin Lane. It's a compilation, $6.99. Bessie Smith is so did John Durden. Michael Remza was second. We have Utopia, Swing to the Right, $6.99 on that. And Walter Scott, VG Plus, $6.99. Looks like it's just self-titled. Looks like something that's privately released. $6.99 on Walter Scott. Rowan and Martin at Work. Rowan and Martin is sealed. $6.99. That's mentioned in Seinfeld. Rowan and Martin. I forgot what Jerry said something about Rowan and Martin. $6.99. We have Mac Allen Smith, Gotta Rock Tonight. A 1990 UK rockabilly, $6.99 for Mac Allen Smith. Kaja, Crazy People's Right to Speak. Not Kaja Goo Goo, I don't think. I know Kaja Goo Goo with their song Too Shy. Boy, it kind of looks like the way they look, but I'm not really for sure. $6.99 for Kaja. And then we have Kraken. We have this for $6.99. Special Touch by Old Kraken, $6.99. Next thing is Cliff Burner and the Texas Wonders. Then Now, Legends of Western Swing Series, 81 sealed, $6.99. Don Reno and Red Smiley, Good Old Country Ballads, $6.99. Also, The Stompers, $6.99. And Dan Seals on the Front Line, $6.99 for Dan Seals. Hurricanes, 16 Golden Greats, 77 Sweden, $6.99. The Best of Folk Rock from the Diamond label with Dale and the Devonaires, Napoleon and His Relatives, The Scavengers, $6.99. After Midnight with Janie Freaky, $6.99. Alamo Bay, music from the motion picture, music done by Rycooter. John Hight's also on here, $6.99 for that. And Blue City, original motion picture soundtrack, also by Rycooter. That is $6.99. And then David Ruffin, Everything's Coming Up Love. David Ruffin in shrink wrap, $6.99. So the crate just kind of changed. This was some really old stuff that's been out like since November, December, January, February. This is stuff as recent as August and September in here. And now they're $6.99. David Ruffin. We have The Bells, Stay a While. The Bells is $6.99. Also, Sailor, Trouble. This is a 75 white label promo. It's under the genre of pop rock for $6.99. Blue City is sold to Mike Allspaw. Thank you for that, $6.99. We have Joe E. Covington's Fat Fandango, a 73 US VG Plus, $14.99 on that. Cuban Music and Jam Session, Cachayo. Now, this is VG minus, and it was $34.99. That tells me if Paul comped that, that's his handwriting. If he comped that VG minus at $35, that means pricey copies would be like $100, or nice copies. $6.99 for Cuban Music. The Cross and the Switchblade, that's a soundtrack. Ralph Carmichael. EX, now $6.99. Jim B on Cuban. Hey, he got one. Round of applause. And the kids in Jim B's house go wild. Next is Modern Nature, Island of Noise, a 2012 marble vinyl post-rock indie on marble vinyl, $6.99. Nice. $6.99. John McLaughlin won the One Truth Band, Electric Dreams, VG Plus, $6.99. We have Jeremy on Modern, Jeremy on Modern, Modern. This was this record, right? Yeah, Modern. So to Jeremy, Michael Ribza was second. And we have Rolling Down the Line, Rhythm Wheel Combo, $6.99. This was $39.99. $6.99. Michael Rims on JM for John McLaughlin. Shakedown. No, I've never known Shakedown to fall asleep. He's always watching. Linda Ronstadt, Simple Dreams, $6.99 for Linda, the lovely Linda. Cross and Switchblade, so to Chuck Haley. And Prefab Spout from Langley Park to Memphis. Langley, CIA, $6.99. $6.99 on that. Michael Rims on Rolling. that $40 record just for $6.99. We also have the Sewer Grooves Revelation Time 2002 Sweden alternate rock, $6.99. The Sewer Grooves. We have Marty Jones used guitars, $6.99 for old Marty. The Mystic Moods Orchestra Highway 1, $6.99 on that. Son and Cher, All I Ever Need Is You, $6.99 for Son and Cher. Michael Remza on Sewer Grooves. Boy, Michael Remza getting some great stuff too at just $6.99. Santo, A Night in the Life. Santo is $6.99. William next on Sewer. Sean next on Sewer. Hoyt Axton, A Rusty Old Halo. Oh, Hoyt is sealed. It's never been opened. $6.99. We have Wide Boy Awake. $6.99 for that. It's sealed. Wide Boy Awake, $6.99. Same price for Wilbert Longmire. Sunny Side Up, Wilbert Longmire is $6.99. A painting, Neil Fox, $6.99 for a painting. Neil Fox. And Spats, I Wish I Felt This Way All the Time, $6.99. I say the same thing whenever I'm eating Oreos. I wish I felt this way all the time. Isaac Stern, Jean-Pierre Rampal play Vivaldi and Telemann. That is $6.99, a CBS Master Sound. KT, as in Kathy Tricoli, Portfolio, $6.99 on that one. Bob Crew Orchestra plays the Four Seasons hits. Bob Crew doing Sherry and Big Girls Don't Cry. Tom Paxton, Shrink with a Sticker, Electra Records, Paxton, $6.99. John Paxton, that's a basketball player. We have Software, Mark Colby, Dennis Johnson, $6.99. I think that's under the genre of fusion. We also have Venus and Mars, $6.99. Also, Alvin Lee, Rocket Fuel, 10 years later, $6.99 for Alvin Lee. And Christine McVie, $6.99. From Fleetwood Mac, $6.99. Boy, I can tell it's getting late. A lot of cool stuff still left in there. Very quickly, though, MC was for McVie. Is that what this was for? Boy, you claim that fast if that's what that's for. Or is that for McCartney? I bet that was for McCartney. Yeah, I was about to say, there's no way that you had claimed that had popped up before I even showed McVie. So, yeah. All right, and then Lonnie on Christine. My crate's full, though. All right, I'm just going to read these without any interruption or saying the price 10,000 times. Everything in here is $6.99. We have just filled up our 9th crate. Y'all probably just heard me slam it down to the ground because it weighs 80 pounds. It was packed completely full. Probably more realistically about 40 or 50 pounds. These crates packed full can hold about 75, 80 when they're packed like full. A record weighs about a ½ pound sleeved, not a double LP. Do the math, 40-pound crates. Next, Lonnie Jolly gets that for $6.99. The Half Speed was a classical record. Isaac Stern and Jean-Pierre Rampal doing some classical stuff. Okay? I'm going to start from the back and just read these by title, $6.99, and then I'm going to do one more chance. This is it. The last bundle. John Barry Can't Leave One Behind. There's a lot in here. I'm going to give them a great deal on it for sure. It's going to be a great price. I think I'm going to speed run through a Christmas crate best offer. But before I do that, we got to do these. Claude King, Tiger Woman. Mike Caton and the Wild A's. Finna Billy 1990. Hustle Bus Stop. 42nd Street Groove Goose. What did I say? Groove Juice. I combined the words together. David Bruce Jansen, Arthur Prosick, Declaration of Independence, which was a compilation sampler, Utopia, Walter Scott, Rowan and Martin, Gotta Rock Tonight, Kaja, Kraken, Cliff Brunner, Don Reno and Red Smiley, The Stompers, Dan Seals, Hurricanes, the best of Diamond IGA label folk rock, Janie Freaky, Alamo Bay, David Ruffin, The Bells, Sailor Trouble, Joey Cummins, Fat Fandango, Linda Ronstadt, Prefab Spout, Marty Jones, Mystic Moods, Sonny and Cher, Santo, Hoyt Axton, Wild Boy Awake, Wilbert Longmire, A Painting, Neil Fox, Spats, Bob Crew, KT Tricoli, This is Tom Paxton, Software, 10 Years After, Isaac Stern. No, I like the Claude King cover, Tiger Woman. My high school was the Gordonsville Tigers. Looking very... She looks like she needs some Oreos. Michael Remzon, 10 Years After. One of my favorite Woodstock performances. It took me forever. I looked at this cover and was like, what is going on here? And then I realized, oh, they're pumping gas and he is throwing a match and it's about to like blow up the gas station. All right, here we go. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Alamo Base sold to Mike Ospoff for $6.99. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. 40 in there. Wow, we've also went up to 107 viewers. Amazing. Come on, John Barry. There's a lot more quantity in this one. $150. You got to take advantage of that $8 shipping, man. At this point, your box, your packages, your boxes. And then I wonder if our Christmas buyers are watching. I'm going to run through one before Facebook expires. I've got a short crate over here to do. Buy it now, best offer on some Christmas records. I'll probably show them again later anyways, another night, but at least to maybe do a few more things. As Kenny Loggins says, y'all familiar with Kenny Loggins? This is it. Let me refresh my timer over here and see. Let me update. Let me refresh my Restream. Restream tells me we are 7 hours and 50 minutes into the sale. We got 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes. Sold to John Barry. And let's blow an air horn for him and for everybody else. You want to go ahead and turn down your mic or your volume right now. Let's turn down the volume right now because we are blowing the air horn. I think that is a total, after I'm done over here with this, that's going to be 10 crates sold again tonight. And I think we've emptied out, counting the lower crate, the bundle deal we did. What was that, like 4, 5? We've ended a lot. We've only blown one air horn. It's definitely been more than $500 worth. Counting the sales, the individual stuff in the crate. Just a rare couple times we do that. If you're watching on Facebook, I'm going to go ahead and say it a couple times now. The Facebook feed will automatically cut off. They only allow you to do one stream for $8. I mean, 8 hours. And it's not like I can't just start back up, but it's such a process. I don't usually go more than 8 hours, and then we just call it a night. Okay? So if you're watching over there and I'm almost done with this crate and it just cuts off, then the show's going to be over pretty soon anyways. But if you have other social media, we'll probably wrap up over there. We got about 10 minutes. Thank you, John Barry, for all that and everybody else. I like it when him, Mark Kaser, I got a couple guys, and I can count on them to do some wholesale bundling too, for sure. All right, here we go. We have Going Home for Christmas, Jimmy Davis, featuring the song Forgive Me, Santa. $9.99 for Jimmy Davis. Christmas with the Canadian Brass, $9.99 for the Canadian Brass record. Ray Conniff, We Wish You a Merry Christmas. Mr. Ray is $6.99. Christmas with the King Family, $9.99 on that one. Liberace, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, $9.99 on Liberace. The John Gary Christmas album, $9.99 on John Gary. We have the Christmas song, Nat King Cole. That's in shrink wrap for $9.99, and it looks like an older copy, not the original. Yeah, that's a mid-70s press, Nat King Cole. Contemporary Christmas Classics, $9.99. This one has Amy Grant on it, Pat Boone, etc., etc. The Temptations, Give Love at Christmas, $19.99 on the Temptations. Merry Christmas Sing-Along, cool cover from RCA, $9.99, very 60th there. Also, we have Jim Reeves, 12 Songs of Christmas, $9.99 for Jim Reeves. Merry Christmas, another cool, I love those vintage ornaments on the cover. Another RCA compilation with Chet Atkins, the Radio City Music Hall, Boston Pops of Arthur Fiedler, $9.99. And there's one of the Elvis records. We got stacks of these. Elvis is $14.99. That's on the first label, orange. True orange there for the first label. Go Big Orange. They play the Kentucky Wildcats tomorrow, hopefully in like just a beatdown. This is Leslie. Thank you on that. So to Leslie Hull. Alicia on King. And King was for Nat King Cole. That's so to Alicia for $9.99. There's another Elvis for $14.99. We have another Elvis for $14.99. Another Elvis for $14.99. Another Elvis for $14.99. We have Elvis Memories of Christmas. That one's a little different, but I've been keeping all the Elvis together. $19.99 on that one. We have Perry Como Sings, Merry Christmas Music. $9.99 for Perry Como. Glenn Campbell, That Christmas Feeling. Glenn is $6.99. Also, we have Jean D. Brunhoff, Bobber and Father Christmas, read by Louis Jordan. And you got Santa there as like a flying elephant or something. Levi on Memories of Elvis. That is so to Levi. Thank you on that. Also, Christmas Surprises from the Ralph Hunter Choir. Another cool cover. RCA from the 50s had these cool, like real photographed covers of like real toys and real Christmas ornaments from back in the 50s and 60s. There's Elvis Christmas album. We sold 2 or 3 of these tonight. $9.99 on that one. Johnny Mathis. I haven't had that one lately. Merry Christmas by Johnny Mathis. $9.99. That's a 70s press. Willie Nelson is $14.99. That's his Christmas album, Pretty Paper. $14.99. Alicia on Perry Como. That's sold to Alicia for $9.99. Christmas Disco, performed by PK and the Sound Explosion. $19.99. Memories of Elvis was $19.99. It was $19.99. Let me know if you still want it. I'll make sure. Yeah, it was. That one's probably marked more than any of them unless we get an older one. There's the good Chet Atkins, Christmas of Chet Atkins. Definitely an older pressing and shrink wrap. $9.99. There is an older Elvis record. $14.99 on that one. So that one's $14.99. Levi said he still wants Memories of Elvis. Okay. There's that one. $14.99. The Ramsey Lewis Trio, Sound of Christmas, $9.99 on Ramsey Lewis. The Season for Miracles, Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, that is $19.99. Leslie said she would do $9.99 on Willie. So to Leslie, I think that might be sealed too. Christmas, Listen to the Joy, $9.99 from Hallmark. Placido Domingo, the Vienna Choir Boys. And we have, there's another Phil Spector, nice, $34.99. Christmas, Darlene Love, The Crystals, the Ronettes, that's a classic. That's a must-have. That's the cheapest copy I've seen so far, $34.99. Facebook's about to expire, by the way. The Four Seasons Christmas album, $14.99. We had an original of that the other night. Let me refresh my timer. I just want to let all the Facebook people know it looks like it's about to end in about 4 minutes. We got some time. Another very special Christmas. By the way, these last few here are from that unfortunate Connery collection. So they have names written on them from Connery. Connery even had Christmas records, everybody. Ramsey Lewis is $8 for Eric Squindo. You got it, Eric. Thank you. Barbara Streisand is $9.99. No writing on that one. The Mills Brothers, Merry Christmas, $9.99. Elvis, another one of those for $9.99. Blue Christmas is on that one. And Slim Whitman is sealed. Slim Whitman, $9.99. Anybody else? Might have time to read a few more off. One more time on a recap. Slim Whitman, Mills Brothers, Barbara Streisand. I've been trying to keep all those together. Very special Christmas. Four Seasons, the Phil Spector Christmas album. Going to keep that out. Christmas, Listen to the Joy. Smokey Robinson, Chet Atkins, Christmas Disco, Johnny Mathis, Ralph Hunter Choir, Barbara Father Christmas, Glenn Campbell, Merry Christmas from RCA, Jim Reeves, Merry Christmas from RCA, Temptations, Contemporary Christmas, John Gary, Liberace, King Family, Ray Conniff, and Jimmy Davis. Now, we're going to have more new ones. We've put out most of the like big name stuff. recognizable ones. We've got bazillion compilations. And then when it gets actually close to Christmas, when it's legitimately true Christmas time, there will be $6.99 Christmas crates. There'll be discount Christmas crates. So, you know, we're going to do some of the comps and some of the $9, $10 stuff. At some point, I'm just going to have like closeout, you know, get them shipped to everybody so they have them in time for Christmas. This has a generic inner sleeve. I don't think I see anything else. But Facebook is, Facebook's about to expire. What an amazing night. I may make an appearance tomorrow night. Y'all check in late during Paul's show. You know, if Tennessee wins and I'm awake, and, you know, I'm usually awake at 10, 11 o'clock. It's like lunchtime for me. Then I might drive over and either relieve Paul or start up a bonus stream to finish off the week with some more discount stuff like tonight. Because I won't have anything else to do. I don't think there's any later games on than Tennessee that I care about watching. And I'll be right back here tomorrow after him. If not, then y'all see me again on Monday. But he's definitely going to be doing the show tomorrow, prime time. I'm going to be watching the Tennessee Vols hopefully win. And I'll say this. If they lose, I'm probably not going to be missing another Saturday. So, it's got to the point, if they lose again, I might go to a couple more home games, but I'm probably not going to be missing any more sales to watch the Vols. Because if they lose, they're out of anything I care about them playing in, like the playoffs. So they can't lose another game. We got to beat Oklahoma. We got to beat Kentucky. We got to beat Vanderbilt. And the rest of them should be a cakewalk. But we still got a couple big opponents. But if they lose, y'all might like that because y'all might catch me here. Let me see if that other memory. I have another one over here, Levi. Let me see if this one over here. Price on Very Special Christmas. That one was very special. Very special. Oh, this one. So I've got several different ones, Jeff. This one, I can get you a better one. Let me actually find Levi Elvis too. Levi, I might have a better Elvis for you too. Okay. So Jeff, here you go. Here's a better one. This is stickered, $34.99. This one's in shrink with the hop sticker. It's really clean, and it has an original inner sleeve. Bryan Adams, Bon Jovi, Eurythmics, Whitney Houston, Madonna, U2, Run DMC, Bob Seger. All right, Levi. This one has a generic inner sleeve too, and then it has that inner sleeve, and that's it. So I have one, somebody's replaced it, but it comes with that one if you're okay. But I'm obviously hopeful for the Vols winning tomorrow. I should be at the game, but my friends have bailed out on me, just like they did out. They don't like going anywhere unless we're undefeated. And I've told them, I said, that's dumb, guys. Let me tell you why that's dumb. You travel somewhere undefeated, everybody on earth wants to beat you. If we end up ranked third, undefeated, going to Kentucky, it's going to be so embarrassing when we lose that game to Kentucky, ranked number 3, undefeated. I was like, if we lose tomorrow, it's just like, we already lost a couple games. It's still going to suck. But I was like, I want to go up there because I think there's a much better chance of us winning. I think we have less of a chance if we go up there freaking undefeated and it's a night game in the SEC. It's just like going last year when we went to Arkansas. It's like, let's go to Arkansas. I was like, okay. Why? Because we thought we were good. Undefeated at that point. I think. All right, so this is sold to Levi, the one with the correct inner sleeve. And then here's this. That's sold to Jeff Church. Yep, that's a good one. We'll be sold out of all these before December 25. So... the one with the Christmas bulbs. This one, well, this has ornaments, my bad. This might be the one. RCA artist. 1964 RCA artist, Chet Atkins, Perry Como, Norman Luboff, and then the one with the bulbs on it, like the designed one, probably some of the same artist. No, this is the John McCarthy Coracle. They're both 60s pressings, though. Yeah, this is 61, even earlier. This is 64. People that was signed to RCA, they would ask them to do comps. College football. Sell this to Scott Arnold for $7. Big business. A lot of drama, a lot of nerves if you're a fan. I just hope my TV works tomorrow. Last Saturday, my TV glitched during the entire first half. I was like, I'm missing a sale. I could be at work right now selling stuff, which I would rather be doing just about anything. It's hard to explain that to friends and family, but I try to tell my friends and family, I'd be rather on Facebook and YouTube selling stuff. It's my hobby. My business is my hobby. Than probably just about anything else, except maybe, you know, time with family, vacation, and then occasionally a concert and a football game. But if someone's like, I'll pay you to sit on your couch every day, Chad, just sit at home, watch TV, I'll pay you to do that. I would say, you're crazy. There's no way. Not happening. So I would lose my mind knowing I couldn't get to this business every day. I've got way too much hours invested at this point. So when I'm at home watching a football game, I honestly don't like it. I'd rather go there. That's why these last couple of weeks, last week and this week, I'm like, God, I got to watch this freaking game on TV. I'd rather just not even watch it. Let's just go to work and sell stuff. There's commercials, you're behind. Wi-Fi cuts in and out. It's like, dude, this is disastrous. Okay, I'm signing off. Anybody have anything else to say? 5, 4, final call if you want to get in your good nights. Scott Arnold already has. And hey, for you Christmas buyers, there's one more we didn't go through. And we'll do that one next time. I'm missing Jason Boxell. He would have bought the other half of this crate if he was watching. But we got to sign off now. Facebook's already over, so a lot of people can't even say goodnight. And probably everybody else is asleep, right? Thanks, everybody. Y'all are incredible. Maybe I'll see y'all tomorrow night. I'll be texting Paul and letting him know what to tell y'all so y'all don't go to bed. So, yeah, Facebook's over. We got 15 people on Twitch. We got 45 people on YouTube.